Richter asked. I can't believe there is a nest in the forest, Yoshi spat. I still remember fighting to clear the last nest 40 years ago. They shouldn't be back for at least another 50 or 60 years. We lost good sprites during that fight, he said in a regretful tone. This is no longer about your quest, Lord Richter. We need to find the nest and destroy it. Will you help? You have been offered a quest. Scourge the Scourge 1. Yoshi has just discovered the forest has an infestation of hellbugs. He has made clear that finding the nest is more important than anything. He wants your help. Not accepting will cause Yoshi to leave the party and decrease your reputation with him. Yes or no? Like there was really a choice, he thought. Okay, how do we start? Richter asked. Yoshi looked around at the hallway that contained them and the iron door behind them. He made eye contact with Richter. We go forward. Remembering what had happened when unlocking his first power, he told Futen to move ahead of them and scan for traps. The remnant moved 10 yards ahead of them and waited. When they started walking after him, the gray orb matched their pace, staying in front. Richter took lead, followed by Sion and Daniela, who had arrows knocked to their bows, and Yoshi brought up the rear. While they were walking, Richter accessed his inventory. All of the quartz soul stones Gloran had given him had taken up only one slot in his bag of holding. Each type of larger soul stone also took up one slot with a number next to it to show how many there were of that type. The 5 soul stones holding the spirits of the hellbugs, though, now took up one slot each. These stones had a pulsating radiance at their center. Richter pulled one out of his inventory and looked at it. The amber jewel did indeed have an undulating spherical light in its heart that showed a rainbow of colors changing from second to second. The tingling feeling was still there, but there was also now a slight sensation of warmth. He put it away. The silence in the tunnel was deafening. The air had adopted a progressively worsening stale smell as they went further in. Richter could only guess that opening the iron door had let in the first fresh air this dungeon had seen in ages. The 4 party members walked for at least half a day. The tunnel bent and zigzagged. Occasionally, it even led back up for short stints. The actual features of the hallway they walked through remained uniform, simple gray blocks of closely fitted stone. It was clear that they were slowly being led deeper into the earth. To stave off boredom, Richter withdrew one of the soul stones containing an eater's soul. He also took out the wand of dark bolts. First, he simply held the glowing jewel next to the wand, but nothing happened. He left them pressed together for a full minute, but unfortunately, it still didn't yield a positive result. Next, he examined each item, but it just gave the basic stats of each separately. The wand had recharged another 5 shots in the past day or so. Richter was getting frustrated, but then he remembered Gloran told him to will it. He placed the 2 items together again and imagined the power in the soul stone flowing into the wand. A prompt came up. Do you wish to recharge the wand of dark bolts with the basic soul stone? Yes or no? Richter chose yes. The same ribbon of rainbow light that appeared when a spirit was captured now flowed out of the soul stone and into the wand. The gem lost its inner light and then fractured. Richter was left holding a few pieces of broken amber in his hand. He put them away, not wanting to just leave them on the floor of the tunnel. Another prompt appeared. Congratulations, you have learned the skill, Enchanting. The path of the enchanter is to make the wondrous out of the mundane. You can now add spells to items to greatly increase their strength. Awesome, Richter thought. The soul stone had added another 11 charges. He was about to use another soul stone when he realized that the tunnel had ended. Directly across from the passage they were in, on the other side of the open area, was an archway made of the same gray stone that formed the hallway. Set into the archway was a large door made of overlapping bands of metal. 4 other doors were randomly set into the walls. One appeared to be made completely of long bones, like femurs. Another was made of red iron, with no handle or apparent means of opening it. A third was black wood with glowing silver sigils carved into the frame. The fourth was simply a hatch. It looked like a dome, and it bowed outward in the direction of the room. It had a cross-shaped indentation set directly in the center of the dome, but no apparent handle. What concerned Richter was that it was set 2 feet off the ground, but was only 3 feet in diameter. Good God, don't let the passageway on the other side be a small tunnel, Richter thought. He wasn't afraid of small spaces per se. He just heavily preferred not to be in one. All of these doors were definitely weird, but everyone in the party was happy to have a change from the tunnel. Richter was about to step into the room when he had a strange feeling. It could only be described as a wrongness. He sharply snapped his arm up, hand flat, to stop the sprites behind him. He immediately heard the creaks of Sion and Daniela drawing their bows taut, and the shing of Yoshi drawing his blades. He didn't know what had alarmed him exactly, but he knew on an instinctual animal level that something in the bad category of things would happen if he walked into the room. Despite being sure of his feeling, he just didn't see anything. He scanned the room, but nothing jumped out at him. No giant spiders, no robots with laser blasters, and no womp rats. He looked at his familiar. Alma, do you feel anyone in the room? No, she thought back. Well, at least there is that, Richter thought. She had been able to detect those bugbears even though they were hidden by magic. He guessed psychic vibrations were hard to hide, or at least common concealment spells were not aimed at hiding them. That still left the question of what was going on, though. The feeling had not debated. He expanded his other senses, but still felt nothing. He stared at the walls, the ceiling, the floor. Was that a red glow? He knelt down and examined the floor of the room closely. Unlike the slate block floor of the hallway, the floor of the chamber in front of them was in a regular pattern of shapes: circles, diamonds, rectangles, and triangles. They interlocked with one another in a seemingly haphazard manner. From his lower vantage, he didn't see the red glow, but his feeling of unease increased. Letting his eyes relax, he gazed at the floor. When he saw the red again, he was able to focus upon it this time. The closest circle had a superimposed red glow. A prompt appeared. You have found Level 3 Trap. Congratulations, you have learned the skill, Pierce the Veil. The land is a place of hidden secrets. Traps to snare the unwary, hidden treasures, booty, both pirate and otherwise. From this moment on, you will be able to find that which others have concealed. Casting his gaze wider, he looked at the other nearby shapes, and with close attention, all of the circles near him began to glow red. Relax, he said to the sprites. There aren't any enemies here, but the floor is full of traps. Yoshi looked at him. Who trained you in trap detection? No one, Richter replied. He tapped one of the rings he was wearing. It's called the Ring of Hidden Dangers. It increases my likelihood of detecting traps. The real question is, he said, looking at Futen, why didn't you warn us about the traps? The trigger was not magical in nature, my lord. I have no skill in detecting this type of trap. Why doesn't everything always just work out for me? Richter wailed silently. So far, only the circles were glowing, but that still made the floor a minefield. It would take careful footwork to avoid the traps, and one misstep would, well, he had no idea what it would do, but he was pretty sure that it would both suck and blow. So what do you think the traps do? Sion asked. Let's find out, Richter said. He tossed a small pebble from the tunnel floor towards the other side of the room. It bounced once, then lay still. Yoshi reached out a hand to stop him, but Richter's impulsive action caught him by surprise. Nothing happened. Richter looked at Yoshi's irritated expression. Maybe the traps are duds, he said. A loud whoosh heralded a foot-high gout of black flame extending vertically up from the floor in the exact spot that the pebble had first hit the floor. At the same time, a flash of steel showed at the final resting place of the stone. 3 different razor wire hoops shot up from the floor, crisscrossing each other at ankle height. Both traps started and ended in the space of a second before disappearing completely. The only evidence that anything had happened was a lingering smell of burnt ozone. "Fuck me," Richter said slowly, backpedaling away from the dangerous room. What was truly terrifying was that neither of those traps seemed designed to kill. They would just remove a portion of a leg. Then you would fall back on even more traps and, yeah, definitely in the bad category of things. "I thought you said the traps weren't magical, Futen. Since when is black flame not magical?" "I said the trigger wasn't magical, my lord." "Great," Richter said. "Gyoti," was all Richter heard before a hand slapped the back of his head, hard. "What did I tell you about just pushing buttons?" Richter was wired from everything that had been happening, and the disrespect from the sword adept pushed him over the edge. He took a swing at the sword adept, who dodged under the blow. The situation would have grown more out of control if not for Daniela. "Enough! Mother Forest! The Hearth Mother was right," the female sprite shouted. "There isn't a brain among you. Lord Richter, Yoshi was right. You had no idea what those traps would have done. It could have triggered something that would hurt us, even though we're still in the tunnel. And you," she said, pointing at the finger in Yoshi's face, "are not making a bad situation any better. Gyoti or not, Lord Richter is the master of these lands, and the Hearth Mother sent you to assist him. Now can you stop bickering like old mothers and act like men? I can show you how if you need me to." Richter and Yoshi glared at each other, but by the end of Daniela's verbal barrage, Richter was looking down in shame. Even Yoshi looked a bit sheepish. Richter looked back up at Daniela's fierce expression, and then at Sion. His companion was standing behind her, clearly trying not to laugh. "Little bastard," Richter thought. He looked back at Yoshi. He couldn't find it inside himself to apologize just for striking back, but Daniela was right. It had been a bonehead move. He nodded at the half-human. Yoshi gave a non-committal grunt in return. Richter decided it was as much bro love as he was going to get. He turned his attention back to the floor. "All of the circles that are close by are rigged. I'm assuming they all are. So what do we do here?" Yoshi pulled out 2 small spikes of metal. One had a small hook at the end. The other undulated like a sine wave at the end. The opposing ends of both spikes were sharpened like needles. "We disarm them. Point out the closest trap. Your skill to detect it might be more advanced than mine." Richter showed him. The sword adept knelt down to examine it. After a few seconds, he said, "I see it." His face was only inches away, but he never directly passed any part of his body directly over it. Yoshi looked at it, and then he looked at it, and then he looked at it. After 20 minutes, the other sprites sat down in the tunnel. After 40 minutes, Richter joined them and broke out some hard rations from his bag and handed them to Sion and Daniela. Hours passed. Sion was in the middle of his "a dwarf, a goblin, and an elf walk into a bar" joke when Yoshi called out to get their attention and then waved them over. Richter was hoping it meant they could start moving again, but he really had wanted to know why the dwarf had looked so triumphant and why the goblin's butt was sore. "You figured it out?" he asked Yoshi. The sprite told him to kneel down and then pointed to a small square to the side of the circle he had been studying. "The release mechanism is here," Yoshi said, pointing at the square. "That's why it took me so long. I was examining the circle meticulously, but couldn't find any way to disarm it. Then it occurred to me that if one symbol triggered the trap, maybe another disarmed it. Watch." Yoshi reversed his 2 tools, pointing the needle-like ends of both picks downward. He placed them at opposite corners of the square. They slipped into barely perceptible holes. He pushed both down, and with a soft click, one side of the circle popped up. Yoshi carefully pried it up further, and a mechanism could be seen underneath. A bar was underneath the circle, and it was connected to a small spring. That was in turn connected to a bar of metal, which disappeared down into the floor past the point that Richter could see. With a grunt of satisfaction, Yoshi used the hook end of one of his tools and detached the spring from the lever that was apparently the trigger for the trap. He then put the circle back into the floor and stood. He cracked his neck and then arched his back, stiff from squatting for such a long period of time. "Is it disarmed?" Cyan asked. Yoshi waved Cyan closer and then put a hand around the younger sprite's shoulders once they were standing next to one another. The adept looked at Cyan and said, "What do you think?" At the same time that he asked the question, he stomped down on the circle. Cyan shouted in alarm and leapt back. Yoshi just stood there with a manic grin on his face. "So, are like all sprites assholes?" Richter asked, his heart racing. Yoshi just chuckled, while Sion cursed under his breath. Richter looked at the sword adept. "Okay, so I'm glad that you're having a good time, and that you disarmed that one trap, but it took you an hour." He looked out at the sea of small shapes that comprised the floor of the large room in front of them. "That's why I'm going to need your help. Did you follow what I did?" Richter checked his prompts and saw, "Congratulations, you have learned the subskill, Trap Disarm. You have learned how to disable the mechanism of traps. Through careful application of your new subskill, you can make the world a safer place. This is a subskill of traps. As you have learned this subskill, you have also learned the skill Traps. Congratulations, you have learned the skill Traps. You can set traps that will harm unwary enemies, but use caution lest you harm the innocent as well." "I guess I did," Richter said. "Let's get to work." Yoshi handed him a pair of lockpicks. "You have received lockpicks. Durability 5 out of 5. Item class Common. Quality Average. Weight 0.01 kilograms. Before getting started, Richter pulled out and activated his wand of magic illumination. The blue beam of light didn't show anything on the floor, though, thankfully. Even with having been shown how to disarm the traps, it still took Richter at least 15 minutes to disarm the next one. Unfortunately, the shape that hid the disarming holes varied. The release mechanism that Richter found was under a triangle. The only hint seemed to be that it needed to be near the circle. One of his picks also got caught when trying to withdraw it, because Richter was moving too fast. The durability decreased by 1. When he asked Yoshi if he had any more picks, the sprite told him no and called him a guillotine. Richter thought about snapping back, but decided distracting Yoshi while he was disarming deadly traps was a bad idea. At least while Richter was still working next to him, that is. Richter realized he would have to slow down even farther. If he messed up too many times, half of their total number of lockpicks would be gone. He looked out at the hundreds, no, thousands of small circles set into the floor and sighed. He got back to work. Hours passed as they slowly made their way across the floor. The good news was that Richter got a small amount of experience for each trap that was disarmed. His skills with Pierce the Veil, Traps, and Trap Disarm improved as well. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 2 in Pierce the Veil, +1 to Perception. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 3 in Pierce the Veil, +1 to Perception. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 4 in Pierce the Veil, +1 to Perception. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 5 in Pierce the Veil, +1 to Perception. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 6 in Pierce the Veil, +1 to Perception. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 2 in Traps. All traps 2% more effective. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 3 in Traps. All traps 2% more effective. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 4 in Traps. All traps 2% more effective. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 2 in Trap Disarm, +2% more likely to disarm trap. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 3 in Trap Disarm, +2% more likely to disarm trap. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 4 in Trap Disarm, plus 2% more likely to disarm trap. Richter could only reason that Pierce the Veil leveled faster than the other two because he was using that skill directly, whereas all of the points going towards traps were actually coming indirectly from leveling its sub-skill, Trap Disarm. It meant his Trap Disarm skill might have risen higher, but its growth was limited by the fact that sub-skills could never be a higher level than their main skill. He thought about examining the logs to see exactly how much his trap skill leveled in proportion to his Trap Disarm skill, but then decided that would be about as interesting as watching paint dry. He got back to work. As they had moved deeper into the room, the level of the traps had increased as well. This was initially a problem because the mechanism was more complex, but Yoshi was again able to show him what to do. After that, it was just back to rinse and repeat. The good news was that the higher level traps gave a commensurate higher level experience and seemed to level his skills faster. The hours of focus required to get to the middle of the room had taken their toll. Richter was mentally fatigued. His actions were getting sloppier as well, and he had fumbled disarming another trap. Thankfully, he didn't trigger the trap, but it did remove another point of durability from his other lockpick. He told Yoshi that he thought they should rest. He had expected some Goonies never say die nonsense from the sword adept, but instead, the swordsman agreed. At seeing Richter's confused expression, he said, "There is no honor in pushing through a bad position." As they were walking back to the hallway, Richter muttered, "Yeah, that's why I always put their legs in the air." Chapter 17. Richter was about to lay down when a stray thought that had made his heart pound in fear. He called out to Futon and asked what would happen if neither of them was in the village to pay the upkeep for Confusing Mist. Richter was already recriminating himself for putting his village at risk again. It didn't matter that he hadn't foreseen being gone so long. He should have. He was ready to risk running across the trapped floor when Futon soothed his panic. The remnant told him that the upkeep was automatically paid as long as there was enough mana. Since neither of them were accessing the village's mana pool, the spell would continue with no issues. Also, the remnant reminded his lord that they were still within the boundaries of his domain, even though they weren't in the village proper, which meant Richter could still access the village's mana. Richter had breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't been thinking clearly. His mental fatigue had combined with physical exhaustion, letting panic take over. Once he let go of that worry, though, he laid down on his bedroll and passed out almost immediately. He didn't sleep long, though, thanks to a boot nudging his ribs. Yoshi was waking him to stand watch. Richter made the argument that they didn't need to keep watch, as Futon could hover in one part of the tunnel, and the other part was protected by the trap floor. Yoshi wasn't hearing any of it, though, and they all spent one shift awake. When everyone had slept, Richter and Yoshi got back to work. Walking back to the center of the chamber, they had a decision to make. The room wasn't perfectly round, and the angle of one wall meant that the bone door closest to them. Richter wanted to keep going straight to reach the metal door. Yoshi, on the other hand, argued that if their picks broke before they got to a door, then they would have to try to run the gauntlet of the floor. Better to reach any door than to get stuck, the adept reasoned. Richter didn't have any better counterargument than, "Good God, not the bone door, it's creepy." Or, "Why is it a shit idea to go towards the bone door, you ask? Because it is so obviously a shit idea." Needless to say, they ended up disarming traps towards the bone door. It took another day and a half to disarm the increasingly difficult traps, but Richter took his time and didn't lose any more durability on his lockpicks. While they were working, Richter asked something that had been on his mind for a while. "How did you become a warrior? How did you get your profession?" Of course, the adept didn't answer at first. That would have been too easy, Richter thought. He did end up answering, though. If you have reached level 20 and have a journeyman skill level and a combat skill, you are given the opportunity to prove yourself. If you so choose to take that opportunity, you will be taken elsewhere. There you must defeat the challenges set before you. If you succeed, then you will be assigned a profession. What if you don't defeat the challenges? Richter asked. Well, then you come back, Yoshi replied irritably. There aren't any consequences? Yoshi gave a long, suffering sigh and looked at the ceiling as if begging for strength. When he spoke, he enunciated each word like Richter had a mental deficit. If you do not pass the challenges, then you lose a personal level and one skill level in every skill you have. Trying not to let Yoshi's attitude get to him, he just reflected on the information he had just learned. Soon, Richter would reach personal level 20. Except for Herblore, though, he was far from a journeyman in any of his skills. He would have to start skill grinding sometime soon. He knew he was pushing it, but decided to ask another question. All professions require you to be a journeyman and reach level 20? He was remembering that Gloran had the profession of crafter, despite being only level 14.
Yes, Yoshi snapped.
He went back to disarming his traps, but then picked his head back up. Except for non-combat professions. Those you can reach at level 10, but you still need to be at least a journeyman in a related skill. And in answer to your next questions, yes, you are a Gyoti, and no, I won't kiss you for a copper. Yoshi gave a bright, garish smile, which swiftly fled his face, leaving behind only a cold glare. Richter took the hint this time and got back to work himself. By the time they reached the bone door, he had reached level 10 in his trap skills and level 11 in Pierce the Veil. He got the normal bonus experience from reaching level 10, plus the 25% bonus, but unfortunately only received half the experience for leveling his subskill. Total, it was 6,250. He deserved every point, he thought, massaging his aching back. While Yoshi went back to lead Scion and Daniela through the disarmed traps, Richter looked at his status page. Name, Richter. Age, 24. Level, 14, 60%. Health, 390. Mana, 300. Stamina, 200. Strength, 29. Agility, 18. Dexterity, 34. Constitution, 25. Endurance, 20. Intelligence, 23. Wisdom, 21. Charisma, 24. Luck, 15. Abilities, limitless. Gift of tongues, fast learner. Psi-bond. Skills, herb lore. Level 38, 43% to next level. Alchemy, level 1, 0% to next level. Analyze, level 5, 31% to next level. Pierce the Veil, level 11, 71% to next level. Stealth, level 4, 76% to next level. Traps, level 10, 5% to next level. Trap Disarm, level 10, 7% to next level. Archery, level 9, 18% to next level. Imbue Arrow, level 4, 62% to next level. Focus, level 3, 11% to next level. Double Shot, level 3, 31% to next level. Drill Shot, level 2, 40% to next level. Swordsmanship, level 2, 15% to next level. Small Blades, level 1, 11% to next level. Unarmed Combat, level 1, 10% to next level. Pressure Points, level 1, 15% to next level. Light Armor, level 7, 38% to next level. Grace in Combat, level 4, 88% to next level. Air Magic, level 3, 82% to next level. Life Magic, level 3, 71% to next level. Earth Magic, level 3, 32% to next level. Water Magic, level 1, 19% to next level. Dark Magic, level 3, 64% to next level. Light Magic, level 1, 34% to next level. Map Making, level max. Trade, level 14, 86% to next level. War Leader, level 2, 43% to next level. Enchantment, level 1, 7% to next level. Marks: Master of Mist Village, Blood Oath. Resistances: Air, 50%, Earth, 20%, Mental, 15%, Spiritual, 15%. Race: Human, Chaos Seed. Reputation: Level 3. You seem like someone worthy of my attention. Alignment: Neutral. Language: All. He still had his 6 characteristic points in reserve. After seeing the devilish trap floor, he decided holding off was the right choice. Who knew what the next challenge would be? He had also received 3 noteworthy prompts during the past few days. Congratulations! You have advanced from novice to initiate in Pierce the Veil. In addition to hidden traps, you can now find hidden compartments. Congratulations! You have advanced from novice to initiate in traps. You can set traps with proximity triggers in addition to simple pressure triggers. Congratulations! You have advanced from novice to initiate in trap disarm. You can now retrieve some of the traps you disarm for your own future use. Hidden compartments? Had he been missing hidden treasure? Richter looked around but didn't see anything new. The 3 sprites walked up. Scion was protesting. Of all the doorways here, are we sure that we want to go into the bone doorway? Richter was just about to chime in. That's what I said, when Yoshi made an abrupt swipe of his hand. This was the most efficient option, Yoshi said. We have limited resources, and without further information, each choice was the same as the others. Looking at Richter, he asked, "Do you sense anything?" Richter shook his head. Even though the bone door was weird, there was no red glow coming off of it. Similarly, the wand didn't show anything. Futen, any magical wards or traps that you can detect? No, my lord. The door had a small hole in it where a doorknob would be. Looking inside the hole, he saw a metal circle with the impression of a square set in its center. The circle was set about a foot past the door. It could be easily reached if you decided to stick your hand in the hole. Okay, Richter said. So one of us is supposed to stick our hand in that hole to reach that circle, but then it's going to be all like, oh no, something grabbed my hand. And where did that monster come from? Oh, curse this completely unexpected twist of fate. Oh, the humanity. Richter was really getting into the role and was doing his best sterling archer by the end of it. The sprites just looked at him with unamused expressions. Tough crowd, he thought. He tried another tact. The point is, this is an obvious trap, and I don't think any of us wants to lose a hand to prove it.
Well, what do you suggest? Yoshi asked, annoyed.
We go to the metal door, which, incidentally, unlike this bone door, doesn't have the obvious promise of sure death attached to it, Richter said. We do not have time to go to another door. Then be my guest, Richter said. He swept his arm towards the hole in the bone door. Yoshi stared at it for a minute and then said, I need some time to think this through. Until I figure out a solution, though, we should keep working on the other traps. We might as well go in that direction. He gestured loosely towards the metal iron door. He turned around and walked towards the middle of the room again. Richter's eyes opened wide. Really, dude? Really? Yoshi just kept walking. Shaking his head, Richter led Scion and Daniela back through the traps so they could wait safely in the tunnel. He was walking back to join Yoshi when Alma shrieked unhappily. He handed her some dried meat out of his bag, which she sniffed at in disdain, but ultimately took. She had made her displeasure at the lack of fresh meat clear the first time he had offered it. All he got in return was a stream of air into his face. The 2 men got back to work. Something interesting happened as they were making it to the metal door. After he disarmed a trap that at first seemed no different from the others, it had started to glowing, reassuring green. None of the other traps had ever done that before. He kept staring at it, hoping a prompt would appear, but he had no such luck. A little voice whispered in the corner of his mind, but he shushed it. It was talking crazy. He kept staring at the green glow, and the voice whispered again, louder this time. Try to grab it, an adventurous little part of him said. Why don't you try to grab it? The cautious part of him thought back. Then all of him thought, please God, don't let anyone find out that I'm talking to myself. Alma stared at him suspiciously.
The green light probably means everything is fine, the adventurous part of Richter said. Just put your hand in the hole. Something great might happen.
Well, something great might happen at a glory hole, but I'm not sticking my hand or any other part of me in one of those either. Or have you forgotten what happened in Tijuana? Silence reigned in Richter's head. The cautious part of him cheered in victory. That was when the chicken noises started. Bwack, bwack, bawk, bawk, bwack. After 2 minutes of that, he gave in. Fine, I'll do it, Richter thought. The adventurous part of him reintegrated into his psyche with a smug grin. Richter stuck his fingers under the circle and into the green glow. His jaw was clenched shut, expecting to lose his hand at any moment. Finally, a prompt came up. Do you wish to retrieve level acid trap? Yes or no? Now I get a prompt? He silently asked, staring up at the ceiling in exasperation. He selected yes, and the circle of the trap came completely free. A metal contraption with a glass sphere rose to the level of the floor. The sphere was clear and was mostly filled with a syrupy red liquid. You have found Adhesive Fire Acid Trap. Durability 5 out of 5. Item class Uncommon. Quality Average. Weight 0.2 kilograms. Once triggered, will release a spray of acid in a circle 5 feet in diameter. This acid will adhere to anything it touches, making it extremely difficult to remove. Does 7 to 10 damage, 85% acid, 15% fire magic per second for 20 seconds. Despite having had to guess about the green light, Richter was pleased at this new weapon. This acid sounded like some serious stuff. He was also feeling like he didn't want any part of a trap like this going off near him. He cautiously got back to work. A day later, they had finally made their way to the metal door. His trap skills increased another 2 levels. Unfortunately, it was always the way that the higher skills rose, the harder it was to level them. Up close, the bands of metal that created the door had a previously unseen feature. The entire surface was covered with impossibly thin and short spikes. Richter hadn't seen them earlier because they were completely clear. Not one was longer than an inch, but they were so tightly packed and so numerous that touching the door ensured being pricked. Richter tried to cut one free with his glass dagger, but the spike seemed to be impervious to damage. What did happen, however, was a drop of clear, viscous liquid welled from the end of the spike. Scion collected it in an empty vial he took from his pack. He wafted some of the odor towards his face, then took out a second vial of orange power. He placed a small amount of water in the first vial and added some of the powder. When he swirled the mixture around, it turned into a milky purple solution. With a disbelieving look on his face, he added a small brown leaf and it began to produce green bubbles. Shriek venom, Scion said in surprise. What effects does it cause? Richter asked. Death, Scion said definitively. It is one of the deadliest naturally occurring venoms in the land. We cannot touch this door. Even one drop would kill us. You, he said, pointing at Richter, might be able to survive being stuck once by a spike because of your larger size, but not twice. The venom has earth and death-based magic, as well as just being a natural poison, so your resistance should help. But again, I wouldn't risk it. What is going on? Richter cried out. Who would come up with a massive metal door covered in near-invisible spikes that leak deadly poison? The architect/author for this dungeon must have been insane, or just insanely clever and attractive. No one spoke for a second. I am not sure why you would draw that last conclusion, his companion said, but I am sure that we cannot touch any of these spikes. There has to be a way out of here, Daniela said. We are just not looking in the right place. Maybe one of the other doors will be helpful. Richter knew that they would ultimately have to check out the other doors, but felt sure that each one would present a problem as well. As a matter of course, he pulled his wand and scanned for magic. The door itself glowed white uniformly. No real surprise there. In frustration, Richter dropped his hand. He was going to scream in frustration again, but felt someone nudge him. "Look down," Sion said. Richter looked, and in the beam of blue light emanating from the wand were words in a flourishing script. It contained umlauts, tildes, and other unknown accents. Daniela drew in her breath sharply. "What?" Sion asked, turning around sharply to scan the room. They were all a bit on edge from just sitting in here. "This is ancient High Elvish." "Bah," Yoshi said. "That hasn't been spoken for almost 100,000 years. How could you recognize it?" "Hisako has books written in High Elvish in her library. If you enjoyed doing more than just stroking your sword, you might have learned something as well," she answered waspishly. Sion took a step back from the potential confrontation. He was always smart like that. Richter had been tracing the line writing with his wand and saw that it completely encircled the door. The words touched the ceiling, the walls, and the floor. "I can read it," he said. "Listen. Red of iron, essence of flesh, both must be tempered to unlock the way forward. Grist of bone is the stage of life, rage against the fading of life. To prepare the way forward, remove the distractions of the past. Heed this warning, or suffer the error of youth. Death comes on swift wings, causing a terrible storm. The passage of birth is the loss of the womb. The safety of illusion fractures under the blows of pain's truth. Any being would be crushed to carry the world on his shoulders. Know thy limitations, or never transcend them. The last path is the first that is taken each day. Listen well to both devils and angels, for both are you. Life can be found in the truthful lies of one and the lying truths of the other. Cross not the wrong threshold or suffer the reaper. Only these truths can pierce the veil of lies which bar your way." Yoshi stared at him. "Is that it?" "Yes," Richter replied. "Are you sure?" Sion asked. "Maybe you're reading it wrong," Yoshi said. He turned to Daniela. "What do you think it says?" "I can't read it," Daniela said. "You said you had learned from the Hearth Mother." "I said I could recognize it, the same way I can recognize a gyodi when I'm looking at one." She glared at the sword adept. Yoshi inhaled deeply, probably preparing for a scathing reply. "Enough," Richter said forcefully. "Trust me, Yoshi, I can read it. It's my gift of tongues ability. Now all of you stop wasting energy. We have to get out of here. We have enough rations for a good while, but our water will not last forever. Also, have you forgotten that the Eaters are a clear threat to the entire forest of Nadria? Now start being helpful." Yoshi stared angrily at Daniela a while longer, then shook his head and looked down. When he looked back up, the irritation was gone from his face. "You are of course right, Lord Richter. I apologize. I also apologize to you, Sister Sprite. I am frustrated by the need to remove this menace before it harms our people." He bowed at the waist. Daniela bowed back. "I apologize as well, Sword Adept." Richter looked back and forth between the sprites. Yeah, kumbaya. We still need to get out of here." Sion asked him to repeat the inscription. When Richter was done reciting, he said, "Well, flesh and iron can be red, and we have a red door." No one else had a better idea, and for a good Georgia boy who had been raised on red clay hills, the reasoning was sound enough. Yoshi and he got back to work. While they did, Shion had brought out another empty vial and was meticulously striking each spike to catch the drops of venom it produced. Though it took hours, he got all of the spikes within easy reach of his short frame. The traps were all level 5 or 6 in this section of the room, but luckily, the increases in Richter's trap skills made the process go a bit faster. They both had to rest before they were done. On the plus side, Richter was awarded 2 more traps. On Paralyze, and another that triggered a needle coated with fear poison. It took the greater part of a day, but they made their way to the red door. Richter had been hoping that once they got right up to it, a means of opening it would be revealed, but a careful inspection showed nothing. Until he used the wand, that is. The blue light revealed more spidery script appeared. Brighter than light, blacker than dark, stronger than earth, faster than air, deeper than water, hotter than fire, more cherished than life, more inevitable than death. Something about it, the inscription, tickled his memory. It was like hearing a familiar song, but in another language. He repeated the inscription to himself silently and thought about how the riddle made no sense. Nothing was brighter than light. Nothing was hotter than fire. Nothing was more inevitable than... Richter's eyebrows rose, and he said, "Nothing." As soon as he finished speaking that one word, the door began breaking apart. A piece fell off, but did not strike the ground. It bent down the middle, and the two halves began opening and closing. Before he knew it, a red butterfly was flapping its wings. A cascade of red fell away from the door, and the four comrades were surrounded by a maelstrom of red flapping wings. It was like being surrounded by every scarlet leaf of autumn, or being gently cocooned in the softest red silk. As quickly as it began, the wonderful storm of butterflies ended when they all fell to the ground at once. The red door was gone, leaving the way clear. "I think these are red monarchs," Cyan said in awe. "I recognize them from a picture in Mother's library." "Have they been absent from the land for centuries too?" Richter asked. "No, but they are from a different plane. They are only supposed to exist in abyssal realms. Help me collect them." The four reached down and collected all of the fallen butterflies, handing them to Richter for storage. Then they assumed the same formation as before, Futon leading with Richter several yards behind, and Yoshi bringing up the rear. The tunnel beyond the red door looked like it had been hewn from solid red rock. The walls were irregular, and walking required some balance. A couple hundred yards into the tunnel, Richter started to smell water. Soon he could hear a distant roar. The tunnel opened into a large, rectangular cavern. The roar was made by what Richter assumed was a waterfall at the far end. Unfortunately, the intensity of Futon's light was not enough to illuminate the entire room. The party stood on a ledge that looked out over an underground lake. They stood only a few feet above the waterline. In the distance, Richter could just make out a small, rocky island. An ornate chest was sitting in the middle of it. What caught his eye were the rock's walls. Large, clear crystals were periodically embedded into the stone. "Okay, so what's the catch?" Richter asked. No one had anything helpful to say. Futon intensified his light at Richter's request, but they could still barely see past the island. Richter cast farlight towards the end of the room. The ball of light didn't make it far. The luminous white sphere traveled less than 20 feet when one of the crystals on the wall flashed. A bolt of red lightning streaked from the crystal towards the ball of light and impacted it with a loud zzzt and resulting boom. Richter said nervously. He looked around at his comrades and saw that all of them were staring at the crystal with their mouths slightly open. Daniela had taken an involuntary step backwards. Richter looked around, ill at ease, but no other bolts of red death seemed to be forthcoming. Shaking his head and exhaling solidly, he started to work the problem. If there was one thing he remembered from his semester as an engineering major, it was that where most people saw problems, engineers looked for solutions. Richter had always thought it was good advice in any walk of life. He took out his wand again, but didn't find any script on the ground or walls. When he shined it over the water, though, a pale sheet of white could be seen completely crossing the room, perpendicular to the direction Richter was facing. It extended from the water to the ceiling. The sheet was in line with the first crystal on the wall and perpendicular to the length of the room. When Richter turned off the wand again, all he saw was empty space. "Cyan, fire an arrow." The sprite knocked and fired towards the island. The arrow flew straight, and as soon as it passed the white sheet, another red light flared in the jewel. Immediately, a bolt of red lightning shot from the crystal and struck the arrow dead on. All that was left was ash that fell down to sprinkle on top of the water. Richter shook his head. There had to be a way across the water. Scion, try to hit one of the crystals. The sprite took careful aim and shot at the closest crystal. The lightning flashed, and the arrow was destroyed just before impact. Richter looked at the remnant. Futon, could you withstand those lightning strikes? It might not destroy me, my lord, but there is a good chance that it would disable me. You would have to retrieve me, and I would not revive until I was brought back to the Great Seal. Even if you were invisible? I cannot say, my lord. I will try if you order it. The risk was way too big, Richter thought. Futon was vital to the running of the village. He couldn't risk the remnant on the off chance that it might work out. Richter racked his brain and then said, Sion, can you shoot an arrow so it goes under the water right before it would cross the first crystal? Sion just gave a self-assured smile, then drew and fired. The arrow struck the water and continued on for a few more feet. Even though it crossed the plane of the crystal, there was no discharge. Not initially, anyway. When the arrow bobbed back to the surface, it crossed the plane of another crystal, and red lightning shot down, destroying it. Okay, Richter thought. I guess this means that they would be safe as long as they were under the water. He decided to bring more light to bear on the situation. He shot multiple balls of light with his Farlight spell. Richter was careful not to cross the magical white plane of the crystals. Soon, there was a shining archway made from little balls of light. Now the entire room could be seen clearly. The rocky island in the middle of the cavern was several meters long. There didn't seem to be any crystals in line with the isle. As long as he swam just a bit past the tip of the rock, he should be able to climb up safely. This was, of course, all contingent on his belief that the crystals only fired when something passed directly in front of them. If they started to cover an arc of space, he was totally dead. So all we need to do is swim under the water until we reach the island. It's just about 150 yards. Yeah, Richter said. He checked Sion's status. Name, Sion. Age, 44. Level, 11. 82% to next level. Health, 230. Mana, 210. Stamina, 140. Strength, 18. Agility, 18. Dexterity, 52. Constitution, 18. Endurance, 14. Intelligence, 21. Wisdom, 13. Charisma, 10. Luck, 12. Abilities, Woodcraft, Concealment. Skills, Herb Lore, Level 11, 51% to next level, 96% Affinity. Alchemy, Level 6, 17% to next level, 9% for Affinity. Archery, Level 12, 39% to next level, 97% Affinity. Imbue Arrow, Level 7, 42% to next level, 88% Affinity. Double Shot, Level 3, 32% to next level, 98% Affinity. Drill Shot, Level 2, 45% to next level, 98% Affinity. Stun Shot, Level 2, 83% to next level, 99% Affinity. Tracking, Level 5, 62% to next level, 98% Affinity. Swordsmanship, Level 9, 21% to next level, 91% Affinity. Air Magic, Level 7, 15% to next level, 95% Affinity. Marks, none. Resistances, Life, 10%, Earth, 10%, Light, 10%. Race, Wood Sprite. Reputation, Level 1. Who are you again? Alignment, +2. Language, Sprite, Common Tongue. Sion had moved up 3 levels. It was probably because of the 20,000 experience bonus from planting the quickening. If Richter's memory was right, though,
It looked like Sion had invested a couple points into constitution and intelligence, and 1 point into charisma? Maybe that's why he wasn't such a pain in the neck anymore, he thought. Sion had obviously been practicing his air magic. What had happened with his affinities, though? They were way higher than before. Sion, Richter said in shock. When did your affinities get so much higher? The sprite smiled. Don't you remember the quickening? You know, giant silver tree, white leaves, normally only seen on higher planes of existence? Seeing Richter's glare, he chuckled. Well, ever since then, my affinities have been higher. Richter nodded. He remembered reading a prompt that everyone present at the planting would have higher affinities. He had just forgotten after all of the other momentous things that had happened. Either way, he was happy for his companion. The main reason that Richter had checked Sion's status page was to see the sprite's agility and endurance. Those seemed to be the main traits that swimming underwater for a prolonged period would entail. Sion's stats were lower than Richter's, however, though. Richter checked with Daniela and Yoshi for their stats. Daniela numbers were well lower than his, and while Yoshi's endurance was higher, the adept's agility was lower proportionally. Well, that leaves me, he said. He explained what he had figured out about swimming underwater, and they had all made the same natural conclusion. Yoshi argued that he would make the swim, but even if their stats had been equal, Richter would have gone instead. He was immortal, after all. He took off almost all of his armor and clothes, not wanting the drag. Outside of the practical concerns of swimming encumbered, his light armor imposed a 3% penalty on his movement speed per piece. The only thing he kept on were his greaves. They provided a 10% boost to movement speed, so by his reasoning, he should still get 7% bump. That might be the difference between life and death. Upon Yoshi's suggestion, he attached the sheath of his glass dagger to his thigh with 2 thin lengths of cloth. He tied his wand to the other leg. He then tried to leave his bag of holding, but just couldn't for some reason. He had never actually been too far from it since he bought it from Hafiz, so this had never been an issue before. He tried to hand it to Daniela, but again he couldn't bring himself to do it. A prompt showed up. It seems you are trying to leave behind a soul-bound item, bag of holding. Do you wish to relinquish ownership? Yes or no? No, Richter said. He hadn't even meant to speak aloud. It was just a visceral reaction. The bag was one of his most precious possessions. He selected no on the prompt. Another appeared. You have a companion nearby. If you choose to leave your item with your companion, they will be able to access your inventory. Would you like to leave your bag of holding with your companion? Yes or no? That sounds better, he thought. He selected yes and handed the bag to Sion. Stay here, he thought to Alma. He projected an image of the crystal. Danger. The dragonling couldn't speak in 2-word sentences, but by the tone of her yes, she was basically saying, no duh. He walked to the water with only his legs covered and said, don't act like you're not impressed, and then dove in. The water was freezing. He was glad Daniela had seen him before he had jumped in. He swam above the water until just shy of the first crystal, then took 3 breaths. The first was shallow, the second and third normal. With that last breath, he began his swim. His arms moved in a modified breaststroke, and his legs beat a strong, steady dolphin kick. He didn't rush. That was one of the most important things to know about swimming. Panic increased heart rate, which increased other autonomic processes, which increased oxygen consumption. If he ran out of air before he reached the island, then that would equal deep-fried Richter. The other mistake people made when free swimming was to exhale underwater. It wasn't just carbon dioxide that leaked out, it was oxygen as well. Knowing these tips was why he had come in first 3 years running in the swim competition at Camp Crystal Lake. Well, that and all the mysterious machete-related deaths. He just kept up the stroke,
watching the rock island get slowly closer. He tried not to think about what would happen if he broke the surface. Even if he ducked right back down, that lightning would hit the water and, you guessed it, deep-fried Richter. When he was 30 yards away from his goal, his stamina bar began to decrease.
It was slow at first,
But then it began to drop faster and faster. He could see the rock in front of him, but he was starting to get lightheaded and his limbs were getting sluggish. He wasn't going to make it. He flailed forward under the water in a panic. He was kicking forward in frantic bursts, struggling to reach the safety of the small spit of rock. Kick, stroke, kick, stroke. The green bar of his stamina was running on empty. His hand hit a rock. He was getting ready to kick again when his mind registered what had happened. The island. He grabbed it and threw himself forward. His lungs drew in an ever so sweet breath of air. It was better than the coldest brew on the hottest day. He heard something from behind him, but couldn't make it out over the now louder sound of the waterfall. Besides, that was when the lightning hit him. Blackness. More indistinct sounds, and then he became aware of a red flashing light. Cops? He had to flush his stash. Why hadn't he moved to Colorado? Wait, what? As his head cleared, the sounds became clearer and resolved into Sion shouting, "I have to get to him," and Yoshi shouting back, "You can't help him." Richter opened his eyes. The pain racking his body was horrendous. It felt like his nerves were on fire. He would have screamed if he had any control over his body, but in addition to his pain, his stamina was almost depleted. The green bar slowly refilled, but his red health bar continued flash. The reason was clear enough, since only the thinnest sliver of red could still be seen. When his stamina bar had recovered to a certain point, a wretched scream poured from his throat. He could feel his vocal cords tearing from the stress of it, and then he tasted copper. Richter heard Sion shout, "He is still alive. I'm going after him." "You won't make it," Daniela screamed back. Richter couldn't let Sion chance the swim. Daniela was right. He would never make it. He rallied his mental faculties and cast Slow Heal. He tried to anyway. The pain made him clumsy, and he fumbled the simple hand movement. He used his Ring of Healing, which provided a minor abatement in the pain. He accessed the ring a second time, the last time he would be able to use it for 24 hours. And again, the pain subsided minimally. With a now greater ability to focus, he cast Slow Heal a second time. Success! Over the next 60 seconds, he regained another 30 health points. With the 2 uses of his Ring of Healing, the flashing sliver of red stabilized. The debilitating pain abated to a level that could be called merely horrendous. He sat up and looked towards the ledge. He saw a naked Sion struggling against Daniela and Yoshi. He held up his hand towards them and said, "Stop." He repeated himself a bit stronger. "Stop." The sprites took notice of him and stopped struggling. He flapped his hand twice, indicating Sion should stay put, and then lowered himself back down to the ground. He cast Slow Heal again. He didn't waste any more thought about his argumentative comrades and just followed a simple pattern. Cast, breathe, wait for the pain to slowly abate as the cooldown for Slow Heal elapsed, then cast again. Once his health had recovered past 50%, the worst of the pain was gone. He finally could think straight and ponder deep thoughts like, how was he still alive? And why didn't Vicodin exist here? He pulled up his combat log. Richter hit by red lightning for 723 damage. Damage types air magic, 90%, / earth magic, 10%. Air magic damage 650.7, reduced by air resistance, 50% to 325.35. Earth magic damage 72.3, reduced by earth resistance, 20% to 57.84. Total damage, 383.19. Knights of Columbus, 723 damage. If it wasn't for his resistances, he would be done. If he had been wearing armor on his back, which is where the lightning bolt had struck, maybe the damage would have been decreased. Then again, depending on how conductive his armor was, maybe not. After such a powerful strike, it was no surprise that his body felt like it had been dipped in broken glass and lemon juice. He continued his pattern of healing. After several more rounds of this, he was back to full health. He intellectually understood that once his body was completely healed, then the physical pain must be gone. It seemed his subconscious mind, however, still remembered the trauma he had just gone through. He would swear he could still feel his nerve fibers being overloaded by the bolt of electricity, and every part of him felt tender. Despite the pain, he centered himself and then stood up. As soon as he got to his feet, there was a cheer from the ledge. He looked over and saw Sion and Daniela waving their hands in the air, shouting in joy. Even Yoshi stood there with a smile on his face. Sion cupped a hand to his mouth and shouted, "Did you see the size of that lightning that hit you? It was huge. You took it like a man." Richter laughed weakly. Sion's exuberance let Richter shake off his phantom pain. His companion's communication skills had definitely undergone an evolution. "Put some clothes on," he shouted back. "Nobody wants to see that." He took stock. There didn't seem to be anything else on the island except for the chest. No red patches appeared, so he felt reasonably sure there weren't any traps. Loosening the ties on the wand, he cast its blue light all across the rock in the chest, but nothing flared white. He took a deep breath, hoping he wasn't about to spring a high-level trap that his Pierce the Veil skill was too low to detect, and opened the chest. Nothing jumped out to kill him. He exhaled in relief. Looking in the large chest, though, he was somewhat disappointed that there were only 2 items inside. You have found bone handle, weight 0.9 kilograms, durability 50/50, item class, common, quality, average. You have found red key. Richter was a bit disappointed by the meager haul. He had just been barbecued trying to get here after all. The bone handle was shaped like capital L. The longer portion had an iron cap at the end in the form of a square. Near the bend, the longer portion had a circular groove worn into it perpendicular to the bone. It was pretty clear what this was meant for. The key was about the size of Richter's hand and was made of a blood-red metal. The bow of the key was a hollow square. He lifted his hands to close the lid, but then the faintest of blue glows caught his attention. Opening the lid back up, he stared at the underside and the blue glow strengthened. The bottom of the lid was lined in black cloth. Hoping that his skill, Pierce the Veil, skill color-coordinated traps as red and secret compartments as blue, he ran his hands around the lid and found a loose corner. He pulled at the cloth, tearing it back stitch by stitch. Getting impatient, he used his crystal dagger to cut the edges. Once the fabric was cut free, all that he found was a piece of yellowed hide. He turned it over, though, and saw the markings of a map. You have found map. Would you like to add this map to your traveler's map? Yes or no? Richter selected yes, and then accessed the map icon at the corner of his vision. The initial view was of the forest. The Mist Village was marked prominently, and the dungeon they were in was marked as well. He focused on the dungeon icon, and the forest view disappeared. In its place was a multi-level view of the inside of the dungeon. Richter could see the antechamber, the long hall, the trap room, and the room they were all currently in now. The map showed even more, though. As yet undiscovered tunnels, rooms, and lower floors were now visible. Every time he used the traveler's map, he was blown away. The areas he had traveled through were portrayed in accurate colors. The long hallway was gray, made more so by what Richter thought of as the fog of war effect. The map would only show in real time what he was currently looking at. The room he was now in was red, contrasting with the blue water of the lake. Unexplored areas were only black and white. He zoomed in on the room he was in now. He saw the ledge his other party members were standing on, the lake with the rock island in the middle, and the waterfall at the end of the room.
The figures of Yoshi, Scion, and Daniela were frozen on the map, but when he turned his head to look at them, the map adjusted their movements real time. This was awesome, he thought. Even more fascinating was that behind the waterfall was a hidden room portrayed in black and white. At the back of that room was a second large chest. OFML, he thought. Scion was already waving for him to come back. Richter looked the other way towards the waterfall. Just after the end of the island, the crystals resumed on the walls. They stopped at the waterfall, but the distance was at least 20 or 30% farther than the distance back to the ledge. Also, the room was black and white. Who knew how old that information was? The hide map was old, and the ink was faded. There might not even be anything back there. Then again, that chest was big, and the fact that it was hidden behind the waterfall probably meant that whatever was still inside was important. This dungeon had already almost taken his life several times. His party would need all the help they could if they were going to get out of here alive. Well, he thought to himself, am I an American or an Americant? Richter made up his mind. He shouted to the sprites what he intended. Scion responded with several questions, ranging from the quantity of fecal matter between his ears to whether Richter's parentage involved one or more farm animals. Richter just gave him a thumbs up and got back to work. He secured his wand and blade again. He put the map, bone handle, and key back in the chest. If he survived, he would grab them on the way back. Hoping that whatever was behind the falls was worth it, he dumped all 6 unused characteristic points into agility. He needed to be faster. He wished he could make a running dive into the water, but the crystals started right after the rocky island he was standing on. He slid into the water and went through his breathing ritual again. After his 3rd breath, he dropped fully into the water, braced his feet against the side of the rock, and propelled himself forward at an angle. He kept up the same stroke as before. Many people would outsmart themselves trying to take shortcuts. They would try something new on the fly, hoping for a better result. Disciplined people knew outcomes were always up in the air to a certain extent. They relied on tried and true practices to see them through. Or, put another way, you don't run a new play at the end of the big game. Stroke, kick, stroke, kick. That was all he thought about. His increase in agility did make a noticeable difference. He moved a bit easier through the water, and each kick took him slightly farther. It compensated for the extra length he was swimming. It just didn't compensate enough. He was at least 40 yards away from the frothing water of the falls when his stamina bar began dropping. He kept swimming, though. Kick, stroke, kick, stroke. The effects of his decreasing stamina made him clumsy again. His rhythm was disrupted, and his forward movement stalled. With his stamina was almost completely gone, it felt like he was moving through quicksand, and he was still at least 10 yards away. He couldn't go back to the surface, though. For all he knew, the injuries he had received from the red lightning might have been on the lower end of its damage range. He had to keep going. Then his stamina fully depleted. The waterfall was right in front of him. With the lack of stamina, though, he could barely move, and his efforts seemed to do nothing at all. His health bar began dropping. It wasn't steady decline of his stamina bar, though. It was better described as a red plummet towards death. At the rate it was decreasing, his entire 430 health points would be gone in less than 10 seconds. And of course, the predictable pain came as well. The vice-like grip on his lungs made him feel like he was being crushed in the fist of a vengeful god. The pressure in his lungs built and built. Rational thought left him, and despite his depleted stamina, an animal instinct deep inside of him awoke. He thrashed and kicked, not even knowing if he was going in the right direction. He only knew he needed to live. A final kick moved him forward a meager foot, and then he was pushed down and forward by the force of the waterfall. He grabbed a rock on the cliff face in front of him and pulled himself upward.
past the surface of the water and into clear air. Richter passed out. When he came to, he was laying on in a shallow pool behind the waterfall. He screamed for the second time in an hour. His health bar was not as low as it was from the lightning strike, but still, the pain was horrible. He cast Slow Heal and resigned himself to the agony of the next 10 minutes. When he finally got up, he was standing in near complete darkness. The waterfall blocked almost all light from the outer chamber. He cast Night Vision, and everything took on shades of green or black. The chamber he in was about 5 by 15 yards. Looming above the level of the pool he was standing in was a 10-foot-tall wall. It was only 2 yards in front of him, and it ran the length of the room. In the middle of the wall was a set of large stairs leading up to the chest. The top of the wall formed a ledge the same elevation as the chest. Richter saw all of this in an instant, but was distracted by a skeleton that lay at the bottom of the stairs. It wore moldy clothing and various types of armor. 3 thoughts went through Richter's mind. 1. Oh goody, the treasure is still here. 2. Oh shit, whatever killed that guy is probably going to kill me. 3. Is this thing going to come alive and kill me? Poking it with his dagger pretty much ruled out the third point, but that didn't completely set his mind at ease. If there is one thing that everyone who has played a dungeon crawler knew, it was that if you start seeing random skeletons, something deadly was in the neighborhood. He examined the room more closely. The skeleton was laying right in front of him. The stairway leading up to the chest had 5 steps total. As he looked at the steps, a red glow developed in front of the first step. Soon, 2 more spots glowed red on the top of the second and the 4th step. There was no red glow on top of the first step, so it looked safe. But if when Richter examined the position of the skeleton, it had 1 foot on top of the first step, Richter was missing something. He raised his wand and shone it in front of him. Just above the first step, a white glow appeared. It was strange seeing a white light when everything else was green from his night vision spell. But as long as the wand warned him of danger, Richter wasn't going to complain about the color scheme. A thin white line extended across the step like a laser. Leaning in, but staying well clear of the traps, Richter could see a small divot in the stone. Inset into that divot was a smaller version of the lightning crystals that lined the wall of the outer chamber. If it wasn't glowing in the light of Richter's wand, he never would have seen it. Tricky, tricky, Richter thought. Anyone seeing the first trap would jump over it and try to either disable the second trap or jump over it as well to the 3rd step. Richter kept scanning the steps with the wand. If the booby trappers were extremely crafty and devilish, they would put another lightning crystal right... There it was. Embedded in the wall to the left of the 3rd step was another lightning crystal. It sent a white line across that length of the step too. Richter was sure the 5th step was trapped as well. Okay, he thought. I found the traps they wanted me to find, and the traps they didn't want me to find. Now where are the traps that kill me? Because now I'm a cocky bastard. Not moving, he shone his light around and saw pale white lines crisscrossing the room. Some extended vertically, other horizontally, and still more at random angles. Whoever had devised this cockamamie dungeon needed a good kick in the teeth. Richter was just glad that he had cast night vision and not farlight. Who knew what he would have triggered if the ball of light had crossed one of the white beams? Maybe these crystals released an AoE spell and not just a straight bolt of lightning. The only good thing was that there didn't seem to be any white lines on the ledge the chest was sitting on. Richter slowly made his way to the right side of the chamber. He chose that direction because the density of white lines was less on that side. Once he got to the corner, he did a kick step that would have made Jackie Chan proud. Facing the corner, he jumped towards the wall on his left, kicked off with his left foot towards the other wall, landed his right foot on that wall, kicked off again, and then used the last of his upward momentum to grab the lip of the ledge, pulling himself up. He hunched down, shining his wand from his new vantage, but thankfully still didn't see any other illumination on the rocky shelf he was laying on. The ceiling was only 4 feet above his head, so he crab-walked forward with the wand held in front of him. When he got closer to the chest, he saw a white glow above the chest set into the wall. It was a crystal that looked different from the others he had seen, and there was no white line or sheet extending from it though. Examining it triggered a prompt. Activation crystal. Steeling himself, Richter placed his hand on the crystal. Would you like to deactivate defenses? Yes or no? Yes, Richter shouted as he mentally indicated his decision on the prompt. The activation crystal flared once, but nothing else happened. When Richter swung his wand over the room, though, all of the white lines had disappeared. He took a deep breath and released it. Until that moment, he hadn't realized how tense he had been for the last hour until that moment. The red glows on the steps were still there, but they were easily avoided. Now that the danger from the crystals was past, he cast Farlight several times. Then he got back to business. Richter stared at the chest for a solid 5 minutes and checked it with his wand at least 3 times. When no white lines or red glow appeared, though, he gingerly grabbed the front of the lid and pried it back. He smiled when it was fully open. It was time for his reward. You have found Bag of Coins. You have found Magic Bracelet. You have found Magic Book. You have found Magic Potion. You have found Iron Dagger. Damage 4 to 6. Durability 8 out of 10. Item class Common. Quality Poor. Weight 1.0 kilograms. You have found Studded Leather Gloves. Defense +4. Durability 14 over 14. Item class Common. Quality Average. Weight 1.2 kilograms. You have found Black Pearl. You have found Topaz. Not at all bad, Richter thought with a smile. The simple gear was crap, but the contents of the chest should prove a good cash infusion for the village. Also, who knew how good the magic items would be? He emptied the chest and stared inside to make sure he couldn't see any hidden compartments. He even ran his hands along the inside of it, but didn't detect anything. He closed the chest once he had emptied it. Then he eased himself down off of the ledge, avoiding the steps altogether. Richter had considered trying to pry the activation crystal out of the wall, but decided to leave well enough alone. He couldn't take the chance that it would turn all of the lightning crystals back on. The last thing he had to do before swimming back was to examine the skeleton. Most of the clothing had rotted away, but several items remained. You have found Ruby Earring. You have found Magic High Steel Dagger. Damage 9 to 11. Max damage 11 to 13. Durability 19 over 25. Item class Uncommon. Quality Above Average. Weight 0.5 kilograms. You have found Magic Steel Dagger. Damage 7 to 9. Max damage 8 to 11. Durability 16 over 20. Item class Uncommon. Quality Above Average. Weight 0.6 kilograms. You have found Runic Studded Leather Chestplate. Defense +9. Type Light Armor. Durability 30 over 30. Item class Rare. Quality Superb. Weight 4.2 kilograms. You have found Signet Ring. Durability 100 over 100. Item class Rare. Quality Masterwork. Weight 0.3 kilograms. You have found Pouch. You have found Bag of Coins. You have found Magic Ring. Durability 15 over 15. Item class uncommon. Quality, average. Weight, 0.1 kilograms. You have found magic ring. Durability, 18/18. Item class, uncommon. Quality, above average. Weight, 0.1 kilograms. You have found magic ring. Durability, 25/27. Item class, common. Quality, above average. Weight, 0.1 kilograms. You have found magic belt. Durability, 35/35. Item class, uncommon. Quality, superb. Weight, 0.8 kilograms. You have found diary. Durability, 4/10. Item class, common. Quality, poor. Weight, 0.1 kilograms. You have found small picture. Durability, 6/7. Item class, common. Quality, above average. Weight, 0.1 kilograms. It was a lot more than Richter was expecting. Who had this guy been? He obviously wasn't just some average adventurer. The signet ring had a stylized K on top. It was made of multiple precious metals and was heavier than it looked. The magic items he put to the side, Futon would identify them soon enough. The diary was small, like one of those pocket Bibles they sold at every gas station in the Midwest. It was bound with faded red leather, and a white K was on the front cover, matching the signet ring, except for a small S that was in the corner of the large letter. No time to dive into that now, he thought. The picture was only a finger length long. The frame was black metal and composed of 3 parts: a larger middle piece, which the picture was set in, and 2 smaller pieces that hinged like double doors, blocking the picture from view when closed. The picture was of a smiling young woman. It was clearly a treasured keepsake of the fallen adventurer. He placed it in his bag. The bag of coins was full to bursting, and not a small amount was gold. There were also 3 gold bars, like the ones that Hafiz had given him. Each bar was worth 100 gold coins. As happy as Richter was to find the money, though, the other pouch was equally wonderful. You have found lockpicks. Durability, 25/25. Item class, common. Quality, superb. Weight, 0.01 kilograms, times 30. You have found dart trap. Damage, 3/5. Durability, 10/10. Item class, common. Quality, average. Weight, 0.1 kilograms, times 2. The leather armor had a white circle attached to the front. The disc was about 4 inches across and had a glyph carved into it. The glyph shone white in the wand's light, and the quality of the armor was quite good, but otherwise it was unremarkable. Richter gave the chamber a final once-over and then walked towards the waterfall. The cave extended farther to the side than the waterfall reached on the left. He was able to look out over the lake. He hailed the sprites who shouted and cheered once again. Shining his wand across the water, he didn't see any sheets of white anymore. Just to be sure, he cast Ice Dagger. The 1-foot-long ice projectile flew forward, past the first crystal, and then second. No red lightning shot out to atomize it. Richter smiled and dove into the water. He enjoyed the easy swim this time and just made nice, leisurely strokes. There was no way he could bring all of the loot with him during the swim, and anyway, it would have risked damaging the diary. Instead, he just piled the loot from the chest with what he found on the skeleton. He left it all on a dry spot well back from the waterfall. He would have to swim back with his bag of holding and load up. When he got back to the ledge and Yoshi helped pull him out of the water. Was it worth it? The sword adept asked. I think so, Richter said. He explained what had happened from disarming the lightning crystals to finding the loot. He left out his second brush with death. No reason to get people upset, he thought. They all made camp on the ledge for the night. It made sense with the access to fresh water. Richter pulled the sleep rolls from his bag and then jumped back into the water. The swim back and forth didn't take too long, and he stopped at the island to grab the bone handle, map, and key. When he was in the final stretch back, he noticed that on the far wall, one of the lightning crystals was set low near the waterline. He knew it was a bonehead idea, but he couldn't help himself. He swam over and examined it. The crystal looked like a clear pyramid. It was set into a black, circular bracket, which was in turn set into the wall. Being so close to the destructive device made him uneasy, but the potential reward was well worth it. Before he could second-guess himself, he grabbed a rocky protrusion on the wall to anchor himself, and with his other hand drew his glass dagger. "What are you doing?" Scion shouted. "It'll be fine," Richter shouted back. Then he focused on the task at hand. First, he tried wedging the blade into the space between the pyramid and the bracket. The tip of the knife couldn't find purchase. It seemed that the bracket was set snugly over the crystal, like a hilt over a blade, and the pyramid continued on past what was visible from the outside. Next, he tried to fit the blade between the bracket and the wall. The entire rim was set flush with the wall, though, and he didn't make any headway. That left only one choice. Hoping that the durability of the glass dagger was equal to the task, he started stabbing it into the junction between the wall and the bracket. After several strikes, the first chips of rock fell free. Taking that as a good sign, he kept at it. After 10 minutes, he had made a small hole in the wall that revealed an empty space. He wedged the knife into the hole, widening it until a portion of the blade could fit behind the bracket. Then, making sure he was braced well on the wall, he applied as much pressure as his 29 points of strength allowed. His muscles strained and veins started to bulge in his neck. With a loud crunch, the pyramid came free of the wall. The circular bracket fell away. It turned out to be nothing more than a rim of metal. The crystal was actually a double pyramid, the half that had been hidden in the wall, a mirror image of the portion that had been sticking out. Richter looked at the item in dismay. The crunch he had heard had apparently been made not just by the wall giving way, but also by his glass dagger piercing the pyramid. An irregular hole marred the surface of the crystal, destroying its symmetry. Gritting his teeth in irritation, Richter swam the rest of the way back to the ledge with the device held out of the water. When he was back on the ledge, he examined it closely. "You have found lightning prism, broken. Durability 47/80. Item class, epic. Quality, exquisite. Weight, 3.7 kilograms. The prism is a marvel of magic and technology. It will focus raw magic into a bolt of extreme damage and power. This prism has been damaged and cannot be used." He looked into the small hole and saw thin, clear filaments creating a delicate web inside of the double pyramid. Sighing at the loss of such an artifact, he put it into his bag anyway. Maybe something could come of it later. The sprites were gnawing on Jerky, watching him moon over his broken toy. Alma was eating too, but it was clear from the glares she was shooting his way that she still wasn't happy about the dried meat. "Congratulations," Yoshi said. "You found junk." Richter just glared at him before quickly drying off. Then he donned his underclothes and armor. He would have preferred to sleep without it, but this dungeon was no joke. He wouldn't be caught wearing just his skibbies if the eaters came back. He laid down on his sleep roll to just relax a moment, but was soon fast asleep. Chapter 18. Richter woke an undetermined amount of time later. He shivered slightly in the cool air. The temperature was lower near the water than it was in the central chamber. With nothing to burn, though, they had to make do without a fire. He took stock of himself. A flashing prompt showed that his endurance had increased by +1 from his exertions. When he sat up, he heard a squawk, and he got a stream of air in his face.
Alma flew up from where she had been sleeping on his armored chest and glared at him from midair. Waving away his prima donna familiar, he looked around and saw Daniela looking at him. "How long was I out?" 5 or 6 hours, she said. "Yoshi and Scion already took a shift standing guard. I'm just starting mine." "Why don't you lay down for a bit longer?" Richter said. "I won't be able to sleep anymore, and besides, I feel completely rested." "Are you sure?" she asked. At Richter's nod, she smiled and laid back down on her sleep roll. He called Futen over and removed the items he needed identified. He started with the loot from the chest. The remnant flared white, and then Richter knew the item's properties. "You have found Shadow High Steel Dagger. Damage 9 to 11. Max damage 11 to 13. Durability 19/25. Item class Uncommon. Quality Above average. Weight 0.5 kilograms. Ignores 10% of target's defense. You have found Steel Dagger of Life. Damage 7 to 9. Max damage 8 to 11. Durability 16/20. Item class Uncommon. Quality Above average. Weight 0.6 kilograms. Bestows +1 life damage upon successful strike, +5 to death creatures. Charges 20/20. You have found Bracelet of Health. Durability 10/10. Item class Uncommon. Quality Above average. Weight 0.1 kilograms. Traits: increase maximum health by +40. You have found Book of Minor Life Aura. Surrounds the caster's body with the aura life magic. This aura will cause damage to death creatures if there is direct contact, and will cause lesser death creatures to shy away. Richter wasted no time in reading the spellbook. Just as with previous books, the pages began turning faster and faster until the book was done. It crumpled to dust, and Richter had a new spell. You have learned the spell Minor Life Aura. The caster's body is surrounded by a golden shield of pure life energy. Any nearby death, dead or undead creatures will be discomforted. Any actual contact with the shield will cause damage to the undead. Cost 50 mana. Duration 15 minutes. Range self. Cast time 2 seconds. Cooldown 20 minutes. Last but not least, the potion. You have found Potion of Luck. Taking this potion will increase luck by +30 for 1 hour. The new spell alone was worth the effort of getting behind the waterfall. When you added the potion, there was no doubt in Richter's mind that he had made the right choice. He pulled out the items from the skeleton. Futen flashed white again. You have found Minor Ring of Stealth. Durability 15/15. Item class Uncommon. Quality Above average. Weight 0.1 kilograms. +8 to concealment while stealthed. You have found Fish Ring. Durability 18/18. Item class Uncommon. Quality Above average. Weight 0.1 kilograms. Allows wearer to breathe underwater for 3 minutes. You have found Minor Stamina Ring. Durability 25/27. Item class Common. Quality Above average. Weight 0.1 kilograms. +30 to stamina. You have found Sustenance Belt. Durability 35/35. Item class Uncommon. Quality Superb. Weight
0.8 kilograms. The belt makes your body more efficient in managing its basic needs. While wearing this belt, you require 50% less sleep and 50% less food and water. Whoever that skeleton had been, these items seemed like a bit of a cheat. Fish ring? Way not to almost die twice making it to the waterfall, guy. Richter shook off his grudging feelings that the adventurer hadn't had to go through what he himself just had. After all, the guy was, well, dead. He instead focused upon his good haul. Overall, the items would be more than useful. What was really strange was the amount of money the man was carrying. The signet ring indicated he was some type of nobility, but still, he was walking around with more 300 gold coins. That equated to more than 30,000 bucks. Last, Richter examined the leather armor with the rune attached. You have found runic studded leather chestplate, defense +8, type light armor, durability 30/30, item class rare, quality superb, weight 4.2 kilograms. Contains rune of Chuthriome. A rune of Chuthriome? Well, Richter thought, that's certainly helpful information. Except not at all, since he didn't know what a rune or a Chuthriome was. Shrugging, Richter shoved it back into his bag. Having nothing else to do, Richter opened the diary. The strange squiggles resolved into legible words after a moment or two. The book turned out to be a play-by-play of the man's life. It mostly confirmed what Richter had already suspected. He was a noble. More than that, he was part of the ruling family of Kyland. If Richter remembered correctly, that was a country on the western side of the River Peninsula. There was frustratingly no mention of the adventurer's name, but that wasn't too surprising. How often would someone write their own name in a diary? Someone named Karita was mentioned prominently, though. Richter skipped to the end, having no real desire to delve into the man's personal life. Only the last few pages were about the dungeon. He had been searching for some artifact that mattered to his family. It didn't say what it was. He only referred to it as the link. Richter put the diary away. He was sure that Randy would make better sense of it than he could. He decided to do something he had been putting off recently. He pulled out the book of magic history that Leandra had sold him and started to read. He had left off when the book was talking about the basic elements, the same topic Czar had touched on before. The basic elements are the most widespread use of power in the land. This is because of the readily available sources of this type of magic that cross the land as ley lines. The basic elements are dark, light, earth, air, water, fire, death, and life. Each element has its own strengths and weaknesses. It is often said that light and life are the province of good, and death and dark are the domain of evil. All powers are neutral, however. The ill or good that each power may cause lies in practitioner. Richter kept reading for the next few hours until the sprites woke up. As per usual, the sprites seemed to have no interest in the loot. He did give Yoshi half of the higher quality lockpicks, but they wanted nothing else. Richter really appreciated being with the land's version of a socialist hippie. It definitely made his pockets fatter, but he did find it creepy to be with people who didn't want money. How could you ever trust someone who didn't want to cheat you? Richter donned the bracelet of health and put the rest of the items back into his inventory. He showed the sprites the contents of the first chest, and all agreed it was obvious the handle was meant to open the bone door. No one had a better idea of how to use the key than Richter, but agreed it would most likely come in handy down the road. They all broke camp and started walking back towards the central chamber. Yoshi and Richter led their other two party members along the path of disabled traps, and soon they were standing in front of the bone door again. Richter inserted the long part of the handle into the door's recessed cavity, lining up the metal square at the end with the recessed square imprint he had seen earlier. Right after the handle touched the metal indentation, 4 triangular blades of bones slammed into the handle. They converged on the groove in the bone. The tips of each had a smaller circular indentation, still allowing the handle to turn. Any one that had stuck a hand inside the door, though, would have lost that part of their appendage. Richter turned to Yoshi with a smug expression on his face. The sword adept just stared back, stone-faced. "Everybody ready?" Richter asked, gripping the handle. He was about to turn it to open the door when Yoshi stopped him. "Wait! Remember the inscription! Remove the distractions of the past, or suffer the error of youth. Death comes on swift wings, causing a terrible storm," Yoshi recited from memory. Richter stared at him impressed. The adept just stared back and said, "I'm nice like that." "So what does it mean?" Daniela asked. "I'm not completely sure, but think about the phrase, distractions of the past. Look what is behind us. A floor still full of traps. If we need to retreat when we open that door, we will be in an extremely bad position." Richter's stomach fell. "You're not saying—" "We need to disarm the rest of the traps," Yoshi said. Richter looked at the seemingly countless circles left to disarm on the floor and groaned. It took 3 more days to disable all of the traps. Except for Alma driving them all to distraction, the days passed without incident. Thankfully, Richter figured out that if ordered it, Futon would let himself be chased by the Psy Dragonling, which kept her occupied. It was actually kind of fun watching her zip through the air after the glowing orb. Richter's Pierce the Veil, Trap, and Trap Disarm skill reached level 20 and went beyond. He took a potion of clarity each day, so he got the bonus 25%. The 12,500 experience points brought over the top, and he reached level 15. Also, even though the experience from each disarmed trap was modest, it added up over time. A final cherry on top was that he gained 5 more traps. You have found Razor Wire Trap. Does 11 to 14 damage. Durability 8/8. Item class Uncommon. Quality Average. Weight 0.1 kilograms. Once triggered, 3 razor-sharp wires crisscross at ankle level. Possibly will cause hobble status. You have found Dart Trap. Damage 5 to 7. Durability 10 out of 10. Item class Common. Quality Above average. Weight 0.1 kilograms. Once triggered, will fire a dart ×2. You have found Sticky Trap. Durability 7 out of 7. Item class Rare. Quality Above average. Weight 0.1 kilograms. Once triggered, will trigger explosion of sticky threads that have a chance to immobilize anyone within 10 feet of the trap. You have found Shrink Trap. Durability 15/15. Item class Rare. Quality Superb. Weight 0.3 kilograms. Will cast Shrink on the creature that triggered it. Creature's size is halved. Spell lasts 20 minutes. When they were finally done, something unexpected happened. The center of the room had been the only part of the room devoid of random shapes. It was instead a golden 8-pointed star about 2 feet across. When Richter deactivated the final trap, the star rose into the air. It turned out the star was only the top of an entire column of gold-colored metal. When it stopped rising, it filled the room with light the color of honey. When Richter examined it, 2 prompts came up. Pillar of Life, Level 3. Stationary object that emits the light of life. You have been exposed to the light of life. All healing 30% more effective. Special abilities of death creatures negated. Extra damage to creatures of death. That effects from the column were remarkably like the Life Aura spell. It seemed Yoshi was right about needing to clear the traps before opening the skeleton door. Coupled with the fact that he had found the life dagger in the chest behind the waterfall, Richter had no doubt that the life magic was going to be important for whatever they were about to face. Richter called Alma down from her fun with Futon. She landed on his shoulders, tail wrapping around his arm. Everyone had taken a potion of clarity, and he had given another to Alma. Sion cast haste on himself and Daniela. Richter did the same for Yoshi and himself. He then cast Barkskin and Minor Life Aura. The last two spells made Richter's skin feel thicker and surrounded his entire figure in a golden glow, respectively. He wished he could have taught the aura spell to Yoshi and Daniela, both of whom said they could use life magic. As he lacked mastery in life magic, though, it wasn't possible. He considered replacing his sword for his bow, but decided having two melee fighters was a better idea. Sion and Daniela would provide the ranged backup. Richter had Futon hover in front of him again. Even though the remnant wasn't needed for light anymore, Richter still intended for him to lead the way. Yoshi stood next to Richter, with Sion and Daniela behind, bows knocked. With his sword in his right hand, Richter turned the handle with his left. A gale of wind exploded from the door as soon as the handle was turned. The door slammed against the nearby wall, the bones falling apart from the impact. The force of the gust took the entire party off of its feet. They flew back several yards before landing in a heap. Richter threw his sword to the side before he landed, afraid of inadvertently hurting himself or his comrades. Luckily, Alma launched into the air and wasn't crushed beneath them. The wind continued to blow for a solid minute. Even though they landed a good way away from the doorway, the force of the air coming at them was still strong enough to keep them from standing upright or opening their eyes. They all huddled on their knees with their arms held in front of their faces until the miniature hurricane subsided. Once the wind stopped, they got back to their feet. All that was left of the skeleton door was a pile of bones strewn across the floor. A wailing could be heard coming from the tunnel, and it was getting louder. They all gathered their weapons and prepared to meet whatever was coming. By silent agreement, they positioned themselves as far from the skeleton door as possible. The wailing grew more shrill as whatever they were came into the room. The light from the golden column only extended about 15 yards, and it left the end of the room shrouded in shadow. There was enough light to see their dark forms, if only barely. They looked like nothing so much as floating black cloaks with hoods raised. No legs or feet protruded from the bottom of the cloaks, but they did have hands. 2 black arms extended from each cloak. They didn't hold any weapons. Their hands were oversized and were tipped with black talons. The insides of their cloaks were pure blackness, and nothing could be seen of their bodies. The wailing grew in pitch now that they were in the room. Both Daniela and Sion fired imbued arrows immediately. The creatures they shot at disappeared right before impact, the arrows flying past and impacting against the wall. The monsters reappeared a moment later and kept flowing forward at the speed of a brisk walk. The others didn't pause and still moved forward undaunted. Richter used a Nausier. Fade, level 14, health 310, mana 150, stamina 180, disposition hatred. Fades are the tortured souls of the once living. They have a hatred for all life and rend it with their hardened talons at every opportunity. It is said that those killed by a Fade are destined to become Fades themselves. The Fades continued forward, and several more arrows were shot with no better result. Richter had no idea how they were going to kill close to 20 of the spectral creatures, but he would go down swinging if it came to it. He and Yoshi readied themselves to attack an enemy that could disappear at will when the first Fades crossed within 15 yards of the golden column. The light made them appear more substantial than before. Then 2 things happened. 1. The Fades raised their hands against the light and slowed, hissing in pain. 2. Sion and Daniela's imbued arrows struck the chest of a Fade, and it didn't disappear. The thing wailed even louder, and the blackness on the inside of its cloak and cowl lessened somewhat, showing the faint outline of a skeleton. Richter turned to Yoshi. They are vulnerable while they are near the light. We can't let them get to the other side.
The two melee fighters waited within the light for the fades to come within reach. The light slowed the monsters enough for Scion and Daniela to be able to whittle down their number. Scion struck the already injured fade again, and it collapsed into ash. It took 20 seconds for the fades to cross the range of the light. In that time, 5 more fades were destroyed. Richter was surprised that creatures with such high health were dispatched so easily. He checked the combat log from one of Scion's strikes, though, and saw that the light from the column gave a 300% damage bonus against death creatures. There was no more time for further investigation. The battle was joined. Yoshi had both swords out. He slashed down and to the left with both blades. The fade he struck wailed piteously as the blue blades slashed across it. He ducked under the swipe of its claws and then spun to the right, bringing one blade straight up in a vertical line. The creature crumpled to ash. Richter was at his side and attacked with the life dagger. While the sprite's arrows were more than effective, and Yoshi's ice swords made short work of his enemy, the dagger, when coupled with Richter's minor life aura, was cataclysmic. He cast Soul Trap right before he began his attack. He lunged toward the first fade with a dagger leading in his right hand, and his glass dagger held in a high crossguard. He caught the fade's overhand swipe on the dagger. The blade bit deep into the monster's wrist. It bent the same hand forward and scraped the back of his arm with its talons. Richter's bracer and gauntlet stopped the damage almost completely. He only suffered a small gouge at the break between the two pieces of armor. Immediately after blocking with the glass dagger, he drove his life dagger into the center of the fade. It punched straight through and out of the back of the monster. The part of Richter's arm that was inside the fade felt intensely cold, like he was plunging his arm into a lake that had frosted over. With a strong twist of his left wrist, the glass dagger separated the fade's hand from its body. The falling hand was ash before it struck the ground. At the same time, he yanked the life dagger up and to the side. The frozen feeling vanished as the fade dissipated. Richter was left covered in the specter's remains. The rainbow torrent of light from its captured soul swirled around him for a spilt second before disappearing into his bag. Scion and Daniela had spilt to stand in opposite corners so they could keep firing with minimal risk to the melee fighters. While Richter and Yoshi had destroyed their first enemies, they had continued shooting imbued arrows. Scion was supporting Yoshi's side and was focusing on one enemy at a time, destroying each with 3 to 5 shots. Daniela was instead spreading her shots out among the enemies. Each arrow staggered the fade it impacted and kept Richter from being swarmed. It was definitely the right strategy. While Richter's life dagger was deadly to the fades, he was still not as dangerous as the sword adept wielding his ice swords. Yoshi spun between 2 fades. He ducked his head to avoid the swipe of one of their claws and extended his blades straight out, swiping through the monsters. Both shrieked and fell away from the stinging blows before coming towards him again with a vengeance. He wove one blade in a flourished figure 8, keeping the monster on his left at bay. The fade on his right, however, scored a hit on Yoshi's back. He rolled with a blow and flung himself forward towards a third fade. He plunged both blades into the front of the fade's cloak. At least 2 feet each blade sank into the creature, but nothing protruded from its back. No matter where the blades went, though, they clearly caused a great amount of pain and damage. The creature's wail became a shriek. He yanked both blades opposite to one another, first diagonally and then horizontally. The fade collapsed into particles of soot. The sword adept bent one arm over his head, placing a blade behind his back vertically. The sword arrived just in time to block the attack of one of his first opponents. Once he had stopped the blow, Yoshi drew his arm up and forward, scoring deeply against the inside of the fade's palm. It withdrew its hand, and he turned quickly, lowering his body to stab low in the monster's cloak. As he stood, he brought his hands together, fist to fist. His blade spun in a pinwheel, striking the fade twice and sending it off to whichever hell it had come from. The first fade Yoshi had attacked rushed towards him and struck. It hit him in the chest, wrapping its arms around his chest and lifting the half-human up in the air.
Yoshi was crushed against the frigid nether space in the center of the cloak. He screamed in pain, straining his neck to keep his face free of the Fade's cold center. One of his arms was trapped against his side by the Fade's embrace, but his other blade was free. Yoshi reversed his grip on sword and drove it through the monster's neck and down into its body. The Fade shrieked and released its grip. He released his sword, leaving it stuck in the Fade's ephemeral body. With his remaining weapon, he slashed. Once, twice, thrice. Both of its arms fell to dust, and then the adept drove his sword into the monster's chest. As it completely turned to ash, Yoshi caught his falling blade before it could strike the ground. Meanwhile, Richter was busy fighting for his life on the other side of the column. He swiped to fade his life dagger and missed. His follow-up swipe missed as well. The Fade struck at his leg, gouging 3 furrows into the back of his thigh. Luckily, they were shallow, and he wasn't hamstrung. As he fell to the ground, blood flowed freely down his calf and into his boot, though. When he hit the ground, the Fade was looming over him. He threw his glass dagger at the Fade, and it struck his cloaked foe's shoulder. The thing hissed and reared back. He scrambled to his feet. Another Fade surged forward, arms extended. Richter grabbed one by the wrist and hacked at its arm with the life dagger. He got to sever his second monster hand in the fight. The monster reared back, but Richter didn't let it get away. He drove his golden weapon into its face, killing it. Unfortunately, the distraction of dispatching the second Fade let his first opponent strike his leg again. It tore deep into the same thigh, and the limb collapsed under him. It followed him to the floor and took another swing with its talons outstretched. Richter swung his knife across his body, causing himself even more searing agony as he wrenched his leg. The blade sank easily into the Fade's dinner plate-sized hand. It predictably wailed in pain and tried to retreat from the pain of the life dagger. Richter saw the glass dagger still sticking from its shoulder, though. He reached out and grabbed the hilt with his free hand. As it stood, he maintained his grip and it pulled him upright. The strength of the monster was the only reason he could stand on his ruined leg. He yanked the life dagger out of its hand and drove it into Fade 3 times in quick succession. As he listened to its death shriek, he shouted, "How you like me now?" It disintegrated in front of him, and he collapsed back to the ground. He caught himself with his arms before he collapsed completely, but another Fade reached for him barely a foot away. Its claws were so close that he knew there would be no chance to avoid its attack. He braced for the pain of black talons ripping out his throat, but then 2 imbued arrows struck it. The backlash of the impact knocked him flat and robbed him of some health, but he was still rewarded with the sight of the monster being knocked into the air. A dark blue streak crossed Richter's vision, and it transformed into one of Yoshi's swords. The Sword Adept's blade struck the Fade in the chest, and with a last wail, it collapsed into dust. Richter invoked the healing power of his ring, trying to look everywhere at once. All the Fades had been vanquished, and everything was silent. Richter cast Slow Heal and drank a healing potion, laying his head back onto the ground. It was eerily quiet after the specter's wails, but only for a moment. He started to laugh and threw his fist into the air. The motion reminded him of one of his first fights in the land. He had killed a wolf that had been inches from ripping his throat out. After he had stabbed it to death, he had been left lying on his back. Richter had thrown a fist into the air in celebration, just like he was doing now. Immediately afterwards, however, he had been torn apart by 2 more wolves that he hadn't seen. Scion might have been able to save him, but the sprite had just stood by to let him be killed. Even though the sprite was physically nearby, Richter had died horribly and alone. That wasn't the way of things anymore, though. Looking at the 3 sprites who had just saved his life, he knew he wasn't alone, and as long as Scion lived, he would never be alone again. He locked eyes with his companion and nodded. The sprite nodded back, a sure smile on his face.
Richter looked back at the ceiling and laughed again. My name is Richter, you buttheads. You mess with me, you mess with my boys. Chapter 19. Richter healed himself over the next 5 minutes. By the time he had gotten back onto his feet, Daniela had healed Yoshi from his cold burns and Scion from a swipe he had taken across the abdomen. The blow must have been hard, because it had scored the sprite's armor and punctured it in one place. Scion didn't seem any the worse for wear, though, and was walking around to the piles of dust the Fades had left. He sifted through the ash and scooped a pinch of a sparkling purple powder into an empty vial. Richter looked at the pile of ash at his feet. Slowly sifting through the dust, he found a small amount of the purple dust as well. Examining it, a prompt appeared. His rank as an apprentice in herb lore came into play, teaching him 3 potential uses. You have found spectral dust. You have the feeling this could be used in an invisibility potion, a spectral poison, or the component of making a blur item. He examined the other prompts that came up during the fight. Congratulations, you have learned the skill Dual Wield. You can use a weapon in both hands. Accuracy decreased in both hands. Worse in non-dominant hand. At least one weapon must qualify as a light weapon until skill is leveled appropriately. Ignoring this constraint will greatly increase drop in accuracy. Richter looked closer at his combat log from when he was fighting with both daggers. Accuracy was decreased 25% in his right hand and 50% in his left. No wonder he had been missing so much. Congratulations, you have reached level 2 in small blades. Plus 2% attack speed, plus 2% bonus to damage. Congratulations, you have reached level 4 in life magic. New spells are now available. The bump in attack speed was nothing to sneeze at. All things being equal, daggers and short swords would likely never completely match longer weapons in raw damage potential. But if you were able to make twice as many attacks in the same amount of time, then who cared? Richter let Scion collect all of the spectral dust since. He made sure to tell the sprite about the 3 qualities he had identified. The Fades hadn't dropped any other loot. Alma dropped down to his shoulders. He had told her to remain above the fray with Futin. The temperamental Psy Dragonling had of course ignored him, and he had seen her sweeping down to use her Psy Blast. Unfortunately, it had no effect on the Fades, perhaps because they were pure spirits. She had narrowly avoided being caught on razor-sharp claws. After that, she had decided the smart move might be to hover above the fray. The party gathered and looked at the open skeleton doorway. Richter convinced the others to remain behind while he scouted ahead. The plan was for Futin to turn invisible and lead the way. When Futin had first been summoned, he couldn't be more than 100 yards from Richter if they weren't in the village. That range seemed to have expanded to more than twice that. Either way, Richter didn't want the remnant more than 100 yards ahead. If there were any more lightning crystals or other magical traps, Futin could come to a bad end. Richter moved to the doorway, cast night vision, and then walked into the dark hallway. He tried to activate his stealth skill, but was unsuccessful. More accurately, he could stealth, but the eye gauge remained wide open. When he was in stealth mode, if he was successfully hidden, then an icon with a closed eye appeared at the corner of his vision. The less effective he was in concealing himself, the wider the eye grew until it was fully open. The eye was still green, meaning he wasn't being directly visualized by an enemy, but he was a bit concerned that his ability was on the fritz. Suddenly, he realized there was more light in the tunnel than there should be. Slapping his hand to his forehead, he dismissed minor life aura. After that, he was easily able to cloak himself in shadow. Between Futin as his early warning system and the shadows hiding him from view, he felt well protected. The hallway was made of long bones. Richter had to be careful of his footing. The knobs at the end of each bone made walking somewhat treacherous. He walked slowly, though, and avoided any noisy falls. He continued walking straight for a bit less than half an hour, and then the hallway opened up into a large stone room.
Horizontal alcoves were carved into the walls. Any given section of wall had 3 stacked, floor to ceiling. Most were filled with corpses or skeletons. What captured Richter's attention, though, was the mass of fades in the room. There were multiple doorways leading off at odd points from the chamber. The fades were slowly moving in and out of the room and into the adjacent corridors. At most, there were 14 or 15 in the room at one time, but sometimes there were only 5. Richter mentally summoned Futen back and then made his way back to the rest of the party. He related what he had found, and a quick discussion ensued. They didn't have a sure way to attack the creatures since they could phase in and out. The best option would be to draw them back into the central chamber and into the light of the column. Richter had the best movement speed, and so it was decided that he would draw the fades. The other 3 situated themselves in the light of the column at the far end from the skeleton door. Richter was about to start walking back down the bone hallway when Yoshi stopped him. "I saw you recharge the wand. Do you have any spare soul stones to do the same for my swords?" Richter nodded, and Yoshi handed him one of his swords. At first, it showed up as magic sword, but Futen flared, and Richter got to see the weapon's real stats. Quicksilver Rapier of Frost. Damage 32 to 41. Durability 86 over 100. Item class rare. Quality exquisite. Weight 1.9 kilograms. Plus 5 frost damage per strike. Plus 12 versus fire creatures. Charges 48 over 70. Richter's eyes widened at the weapon's stats. He looked at Yoshi, who gave him a smug look, then closed both eyes, nodding slightly. Richter just chuckled a bit. No matter how much he and the adept fought, they apparently had one thing in common. They both liked a good blade. Richter willed one of his basic soul stones to power Yoshi's sword. The ribbon of light flowed into the weapon, replenishing 15 charges. Richter figured that was enough for now and handed the sword back. He did the same for Yoshi's other blade, replenishing 12 charges. He could have maxed the charges out on both, but only had 2 basic soul stones left. He decided to use one more basic stone on his life dagger, bringing it back up to full charge. He checked to see what the Fade had awarded him and was pleased to see that he had captured a common level soul. Once he was done with his enchanting duties, Richter went back down the hallway with an invisible Futen leading the way. He made his way back to the room unmolested. When the 4 of them were discussing the best way to proceed, they had decided to draw the smallest amount of fades as possible. He watched for several minutes until only 6 fades were present. Not wasting any time, he shot the closest with his bow. Surprisingly, it didn't phase out of view. It must be an active ability, Richter realized, meaning the Fade had to will it to happen. The arrow struck, and immediately they all began their horrible wailing. The Fades moved towards him, but again, not overly fast. Richter retreated up the tunnel. He would run 20 or 30 yards and then stop, waiting for them to close part of the distance. He didn't want to lose them. He kept firing back periodically. His first shot missed as the Fade phased out of sight. He learned that if he targeted the same Fade again in succession, though, his arrow would connect. Thankfully, it seemed that their ability had a cooldown period. Once Richter made it back to the central chamber, he dismissed night vision and rejoined the sprites. He quickly recast his buffs and then turned to meet the Fades. The monsters didn't even make it to the central column. Once they were within the radius of the light, they slowed just like the previous slain fellows had. Under the fire of 3 bows, soon all that remained were piles of dust. Richter repeated the process 5 more times. On his 7th trip down the tunnel, he watched the chamber that he had been drawing the Fades from for 10 minutes, but he didn't see any more activity. Futen also didn't see any as he invisibly searched the side rooms, so Richter felt relatively safe that all of the Fades had been dispatched. He collected the sprites, and soon they were all standing back in the sepulchre. "So, who is up for a bit of grave robbing?" Richter asked, gleefully rubbing his hands together. They split into 2 groups, Yoshi and Daniela in one, him and Sion in the other. That way, each group had someone with the pierce the veil skill. Richter and Scion explored the right side of the room. His wand was out, and the blue light swept every surface. Nothing flared white, though. They began to inspect each skeleton, and found a collection of copper and silver coins. Every so often, they found a semi-precious gem. The doorway to the next room led to another crypt chamber with 3 more doorways leading off. They looted the chamber and the ones to the right and left. When they approached the doorway of the last room, though, it wasn't a simple stone arch like the rest. It was at least twice as wide as the others, and was constructed from a type of matte black stone. Scion and Richter could easily see into the room, illuminated by Futon's light, and the farlight balls Richter cast periodically. The bodies were much better preserved than they had been in the previous rooms. There was no sign of obvious decay. The corpses just looked desiccated. Each was wearing hide or leather armor and had a weapon either at its side or crossed over its chest. The alcoves were also upright as opposed to horizontal. 4 armored corpses stooled sentinel on either side of a central, closed crypt. Richter used Analyze. Drow Elite Guard. Level 18. Health 740. Magic 0. Stamina 390. Drow are warriors who willingly consign a portion of their souls to be bound to their bodies after death. All personality and individuality are gone, but what remains is a fierce determination to protect the place of their rest. For this reason, Drow are normally placed to protect the burial chambers of their former masters. Beware the fierce strength of the undead. Scion was about to step into the room when Richter grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back. "Something not good is going to happen if we step in there," Richter said. "How do you know?" "You mean other than the fact that there are 8 undead warriors guarding a crypt which clearly has a boss inside?" Scion looked at him sheepishly. "Well, if you say it like that, then of course it sounds like a dumb idea. Let's just go find the others." Richter and Scion walked back towards where they had split with Yoshi and Daniela, only to find the sprites were already walking back towards them as well. Yoshi had made a makeshift torch with what looked like a bit of old cloth, wrapped around the head of a leg bone. "We found something," Yoshi said. Daniela handed over what she and Yoshi had collected from the bodies. It looked to be the same type of loot that Richter and Sion had found. He put it in his bag. "Us too," Richter replied. He told the sword adept about what they had found. Yoshi nodded. "There is a room this way," Yoshi said, pointing back the way he had come. "It has a chest in the center, but the room is absolutely bristling with traps." "Show me," Richter said. Yoshi led the way through 3 rooms, still holding the leg bone aloft. Richter asked him if he planned to wash his hands before he ate. Yoshi just looked back at him with a deadpan expression and kept walking. Richter couldn't resist annoying the half-sprite by shooting a ball of light ahead of them, just to prove how useless the torch was. Yoshi ignored him. After passing through a few rooms, they arrived at a doorway lined with white stone. It was larger than the other doorways, in what looked to be exactly the same proportions as the black doorway leading to the boss room. Richter gazed inside. At first, nothing special jumped out at him, but then random flagstones began to glow red. The chest itself glowed red as well. No magic glowed in the room other than the chest itself. Richter looked at Yoshi and said, "Let's get to work." It took a little over 2 hours to disarm the traps in the room. Richter was definitely able to deal with traps faster than he had a few days ago. There were a few traps to the side of the room that they could have avoided, but Yoshi figured, better safe than sorry. The gold column had only appeared when they had disabled all the traps in the central chamber after all, and there was no denying that the light of life had been pivotal in defeating the Fades. The adept also raised the point that the initial wind that blew them down once they had opened the skeleton door would have made them land on traps if there hadn't all been disarmed. If they hadn't taken the time to remove potential dangers before proceeding, It would almost certainly have meant all of their deaths. Once they had finished with the floor, that only left the chest. Richter hoped it would be an easy task, but doubted it. It had taken Killick and Leandra an entire night to safely open the chest from the Nightblade's hideout. He looked at Yoshi, who had a stern look on his face as he examined the chest. The sword adept looked up and said, "I will need some time." Richter nodded and stepped back. Yoshi had started moving towards the chest when Futon spoke. "I would advise against touching the chest." "Why?" Richter asked. "There are protective wards set on the chest, my lord." "Show me." The light at the heart of the remnant glowed brighter, and a series of overlapping circles appeared on the chest. It looked like some interwove, and others were merely laid on top or bottom of the others. Yoshi not only arrested his forward movement, but jumped back sharply at seeing the now visible magical traps. "What the hell?" the warrior swore. "Okay," Richter said. "Can you disarm the wards, Futon?" "I am unsure, my lord. I have the ability to disarm any one ward, but I believe they must be unraveled in a certain sequence. Otherwise, to affect one would trigger a cascade that would make the rest discharge. The specific result would be unpredictable, but it would most certainly violent." "What would happen if we just triggered them on purpose?" Daniela asked. "We could set them all off and then open the chest once they were discharged." "Among the wards present are ravaging frost, explosive heat, and chain lightning. Those wards alone would be enough to destroy the chest and its contents. If all of the wards went off at once, the destructive energy might be enough to destroy the integrity of this cave system and bury all of you alive. That is, if your bodies were not already reduced to their most base constituent parts," Futon answered in his deadpan tone. Richter shook his head. "Total protonic reversal. That's bad. Okay, important safety tip. Thanks, Egon." The sprites were used to ignoring Richter when he started speaking nonsense at this point, so Daniela just kept trying to find a solution. "There has to be a way to open this," she said. "We just have to look." And so they looked. And they looked. And they looked. Every skeleton was removed from every cubby. Richter stared at the chest for an hour. He had hoped that his Pierce the Veil skill would reveal a hidden compartment somewhere, but nothing happened. It was about as boring as watching paint dry, only without the paint. Then he stared into every cubby and alcove, but again, nothing. The only interesting thing that Richter discovered was that the bones weren't human like he had originally thought. They were similar in shape, but were longer and far heavier. Seeing as how he wasn't an archaeologist, though, it wasn't much help. He even lent his wand to Scion, who shone it against every surface and floor a second time. Still nothing. The search went on for the rest of that first day and through another. Both nights they bunked in the central chamber under the glow of the golden column. Yoshi had resolved that when they woke again, they would need to tack the room with the Droffguards. It was the only place they hadn't looked. Richter couldn't quite get to sleep that second night, his mind searching for an answer, and his shoulders tense with irritation from not finding one. So he just laid on his back, staring up at the ceiling of the central chamber. It was a mosaic that showed the life cycle of a tree. The ceiling was divided into 9 equal squares in a 3x3 grid. One square showed the tree with full green leaves and birds flying around it. The second was of a darkened sky, the tree draped in shadow. The next was the tree bending under a strong wind. The one after showed a rainstorm, and the tree had been struck by lightning. In the fifth, the tree was on fire. The following picture, the tree had burned down, and only ash remained. The next showed the sun rising over the horizon, and in the last, a new green offshoot had sprung up. Richter stared up the ceiling, and something tickled his memory. He opened the lore book and read again about the basic elements: earth, air, water, fire, light, dark, life, and death. 8 basic elements, 8 tiles surrounding the central symbol of a sun. He stared back up at the ceiling. It couldn't be that easy, could it? What was the order, though? He looked at each tile for a number system or some indication of order, but nothing leaped out at him. The only other thing up there was the center tile of the 8-pointed star. That matched the column on the ground. Richter jumped up and ran over to the column. He didn't see anything on top, but when he shined the wand down on it, the whole thing lit white, and white numbers appeared etched into the surface. Each number was by 1 point of the star, and each point indicated a square of the mosaic. This had to be it. The last piece of the puzzle was to ask Futin how many wards were on the chest. The remnant answered that there were 8 wards, and each was cast in a different type of magic. Yatta! He turned to the sprites who were staring at him at this point. "I've got it," he said, excited. "The wards need to be disarmed in the order of the mosaics on the ceiling. We can do this." They all raced back to the room with the chest. Richter started giving orders. "Futin, disable the wards in this order: life, fire, water, death, dark, air, light, earth." The white light at Futin's center started pulsing, and the lines of symbols surrounding the golden rune began spinning like a tumblers on a safe. All 3 layers of symbols stopped moving, and then the golden lines comprising the ward thinned until it disappeared completely. Richter waited a moment, but when nothing happened, he gave a cheer. "Thank God that worked!" "What?" That question came from all of the sprites at once. They hadn't known that he was only mostly sure his reasoning was right. "Relax," Richter said. "Everything worked out." Yoshi opened his mouth with an angry expression on his face, but Richter interjected. "Shh, don't distract Futin. If he loses focus, we could all blow up." Futin spoke in his emotionless voice. "I will not be distract." "Shh." Richter interjected again. "Just get back to work." In less than 10 minutes, all of the wards had been disabled. Richter gave a flourishing bow. The sprites had apparently not forgot that he had just gambled their lives on a hunch, though. Yoshi just brushed past him and started examining the chest, muttering under his breath. Sion and Daniela walked away, saying they were going to gather the bedrolls they had left in the central chamber. Richter sat down with a satisfied sigh, reflecting on something he had heard long ago. The saying was true. There was only one thing more satisfying than solving a puzzle, and with the puzzle you didn't have to buy dinner first. Chapter 20. Richter woke to a hand shaking him. He looked up into Yoshi's face, and the sword adept was actually smiling. The scar on his face made the expression more than a little creepy. Not exactly the visage Richter would have chosen to wake up to. "What's up?" he asked. "I need your help," Yoshi said, extending a hand to help Richter up. Richter stood and walked across the room to the chest. Only one area of the chest was still glowed red when he looked at it. A 1-foot by 3-inch rectangle. "The release points are at each corner of this last trap. Do you see them?" After a moment, Richter nodded. "All of the points need to be pressed simultaneously. I could do it myself, but it's easier with help." Richter placed his picks, and Yoshi did the same. At Yoshi's direction, he sunk both lockpicks into the tiny holes of the mechanism. There was an audible click, and the red rectangle of the trap faded away. Richter shared an excited grin with the half-human swordsman and gestured magnanimously to the chest. Yoshi surely deserved the reward of opening it after having spent all night disarming the traps. Sion and Daniela had awoken at hearing their conversation, and now stood behind the kneeling members of their party. Yoshi put his hand on the chest lid, and they all held their breath with the anticipation of children on Christmas morning. They were not disappointed. "You have found Enhanced Health Potion times 4 will restore 120 health points over 6 seconds. You have found Basic Life Oil. Apply to weapons for increased damage against death creatures. You have found Bag of Coins. You have found Book of Flame. Shoot a weak gout of flame from your hand. You have found Bone Key. You have found hatch wheel. You have found iron chain. Damage 7 to 9. Durability 20/20. Item class common. Quality average. Weight 2.4 kilograms. You have found wooden shield. Defense +6. Durability 40/40. Item class common. Quality average. Weight 3. 4 kilograms. Type light armor. You have found recipe potion of stagnation. Halts health regeneration. You have found recipe basic health potion. Restores 80 health points over 6 seconds. You have found gold figurine. Richter was happy that Futen had followed his direction to start identifying unknown objects without prompting. It was kind of irritating always having to ask. The haul from the chest was amazing. Of course, after 2 solid days of work, the amount of effort that had been required to navigate the traps was maddening. Richter could very well see why this dungeon had been locked to him until he reached a level 10. Even at his current level, he couldn't have soloed it. The enemies, puzzles, and traps would have stopped him before he even got to this point. He handed the recipes to Scion, who immediately started poring over the stagnation recipe. Richter didn't really have a use for them yet. His alchemy skill was still at level 1. The sprite already knew the recipe for weak health potions, but the basic potion would be a step up. Richter handed the health potions out equally. The weapon and shield didn't seem like anything special, but he had never seen a chain weapon before. It had a baseball-sized weight at the end. Actually, it looked like the weapon Gogo used to fight Black Mamba, but a lot less graceful, Richter thought. It should have a good reach, he reflected. The Book of Flame he put reverently to the side. He had been dying for a flame spell, but first there was a mystery to figure out. The hatch wheel could be expected to open the round door in the central chamber. That was obvious. They had also just found the key for this branch of the dungeon. Now, unless there were 2 keys to find in this section of the dungeon, which was usually not the way these things worked, at least when the land had just been a game, it seemed like there was absolutely no reason to go into the room with the draft. He thought about it for a few seconds, then shrugged and just loaded the rest of the loot into his bag. He reached up to close the lid, but when he touched it again, the bottom of the chest blazed with light. Oh crap, he thought. He shut his eyes against both the glare and the expected pain from whatever trap he had just triggered. Nothing happened though. Richter opened his eyes and saw words inscribed in flickering purple flame on the floor of the chest. As he read, a prompt appeared. You have been offered a quest, when good men do nothing. All souls deserve rest. In the far chamber, noble warriors are trapped by the desires of an evil creature. Will you free them from their servitude? Yes or no? Reward unknown. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. That was the quote Richter remembered from English class. The quest was a paraphrase of the old quote, basically acknowledging that he had everything he needed to keep moving forward in the dungeon. He didn't need to fight those Drain in the other room. He could forget about those noble warriors. Richter stared at the bottom of the chest and then looked at his companions. They had seen the same words that he had, but they just looked at him, waiting to follow wherever he led. There wasn't a clear decision. They had already been in this dungeon so long. It was extremely tempting to just keep it moving. Who would he be if he did that, though? Was he just living this new life for himself, or would he actually stand for something? Richter selected yes. The words at the bottom of the chest winked out. He took both keys and the hatch wheel out of his bag and extended them to Yoshi. I know you don't want to wait to keep moving forward. I accepted the quest, not you. What I'm trying to say is, this is on me. You don't need to help. You can keep working on getting out of here. I'll catch up when I can. Richter lifted both hands farther towards Yoshi in an attempt to hand the items over. Sion immediately stepped forward and started arguing, but Yoshi held up his hand sharply, quieting the sprite. He looked Richter in the eye. They held each other's gaze for a full minute. Then Yoshi raised his hands, but he didn't take the key or the wheel. He pushed Richter's arms back down to his sides. It is true that the eaters need to be dealt with. It is also true that sometimes hard choices need to be made, and certain sacrifices must be allowed. That should be the exception, however, not the rule. I am proud to fight alongside a man who would help those who cannot help themselves. Your relationship with Sword Adept Yoshi had improved from neutral to friendly. They did not go to Black Archway immediately. Yoshi had not slept for a long while, and everyone understood they would need to be at their best for the upcoming fight. The men lay back down while Daniela stood guard over them. Richter closed his eyes. His last sight was of her smiling down at Sion. Chapter 21. After Yoshi awoke, they discussed their plan of attack. Richter also took the time to learn the fire spell. Once they had agreed on the roles they would play, they wasted no more time walking to the large black doorway. Richter restocked his allies' quivers from Bag of Holding. They all applied the basic life oil to their weapons, including the arrowheads. Then they cast whatever buffs they could. Even Alma cast haste and zipped through the air above their heads. Last, they all drank a potion of clarity. It was time. Sion, Daniela, and Richter situated themselves 10 yards back from the doorway, the maximum distance the configuration of the rooms allowed for them to still have clear shots. They drew their arrow and began to imbue. Sion and Daniela's arrows took on a blue aura that grew brighter and more intense as they poured in more mana. The glow around Richter's arrow began as a warm golden glow. It didn't stay that way for long, however, for some reason that Sion couldn't explain. As he invested more mana into the arrow, black streaks began to play over the gold aura. The streaks moved faster, and a barely perceptible hum filled the air. They were still within the boundaries of the village, so he used the village's mana pool to power the arrow, leaving his personal mana stores relatively intact. The streaks of black were moving so fast that they gave the appearance of having stabilized into a solid whirls over the golden surface. Framed on either side by the bright blue glows of the sprite's arrows, Richter poured mana into the arrow until it felt like it was vibrating off the string. He released. The sprite's arrows fired right after his. Daniela's arrow struck the warrior on the left, closest to the doorway. Richter shot the next one, and Sion's arrow impacted the one after that. As soon as the arrows crossed the threshold, the draft warriors came awake. The guards moved quickly, but not fast enough for the 3 warriors that had been targeted. All of the arrows struck their targets in the head, causing critical shots. All 3 collapsed to the ground. Richter stole half a second to check his combat log. Richter shot Draw Elite Guard for base damage from Recurve Bow of the Wood Sprite, 16, plus damage from Sprite Arrows of Nature, 1, times Archery Bonus, 1.18, times Dexterity Modifier, 1.24, times Basic Life Oil Damage Multiplier against Death Creature, 3, plus damage from Imbued Mana, 228, times 0.12, times Critical Strike Multiplier from Recurve Bow of the Wood Sprite, 2.2, equals 224.36 damage. Not a bad opening salvo, he thought with a little smile. His target wasn't dead yet, but it was well on its way. Then there was no more time for gloating. The 4 warriors on the right and the remaining unscathed warrior on the left had stepped down from their alcoves and had already crossed half the distance to the black doorway at a run. This brought the draw on the right closer together, which was exactly what Richter had been hoping would happen. His arm shot forward as cast Grease, and they all collapsed into one another, unable to maintain their footing on the now slick surface. He had aimed his spell so that the tail edge of the 10 by 10 foot oily surface would appear in front of the guards, causing them to collapse into the center of the spell's AoE. Richter wasn't done though. He extended his other hand and cast Flame. For as long as there had been day, there had been night. For as long as there had been internet, there had been porn. And as long as there had been grease spells, there had been fire spells to burn some bitches up. A jet of flame shot from Richter's hand, and the slippery circle became a round inferno. It would continue to burn for until the 30-second duration of Richter's grease spell elapsed. The draft had been silent up until that point, but if there was one thing all undead agreed upon, it was that they hated fire. Inhuman screams filled the air when the dried flesh of the draft became like so much tinder. Despite the damage they were suffering, they weren't out of the fight. They weren't called elite guards for nothing. All four got back to their feet and continued running forward, weapons raised. One fell again, but the rest successfully kept their balance. Cyan shot another with stun shot, causing it to collapse back into the circle of flames. The other three kept coming, though. Meanwhile, Daniela had been staggering her fire among the four on the left, but the one closest to the center had almost made its way out of the room. She wasn't able to put much mana into each shot because her rate of fire. As soon as it crossed the threshold, though, Yoshi was there to meet it. This was no polite dance or formal duel. The Draff Elite Guard and the Half-Sprite Warrior met blade to blade. Only one would survive the encounter. The Draff Warrior had a hand and a half sword which it jabbed forward towards Yoshi's chest. Yoshi caught the blade on one of his swords to parry. That looked like it had been the plan anyway, but he hadn't taken the draft's immense strength into account. The blade continued forward, and it was only a quick move that allowed Yoshi to avoid being skewered. When it became clear that he couldn't parry the blade, in the split second he had left, the adept slapped his second blade against the draft's sword as well. He contorted his body and braced against both swords to push himself to the side. Though he avoided being maimed by the draft's opening salvo, the undead sword still sliced into the outside of Yoshi's right bicep. The adept hissed in pain as blood started to flow down his arm. He ducked quickly to avoid the draft's follow-up stroke and took a step back to reset a proper stance. Then his two quicksilver swords flowed towards the draft again. Cyan used stun shot a second time, trying to catch another draft leaving the circle of fire. Unfortunately, the guard caught the arrow on its buckler. The attack wasn't without cost. It consumed 35 stamina every time he used it. In a fight, depleting your stamina was as good as a death sentence. Cyan switched back to firing imbued shots. The three draft that had escaped the grease AoE were no longer on fire except in thumbnail-sized spots here and there. The three enraged undead ran towards Richter. They were too close. He cast Troubled Sleep, but the draft guard shook off the effects of the spell. He immediately cast Charm on another. Gah, no effect! In desperation, Richter used the spell that he had never cast before, Cloying Darkness. A cone of thick, billowing blackness shot from his hand. The good news was that all three were caught in the spell. Their movement and attack speed were reduced by 20%, and they were momentarily blinded by the cone. The bad news was the spell only had a range of 10 feet, which meant they were right on top of him. As Cyan and Daniela kept up a withering fire on the four drafts still in the room, attempting to finish them off quickly, Yoshi's battle with the lone draft continued. The sword adept had not made the same mistake of trying to match strength with his undead foe. He realized that the draft could easily best him in that kind of contest. Thankfully, Yoshi's prowess as a warrior did not rely on brute force. At the start of the second exchange, he proceeded to systematically take the elite guard apart. He moved into form the Lady's Fan opens, which brought him to the monster's right. Now in the outside of the draft's attack radius, he committed to the aggressive form Reaping Wheat, followed by the Crane's Neck, which brought him up to full extension. The draft threw an elbow towards his face, but Yoshi had already moved into Setting Sun, which flowed naturally into Scorpion's Kiss. Each form morphed gracefully into the next, and each movement either scored a hit against the draft or perfectly positioned him for another strike. The draft may have beaten the half-human in raw power, but Yoshi more than made up for it in skill, speed, and grace. The draft roared in anger as it took another swing at Yoshi. Yoshi, having seen the shift in the undead's hips, was in motion before the sword had even moved. By the time the blade was in flight, Yoshi had executed the form, the Orc's Hammer. The draft's sword arm fell to the ground. Yoshi finished the battle with the drunken barber. One blade struck the draft's neck, biting deeply and sliding free. His second sword finished the decapitation, and his foe's body collapsed. The second phase of Yoshi's fight took 18.4 seconds. Richter's situation was not nearly as rosy. The three drafts' disorientation was short-lived. Even though the slowing effects of cloying darkness lasted 10 minutes, the actual physical manifestation of the darkness began to dissipate after only 1 second and was completely gone after 3. Richter had used the time to pull out his life dagger and move far to the right. When the monsters brought their weapons down to strike, they found his former space empty. Their decreased speed, coupled with the fact that Richter was hastened, gave him an edge. He attacked the draft closest to him. He struck low, and his life dagger cut deeply into the back of the draft's heel. Even though the draft was undead, it couldn't ignore anatomy. With its Achilles tendon severed, it was not able to support itself and toppled to the ground. The other two turned to face him. One swung a buckler at his face, while the other swung its axe horizontally. Richter hopped back and cast Ice Dagger. The spike of ice struck the left draft in the shoulder. The damage caused was negligible, but the point of casting the spell wasn't to cause harm. The purpose was to keep its attention on him, and not on Yoshi moving quickly up behind it. Alma helped by striking both draft with a Psy Blast, staggering them. 2 swords erupted from the draft's chest. One was completely in line with its heart, but blood had long since stopped pumping through its body, and so the hit didn't register as critical. The draft turned quickly to reach Yoshi, but he jumped with his sword still inside of its chest. His body moved with the twist of his enemy's waist. As he moved, Yoshi kicked the other draft that was in the process of swinging its axe at Richter again. It overbalanced and fell on top of the draft that Richter had initially crippled. That stumble gave Richter the opening he needed. He fell on top of the draft's back and slammed his life dagger into the side of its head. It struggled to get up even with a blade in its head, but in its awkward position, he was strong enough to stab it twice more in the head and once at the base of the skull. The dagger went into its brainstem. The draft fell limp. Richter was about to give the draft on the bottom of the pile the same treatment. With a loud crash, though, the stone coffin opened. Richter looked up and took in the scene. Scion had fired an imbued arrow at whatever had emerged from the crypt. Daniela was firing at one of the first 3 draft they had attacked. One of the others was sprawled at an awkward angle, impact burns all over its body. The third was alive, but missing a leg as it clawed its way toward the sprites. The draft Scion had hit with stun shot lay unmoving. The grease fire had gone out, but not before it had burnt the guard to a crisp. Yoshi was standing over the kneeling body of his opponent. His blade was covered with congealed blood and was immediately to the right of a stump that had been the draft's neck. As Richter watched, the head was toppling to the floor. The most important thing to see, of course, was the monster emerging from the sarcophagus. A stream of black necrotic energy shot from her hand, impacting Scion's arrow in midair. It decayed the arrow to ash immediately, and even most of the infused energy seemed to be consumed as it let off an impotent bang, rather than the normal loud boom of an imbued arrow's impact. The creature was thin to the point of being emaciated. Its elongated face had an overly large mouth with 4 large fangs framing a set of sharp teeth. Its arms hung past its knees, and the marfanoid fingers were tipped with sharp red nails. The body was the gross caricature of a woman. The horror of her other features was offset by full, high breasts and shining, long black hair. No clothing covered her smooth gray skin. Completely naked, she leered as she squeezed one breast while taking in the scene of violence in front of it. Richter analyzed it. Crypt Mistress, level 29. Health, 1,100. Mana, 800. Stamina, 360. Crypt Mistresses are the bastard cousins of succubi.
As opposed to seducing the living, though, they seduce the dead. Crypt mistresses will invade the halls of the dead and undead, and then bend them to their will. Even other demons are disgusted by their perverted pleasures. "It's a magic user!" he shouted. The crypt mistress extended one hand, and with a deepening of her horrid leer, 8 streams of inky black fluid shot out from her hand. They curved and contorted through the air. 2 rushed directly at Richter. He tried to dodge, but the ribbons reached him before he could move. He wasn't the target, though. None of the party was struck by the crypt mistress's spell, because it wasn't an attack. The ribbons struck the chest of every draft warrior, even the fallen. As one, they roared. Not in pain, but in strength. The bellow came from 5 throats, though, not 8. The 2 that Yoshi had decapitated didn't revive. Neither did the draft that Richter had stabbed in the brain. When the mistress saw that some of her guards were irrevocably destroyed, she hissed in displeasure. Both hands began weaving in a second spell casting. Alarmed, Richter started to get up to attack her, but there was movement underneath him. The draft on the bottom was lifting both him and the dead draft and all of their armor. WTF? How had it gotten so much stronger? Analyze gave the answer. It was level 20 now. Either those oily ribbons had buffed the draft, or it was an area effect of the crypt mistress. Whatever the reason, these bastards had bulked up. Richter was going to shout out the new danger, but a quick look around showed that his party had already figured it out. Scion shot another arrow at the crypt mistress, disturbing its casting when it was forced to defend itself. He had to drop his bow and draw his sword, though, as he fought a defensive battle against 2 draft. Yoshi fought the other 2 and scored hits, but his blade didn't cut as deeply as it had only a moment ago. Alma was helping by flying around administering Psyblast, but they seemed to have less effect than before. While Scion and Yoshi engaged in hand-to-hand combat, Daniela was firing as quickly as she could at the boss. Initially, each arrow was met by a viscous stream of black liquid. Even though her shots weren't connecting, her arrows at least served to keep the crypt mistress occupied. That changed when the leering demon cast a spell, and a black circle flared into existence around it. Daniela's next shot splashed harmlessly the circle of protection. Only a distortion in the air that soon vanished showed that her arrow had any effect at all. The crypt mistress started her spell again. None of this was Richter's immediate concern, however, because the draft underneath him had gotten one arm free. It reached up and grabbed his left forearm in a punishing grip. He cried out in pain as he felt his bones grind together. If it wasn't for his bracer, they would probably had been snapped in half. That was when his light shield went out. He raised his light dagger to stab the draft, but then something occurred to him. His minor life aura had a 15-minute time duration. That meant that his charm spell, which had a 10-minute cooldown, could be cast again. The problem was, the lower-level draft had resisted his spell, so why would it work now? Its broad resistance had probably increased. The only way it would work was if it was distracted, or weakened, or… Alma! Brain drain! As fractious as the Psy Dragonling could be, Richter would never question her loyalty. As quick as an arrow, her hastened body shot towards the draft that held him. She latched onto the undead's desiccated head. The draft released its grip on Richter and immediately reached towards the Dragonling's small body to crush it to jelly. Richter saw it move, and he became laser-focused on one fact. This thing would not hurt Alma. Focusing his will on that personal truth, he shouted the incantation for charm, invoking the spell. The draft's hand froze only an inch from Alma, as the spell struggled to override its will. It worked! The draft relaxed its hand. Alma, stop, he thought desperately. If she continued attacking the draft, it might break the enchantment, and their newfound ally would go back to its old pastime of tearing them apart bare-handed. Go help Scion. She unwound from the draft's head and flew back to strafing the guards fighting his companion. Richter looked down into the face of his charmed enemy. And you little shit.
Go kill your old friends.
He rolled off, and the elite guard easily pushed the dead weight of the Drauf off of it. It stood and ran towards the back of one of the guards fighting Yoshi, weapon raised. The sword adept had cut the head off of one of his opponents by the time Richter's charmed monster joined the fray. Yoshi hadn't escaped unscathed, though. One arm hung limply at his side. Blood still flowed from the wound in his other shoulder, and also from a cut on his scalp, decreasing his left-sided peripheral vision. Despite his injuries, Richter trusted the warrior to survive. Yoshi was tough as nails. Richter turned to face the crypt mistress. He knew that he had to stop her before her spell was completed. Richter's thought happened about half a second before she finished casting. The demoness ended her incantation with both hands clasped at her breast, as if cupping something. Then she flicked both wrists towards the ceiling of the room Richter was standing in. A speckled white globe, whose surface looked like a mushroom top, moved almost lazily away from the horrid creature. After it passed the black portal, it swelled to 3 times its original size, and then exploded, filling the air with millions of tiny white spores. Richter tried to hold his breath, but the spores found their way into his nose anyway. Immediately, his throat started swelling, and his body was racked with violent coughs. His lungs convulsed, trying to expel the foul things, but each cough caused a small, involuntary inhale, bringing more of the filth into his lungs. On his third cough, a gobbet of bright red blood made its way into his mouth. He tasted pennies. What was happening? He accessed his combat log. Crypt Mistress has cast Unknown Spell. Richter hit by Unknown Spell, now identified as Cankerous Hell Spores, for 230 damage. Damage types: Death, 70%, / Earth Magic, 30%. Death Magic damage 161, Earth Magic damage 69, reduced by Earth Resistance, 20%, to 55.2. Total damage, 216.2. Constitution decreased by 1 every minute for the next 10 minutes. Endurance decreased by 1 every minute for the next 10 minutes. Loss of health, cumulative with initial attack. He blinked the prompt away. 216 health lost in one AoE spell. To make it worse, he was about to lose another 100 health over the next 10 minutes. They had to end this fight now. He quickly drank the enhanced health potion, and his breathing eased. When he looked back at the hag, she had already started casting another spell. She gave him a wink as she made eye contact. A cry of panic drew his attention as Scion was clubbed over the head with a mace. His helmet dented from the Drauf's mighty blow, and he fell to the ground unconscious. Richter realized the cry hadn't come from Scion. It had come from Daniela. As the Drauf raised its mace to deliver a coup de grace to his companion, she drew and released an imbued arrow into its face. She succeeded in driving the Drauf away from Scion, but she paid for her heroic act with her own body. The distraction was all the opportunity the Drauf she had been dodging needed. With a powerful thrust, it stabbed its sword into her belly. The tip ripped through her and came out of her back. She coughed out blood as tears fell from her eyes, and a wretched groan came from her throat. A twist of the Drauf's sword caused a second gout of blood to explode from her mouth, the rent in her stomach causing the sanguine fluid to shoot up her esophagus and out on the floor. The wound in her abdomen, coupled with the damage of the spores, rendered her unconscious. The Drauf let her slide off of his sword. She hit the floor, and a quickly expanding pool of blood formed on the floor under her. Yoshi leapt towards Drauf standing over her. He had finished with his other opponent, half of its face and skull sheared away. Richter's charmed Drauf joined the battle. Meanwhile, Richter ran at the guard that was once again raising its mace to bash Scion's skull in. He knew the Crypt Mistress was still the real threat, but he couldn't just let his companion be killed. Brain drain. Alma flew in and wrapped her small body around the Drauf's head, while Richter was still 2 steps away.
It stumbled in a daze towards where Yoshi and the charmed Drouth had just disarmed their target. Once again, Richter had to watch a freakishly strong creature reach its damn hand towards his familiar. He wouldn't have made it in time, but then Yoshi's blue blade struck the Drough's free hand, scoring deeply and leaving frost in the wound. It gave Richter the time he needed. One step, and he recast Minor Life Aura. With his second step, he was in position behind the Drouth. Richter wrapped one hand around its face, and with the other drove his life dagger up through the base of the skull into the brainstem. With a faint crunch, the blade entered the cerebellum as well. A twist of Richter's wrist was all that it took for it to collapse to the ground. Yoshi and the charmed Drouth had finished the last of the guards. An icy sword cut had started the process of severing its head, and the charmed guard's massive strength ripped the head the rest of the way off the body. Once the Drouth was decapitated, Richter could hear the sound of congealed blood and flesh falling to the ground. Yoshi drank his enhanced health potion, and his left arm quickly regained some mobility. Before the 6 seconds required for the full effect of the potion passed through, he pointed at the demon and shouted, "We have to overwhelm her protection! We need to wear down the shield's HPs before—" A black and purple beam of light exploded against Yoshi's chest. His body immediately arched back to full extension. The adept's head was thrown back in silent scream, and his arms were down and out to his sides, fingers curled against the pain. Muscles bulged, and veins stood stark against his skin. Then it got worse. Purple boils rose and popped over his skin, over and over in quick succession. The adept's skin looked like bubbles breaking in a glass of milk someone blew air into. A scream finally rose from his body, and he collapsed bonelessly to the ground. Richter took stock of the situation. All of his sprite allies were down and dying, if not already passed from this world. He stood against a demon who had yet to suffer a simple scratch. His only remaining allies were a small dragonling familiar and a charmed creature that in less than an hour's time would try to kill him. Richter fixed a defiant grimace on his face. None of that mattered. He was still going to choke this bitch out. First, he had to help his comrades' thought. He ordered the draft to protect him, and then took a step towards his fallen party members to heal them. "What are you doing, my pet?" a sultry voice asked him. Richter looked at the crypt mistress in shock. "Yes, my beautiful boy. I can speak. I can think." She placed 2 fingers inside of her sex. "I can feel." She giggled. He recoiled in revulsion. "Oh, don't worry," she said. "I have no interest in you right now, flesh bag. Not while your disgusting little heart still beats. After, though." She dragged the last syllable out, giggling once again. While he had been speaking, he kept walking. He cast slow heal on Yoshi, but didn't take his eyes from the demoness. From the periphery of his vision, he saw that Scion was awake and was crawling over to Daniela's still form. The crypt mistress's eyes narrowed. "But I see you're being naughty." Somehow, she arranged her freak show of a mouth into a pout. The expression didn't last long, because then she smiled evilly and said, "I'll have to punish you." A chant began to ensue from her mouth. "Kill it!" Richter cried. The charmed Drothgard picked up a mace and ran into the room with the demon, slamming heavy blows against the circle of protection. The chanting didn't cease. Dreading that he wouldn't have enough time, he ran after it and threw the life dagger at the horrible creature. The blade didn't reach its gray skin, but it did penetrate the shield and stuck there, seeming to hover in midair. Apparently feeling the life energy in the weapon, the demoness broke off her chant and shied to the side to avoid being struck. The Droth continued beating at the barrier with its mace, and now faint spiderwebs of damage could be seen emanating from where the life dagger had caused a break in the circle of protection. Every heavy blow made the cracks slightly larger. When the crypt mistress saw that the blade had weakened but not completely penetrated her defense, she turned her attention to the Droth. A wave of its hand and several whispered words were all that was required to shoot black lightning at the guard. The electrical strike hit the dwarf in the chest. It dropped to the ground, twitching. The threat now passed. The demoness started furiously chanting again. There was no leer on her face now, as she stared at Richter with deadly intensity. The few seconds the dwarf's life had bought served one major purpose. It disrupted Demon's casting. Knowing this was his only chance, Richter had picked up his bow and nocked an arrow. Before she had looked up at Life Dagger hovering in midair, a golden glow had already surrounded his arrow. By the time the Crypt Mistress figured out that the magic in the life blade couldn't reach her, black streaks had appeared. The scant seconds she invested in attacking the charmed dwarf saw the black streaks speeding quickly over the arrow's gold aura. When she began her spell again, the aura was equal parts shining old gold and ebony black. Richter had opened up the mana stores of the village. The magic of the village answered the call of its master as 100, then 250, then more than 400 mana wove into this one strike. He felt like he was holding a severed power line. The arrow seemed to buck and spit in his hands. The arm holding the bow was having trouble bracing enough to keep the string drawn, but he forced through the pain. He knew that if he lost control, all of the power he had invested into the arrow would be unleashed on him instead. The gold aura now only seemed to peek through in spots. At that pivotal moment, Richter looked into the eyes of the Crypt Mistress. Eyes that were brimming with hate as she frantically cast her spell. He released. The arrow crossed the 20 yards in less than a second. It struck right beneath the web of cracks that stemmed from the life dagger. The resulting explosion flung the dwarf guard's body through the air and into the wall, leaving a sizable dent in the masonry. The weakened circle of protection crumpled under the inexorable force of Richter's attack, and the demon was thrown to the floor. Expecting the backwash of force when the shield collapsed, Richter had hunched down and braced himself as soon as the arrow was released. While the force of the explosion was strong enough to rock him back, he was on his feet a second later and running towards Grey Creature. Brain drain. Alma swept in and wrapped herself around the mistress's head. The demoness screamed at the psychic attack, not paying attention to anything except removing the source of her pain. This was probably why Richter was able to pour the entire vial of basic life oil down her throat. A screech of pure agony came from the crone, and golden light began peeking through her gray skin in spots. She fell back scrabbling. Red-tipped claws drew great rents in her flesh as she tried to remove the offending agent, but it was no use. More gold light leaked through the new wounds. As horrible as the agony the demoness was experiencing, though, she found no sympathy from Richter. While she was distracted, he cast Soul Trap. Then, with a look of utter contempt on his face, Richter reached down and grabbed the hair on the back of her head with one hand. He yanked back, causing the horrid mouth to fall open farther and exposing the vulnerable soft palate at the roof of her mouth. He spoke softly, "You're done." With that, he rammed his fist into her open mouth, driving the blade of his glass dagger through the roof of her mouth, past the crunching bones of the skull and into her brain. A rainbow of colors exploded from the body, and for the first time in what seemed an eternity, all was quiet. Chapter 22. Richter left the dagger in the Crypt Mistress's mouth and ran back to help his comrades. He heard a faint sound and saw the charmed wrath weakly pick up its head. Analyze showed it barely had any life left. With a dismissive sneer, he cast Soul Trap and had Alma drain it. Alma disengaged from the dead monster and flapped along behind him. Scion was cradling Daniela's head in his lap and pouring a health potion down her throat. He cast Slow Heal on her and then ran over to Yoshi. The bubbling effect had stopped, but the Sword Adept's skin was still covered in weeping sores. Yoshi was unconscious, but Richter was thankful to see that his chest still rose and fell. A ribbon of light heralded the last draft's demise. He cast Slow Heal, then dragged Yoshi's body over by Daniela and Scion.
Richter slipped in something, almost falling. When he looked down, he was appalled to realize it was the cooling blood from the young sprite that Scion cradled. Scion was still slowly pouring healing potion into her mouth, but Richter couldn't tell if it was having any effect. If her chest wasn't rising weakly, he would have thought she was dead. He settled next to his companion and cast Slow Heal on Daniela. He alternated casting the spell on Yoshi and Daniela once per minute, until finally first Yoshi's breathing eased and hers did as well. Against Scion's protests, Richter then cast Slow Heal on him and made him use the healing ring. Feeling exhausted, he told Futen to stand guard. Then he let the stress and demands of the battle pull him into unconsciousness. No time at all seemed to have passed when he opened his eyes again. Scion was sitting in the same place with Daniela's head in his lap, but now he was smiling. The female sprite's skin was still far too pale, but her eyes were open and she was speaking softly to Scion. Yoshi was still sleeping, and thanks to Richter's healing spells, most of the sores on his skin were gone. There was still a duskiness to his skin, though. It was a bit hard to tell because Futen's light gave everything a washed-out appearance, but he thought he saw the same duskiness in Scion's and Daniela's skin, too. Resolving to ask them about it later, he put the thought from his mind. Richter didn't want to disturb the quiet moment the two sprites were sharing, so he quietly cast Slow Heal again on the adept and then examined his prompts. Quest update: When good men do nothing. The draft you defeated were all honorable men who had fought for their people millennia ago. You have freed them from the demented control of the Crypt Mistress. To claim your reward, place the remains of their former queen in the central sarcophagus. The location of her remains has been marked on your map. You have been awarded 6,300, base 252,017 times 0.02 times 1.25. Experience from Brain Drain against level 20 Draft Elite Guard. You have been awarded 12,848, base 513,900 times 0.02 times 1.25. Experience from Brain Drain against level 26 Crypt Mistress. Tring! You have reached level 16. Through hard work, you have moved forward along your path. As a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute to characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. Your familiar has reached level 4. Your familiar has reached level 5. Your familiar has reached level 6. Your familiar has reached level 7. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 6 in Analyze. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 10 in Archery. Plus 2% bonus to aim. Plus 2% bonus to damage. Congratulations! You have advanced from Novice to Initiate in Archery. 50% chance to retrieve special arrows after they have been shot. You have received 2,500, base 2,000, bonus experience for reaching level 10 in the skill Archery. Congratulations! You have reached subskill level 5 in Imbue Arrow, plus 5% damage, plus 5% speed of mana flow. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 2 in Small Blades, plus 2% attack speed, plus 2% bonus to damage. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 3 in Small Blades, plus 2% attack speed, plus 2% bonus to damage. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 4 in Small Blades, plus 2% attack speed, plus 2% bonus to damage. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 5 in Life Magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 4 in Air Magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 8 in Light Armor.
plus 2% to defense of all light armor. Congratulations, you have reached subskill level 5 in Grace in Combat. Dodge increased by 14%. Congratulations, you have reached subskill level 6 in Grace in Combat. Dodge increased by 15%. You are diseased. You have contracted cankerous rot. Your constitution and endurance will remain reduced at their current level until you are disease-free. Contact with the uninfected may spread the disease. Constitution -10. Endurance -10. You have suffered a broken bone. The ulna of your left arm has suffered a hairline fracture. Decreased strength in that arm until healed. Strength -35% in left arm. The last prompt made it clear why his arm was still in pain, and also why holding the bow had been so difficult. It was the diseased prompt that was alarming, though. He didn't even take the time to allocate his new points. He quickly scrabbled back from his others. Sion and Daniela looked up in alarm. "Stay back," he said. "I have a disease." The two sprites relaxed. "We all do," Daniela said weakly. "Cankerous rot. That's why our skin looks darker. It's from that accursed hag's spell." Richter was relieved that he wasn't a danger to friends, but understandably concerned that they were all suffering from this infection. "So you all have -10 to Constitution and Endurance?" "Yes," Sion said.
Daniela already tried the cure disease spell she knows, but it wasn't strong enough. We will have to wait to get back to Hisako or Sumiko. They will be able to help us. Richter nodded. He told the two that he needed to finish the quest, and to just stay where they were. They agreed, and soon were speaking softly to one another again. He got up and accessed his map. The bones he needed were only 2 chambers away. While he was walking, Alma landed on his shoulders and nipped at his ear. He absently reached into his bag and withdrew a bit of dried meat. She snapped it from his fingers and then flew off with her prize. He quickly arrived in front of the alcove. There was nothing to distinguish these bones from any of the others, but there was no doubt that they were the remains marked on the map. He carefully put each bone into his bag and then walked to the sarcophagus. The remains of the dead Droff were starting to smell, but it was nothing compared to the fetid corpse of the crypt mistress. The flesh that had given her soft, round curves had apparently dissolved, and all that was left was loose skin over an elongated skeleton and a pool of thick midnight black liquid in a pool around the remains. Richter was about to walk by, just trying not to gag, when a prompt came up. "You have found Crypt Mistress Ichor. You have the feeling this could be used as a death magic poison, as a corrosive acid, or to make a potion to lure the undead." Richter's mouth fixed into an expression of distaste, not just for the vomit-inducing stench, but also for what he knew he was about to do. He removed almost all of the empty vials and carefully collected some of the ichor. Inevitably, some got on his fingers. The tingling feeling made his skin crawl on an instinctual level. It also started to decrease his health slowly, at 1 point every 7 seconds. A minor irritation to be sure, but he hesitated to think what would happen if it was ingested. He was just thankful that the acidic property his apprentice skill level in herb lore had detected was apparently not active in the ichor's base form. After filling the vials, he just couldn't stand touching the liquid anymore, and the pain from the tactile poison was becoming more than just a minor irritation. He wiped the vials and his fingers on the fur armor of one of the draft. After placing the vials in his bag, he watched the green skull and bones icon on his personal interface, and thankfully, it faded after a few seconds. He cast Slow Heal to replenish the small amount of health he had lost, and then turned away from the crypt mistress's remains. It was time to finish the quest. Richter walked over and squatted in front of the sarcophagus. He slowly and reverently removed each bone and placed them at the bottom of the coffin. Last, he laid down the skull of the long-departed queen. The bones began to emit a soft white glow. The light each bone emitted was siphoned into the air, forming an inverted funnel.
It began to coalesce into a ball which grew bigger as the light continued to be leached from the remains. This continued for half a minute until the bones looked normal again. Then, surprisingly, the sphere grew smaller and smaller until it disappeared. Richter looked around, wondering if that was it. It wasn't. A rippling line of white appeared in the air. A second line appeared parallel to it, and then two more lines materialized, creating the outline of a large diamond. Initially, Richter could see straight through to the back of the chamber, but the space in the diamond began to flicker and distort. He was looking at the sarcophagus, then for a split second, Richter could see somewhere else. He didn't get any true idea of what he had seen, but pink light etched itself onto his vision. The flash happened again, and this time a soft purple light shone into the room. The flashes came faster and faster until the scene stabilized. Richter was looking at a skyscape with a configuration of stars that he had never seen before, either on Earth or in the land. Large silver-black clouds floated along, and huge crystals stuck up from the tops of the clouds like towers. Periodically, the crystals would blaze with a random color, or the sky would light up like when lightning flashed over the horizon. You have been exposed to the light from the crystal spires of Mayo. All martial skills increased by 25% while exposed to the light of this plane, regardless of alignment. He watched this tableau for about 5 minutes. Clouds floated by in random directions, until one that looked much like the others floated directly towards the portal. When it was closer, he could see that the crystals on top were not random collections of spires, however, but instead a carefully constructed fortress. The true size of this cloud was not immediately apparent, but as it drifted ever nearer, it became clear that it massively dwarfed the others that Richter had seen. It took up the entire diamond-shaped window, and the leading edges of the cloud moved past. Richter looked around, expecting to see the cloud filling the room he was standing in, but the scene impacted his reality no more than moving scenery on a television. The speed of movement increased. The view flew past the crystal fortress and continued on over rivers of luminescent orange water and forests of black stone trees. It began to slow again, and a small palace of blue crystal could be seen. A tall woman, not quite human, not quite an elf, stood regally with a detached expression on her face. The portal stopped in front of her. In one hand, she held a massive sheathed blade. Her other hand she extended towards Richter, stopping just shy of piercing the plane of the diamond-shaped portal. Without thinking of the consequences of his action, he reached through the doorway and clasped her warm, strong hand. Without having seemed to move at all, she was suddenly standing in the chamber, directly in front of him. When he analyzed her, he couldn't see here specific stats, but learned she was from a race called the Tiphonim. She looked him over, wearing the same cool expression. Then she looked at the destroyed bodies of the Drauf, Yoshi's sleeping form, and Sion and Daniela's wide-eyed expressions. There was no change in her demeanor until she saw the crypt mistress. The transformation in her expression was frightening. A snarl took over the face, and she drew her weapon. It was a glowing white broadsword with black runes inscribed down the blade. She drove the point straight down into the gray-skinned skeleton. With a shout, she unleashed the power of the weapon, and white, wraith-like flames enveloped the blade and the demoness's body. After a few seconds, all that was left was ash. Richter was glad he had collected the ichor earlier. Somehow he didn't think he should share that fact with the Tiphonim queen, however. Once the body was gone, she turned towards him, her face still full of righteous anger. Richter braced himself, thinking he might have made a mistake bringing this statuesque creature from her home plane. She closed her eyes, though, and collected herself. When she opened them again, Richter was surprised to see a touch of kindness on her face. When she spoke, the soft elegance of her voice was surprising. "I thank thee, warrior. I know well that freeing mine warriors from the clutches of that foul temptress could not have been an easy task. Stand and witness the good that comes from your labors." She began to sing.
The language of her song had not been heard since before the world's oldest kingdoms were born. Ancient, sleeping creatures of unimaginable power stirred at the resonance of the primordial words stirring the land again, before resuming their eternal slumber. She sang of a kingdom dedicated to strength, and of a people dedicated to honor, of betrayal leading to its destruction. A small amount of the kingdom's people were saved by fleeing to another land. She sang of the sacrifice of loyal guards that stayed behind to ensure the safety of their people. More than just the loss of warriors, she conveyed that love was sacrificed as well. Her mate stood with his men on the wrong side of the portal. Finally, she sang of love reunited. During her song, white light rose from the bodies of each of the 8 warriors, one by one. Each light coalesced into a sphere, just as it had over the queen's bones. Instead of disappearing this time, each ball of light expanded to form the bodies of warriors. These were not wretched undead. The light was pure spirit energy. The pellucid bodies showed the strength and nobility that these men had possessed in life. The last spirit to form was half a head taller than the rest. His regal bearing matched the warrior woman who stood before Richter. At the end of her song, a single tear escaped her eye. It traced down her cheek and threatened to fall off her face. Her lost love caught the tear with one finger, however, and with that act, in the light of the portal, the warrior became flesh again. The two shared the deep kiss they had been waiting for, the kiss that not even death could forestall. They broke apart and looked at him. The queen spoke again. "So long have I waited for my love. We are reunited again because of your courage, most noble warrior. We must depart this plane, but before traveling, I would grant thee a boon. We come from an ancient race of warriors and builders. The abilities that made us an unparalleled force in the land cannot be shared, as they are bound to our souls. The skills that we learned, however, were bound to the bodies which we will soon leave behind. I offer you one skill from any of us that you choose." All 9 figures looked at him and extended a hand. "You have completed the quest, when good men do nothing. Your efforts have reunited 2 long-lost loves and noble warriors with their people. Reward, 5,625, base 4,500, experience. Personal reward, a new skill. Touch the hand of any warrior to view the skills they developed in life. You may receive any one skill and all of the leveling associated with it." Still not exactly sure what to make of this, Richter walked up to the first warrior and touched the proffered hand. Despite that fact that the taphonim still appeared to only be composed of white light, the warrior's hand tightened firmly around his own. At that contact, he looked Richter squarely in the eye. Richter sucked in his breath sharply. Suddenly he knew. The warrior had specialized in fighting with the staff. He could hold back an army if he had the room to move. He was also a cook, though, and had delighted his friends and comrades many a night with savory fare. He was trained in medium armor and crossbows as well. His uncle had taught him to fish, and he knew where to stand to catch the largest iron-fin trout in the river near his home. Richter released the warrior's hand. He exhaled forcefully and took a step back, blinking rapidly. He had not expected such insight into the man's past. He stepped to the next man, mentally preparing himself before he accepted the proffered hand. This man was an excellent horseman and wielded a saber. He had an ability that let him bond with his horse almost to the level of reading its thought. It made him exceptionally dangerous as a mounted fighter. Richter couldn't learn this, but for a few short seconds, he lived through the feelings of unity the man had experienced when in the saddle. Despite not being able to get the ability, the man's master-level horsemanship skill was nothing to sneeze at. He was also highly trained in the spear and the javelin, both of which would have suited his mobile style of combat. And so it went. Each warrior had his own weapon specializations and odd skill sets as well.
Why would the thin fighter with the high-level assassination skill also be quite advanced in playing the lute? Or the dual knife wielder have something similar to the dwarven ability to sense precious metals? Several journeyman and adept-level skills leapt out at him, but he still didn't make the mistake of choosing too quickly. There were also several skills that seemed somewhat silly. A master debater? Why would you want that? Richter always thought being a cunning linguist was a great idea, but in school, saying you were joining the debate team was like the rallying cry of the lonely. Arguing all the time just annoyed people, so you were really just fucking yourself. Richter saved the queen and her consort for last, and when he finally got to them, he realized they were worth the wait. The consort was a master in heavy armor and swordsmanship, an adept in shields, and apparently horrible at weaving, with a skill level of 2 and only 48% affinity. The queen's skills were the creme de la creme, however. She was a master of several fighting styles, but she was also apparently well-versed in the building skills of her people: castle building, tunneling, portal construction, field fortification, war camp creation. Hold the phone. Richter spoke up. Portal construction? For the first time, a faint smile touched her face. It wasn't a kind smile, but neither was it cruel. Ah, the choice of ruler. Are you sure, noble warrior? That was not my most advanced skill. If there was one thing Richter had remembered from history class, it was that empires flourished on their ability to be mobile. Rome had built roads to conquer the known world. Britain had built ships to become an empire. The Western Confederation had won World War III because they mastered orbital flight. If Richter could build portals, then nothing would stop him from doing just that. I'm sure. Very well, she said. She put both of her hands on his head, and his mind was ripped apart. Years of experience and massive amounts of knowledge poured into his head. Complex magical calculations and theories of spatial displacement became as easily understandable as left from right. She took her hands away, and Richter fell to one knee, gasping. The disorientation cleared after a second, and he looked up to see the warriors crossing through the portal. As each entered, they became flesh. More of their kind ran up and greeted loved ones lost eons ago. The queen and her consort were the last to go. The tall warrior bowed deeply to Richter, and with a soft touch to the cheek of his beloved, crossed through the dimensional door. She looked fondly after him, and then turned to Richter. Use this gift well, but never forget that a doorway opens both ways. She turned to leave, and then looked back at Richter one last time. Pointing one finger, she indicated the central crypt with a small smirk and then entered the portal. The doorway faded from view, leaving the crypt once more, silent as the grave. Chapter 23. Congratulations! You have learned the skill, portal construction. Magical portals were reportedly once commonplace, but now only a few are reported to exist. You now have the knowledge and skill to create a magical portal. This will allow for instantaneous travel between this portal and a second one. Creating a second portal will allow for travel between those 2 points instantly. At the level of novice, you can travel only between 2 points on the same ley line. Congratulations! You have advanced from novice to initiate in portal construction. You can create portals to allow travel between any 2 points on the same type of ley line. You have received 2,500, base 2,000, bonus experience for reaching initiate level in portal construction. Congratulations! You have advanced from initiate to apprentice in portal construction. You can create a portal that can exit onto multiple types of ley lines. This can only be built at a place of power. You have received 6,250, base 5,000, bonus experience for reaching apprentice level in portal construction. Tring! You have reached level 16. Through hard work, you have moved forward along your path. As a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute to characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. You have either characteristic points or skill percentage points to allocate from the previous level. Now that you have progressed again, you must allocate your points within the next week, or they will randomly be assigned for you. Richter got back to his feet. He had lost track of his leveling, just trying to survive the dungeon. Now that he had 2 levels worth of points to invest, though, it wasn't something he could put off. He could just see himself losing track of time and then, whoops, he'd have 12 more points in luck. His first impulse was to invest in one of his combat skills. He already seemed to have a penchant for daggers. The increase in speed could be amazing at high levels. Besides, everybody knew that Chun-Li was a better choice than Ryu. He couldn't do it, though. He was only 2 skill levels away from level 40 in Herblore and all the sweet experience that came with it. So he invested the 50% there, bringing his skill level to 39. Seeing as how he was here to unlock another of his powers, he decided to invest all 12 of his points into intelligence. A quick check of his status page revealed how he had grown. Name: Richter. Age: 24. Level: 16, 11%. Status alterations: Cankerous Rot. Health: 330. Mana: 420. Stamina: 110. Strength: 29. Agility: 24. Dexterity: 34. Constitution: 15. Endurance: 11. Intelligence: 35. Wisdom: 21. Charisma: 24. Luck: 15. Abilities: Limitless. Gift of Tongues. Fast Learner. Cybond. Skills: Herb Lore. Level 39, 17% to next level. Alchemy. Level 1, 0% to next level. Analyze. Level 6, 4% to next level. Pierce the Veil. Level 23, 45% to next level. Stealth. Level 4, 91% to next level. Traps. Level 21, 87% to next level. Trap Disarm. Level 21, 99% to next level. Archery. Level 10, 24% to next level. Imbue Arrow. Level 5, 18% to next level. Focus. Level 3, 78% to next level. Double Shot. Level 3, 31% to next level. Drill Shot. Level 2, 40% to next level. Swordsmanship. Level 2, 15% to next level. Small Blades. Level 4, 43% to next level. Unarmed Combat. Level 1, 10% to next level. Pressure Points. Level 1, 15% to next level. Light Armor. Level 8, 18% to next level. Grace in Combat. Level 5, 38% to next level. Air Magic. Level 4, 19% to next level. Life Magic. Level 5, 50% to next level. Earth Magic. Level 3, 32% to next level. Water Magic. Level 1, 23% to next level. Dark Magic. Level 3, 78% to next level. Light Magic. Level 1, 56% to next level. Fire Magic. Level 1, 22% to next level. Map Making. Level Max. Trade. Level 14, 86% to next level. War Leader. Level 2, 43% to next level. Enchantment. Level 1, 44% to next level. Portal Construction Apprentice. Marks. Master of Mist Village. Blood Oath. Resistances. Air, 50%. Earth, 20%. Mental, 15%. Spiritual, 15%. Race, Human. Chaos Seed. Reputation, Level 3. You seem like someone worthy of my attention. Alignment, Neutral. Language, All. There seemed to be a new dimension to his page. Status alterations. His disease,
cankerous rot, was listed, and he could see that his endurance and constitution had dropped by 10 points each. He had to get cleansed. He had cast his spell Cure, but it did nothing. He hadn't expected it to, but he had to try. Since he couldn't do anything about his disease right now, though, he pushed it out of his mind. His new portal construction skill didn't have a percentage next to it. He knew somehow that it didn't level like his other skills. It required a mixture of knowledge, practical experience, and an innate ability for mana manipulation. From the information the Queen had given him, he knew that the skill would only be increased by building portals and learning more about the concepts that now filled his head. Discovering more lore was now a high priority as well. Why the hell did it seem like he had 50 high priorities, he bemoaned silently. He was not looking forward to how much it would probably cost him to buy the books that would give him the info he needed. He continued scanning through the information when something clicked. All gates required 2 types of keys, activation and destination. The activation key was unique to each portal and looked a jewel. It was set into the archway of a portal, and without it, neither incoming or outgoing gateways were possible. The destination key, though, looked remarkably like the rune that was attached to the armor he had found. He pulled the leather chestplate out of his bag of holding. With his new knowledge, it was clear that the rune was a destination key. So wherever this Chuthrium gate was, the rune would grant him access, provided the activation key was present in the receiving portal, that is. It was a good bet that it would be somewhere near. The adventurer's gear had seemed custom-tailored for this dungeon. He would have to keep an eye out. Richter got to his feet and quickly scanned through the new knowledge in his head. There was way too much to completely go through now, so he was just about to shut it from his mind when the list of building materials of a novice gate came to mind. 10 pounds of gold? A soul stone with a special quality soul? How many rubies enchanted with durability spells? This thing was going to cost a mint, and he had to build at least 2. Those potions of clarity better start selling, or he was going to end up turning tricks on the corner to pay for this thing. He threw his head back and raised one fist to shoulder height and shook it slightly in frustration. "Are you okay, my friend?" Scion asked. Richter looked back and saw that Scion had walked up behind him. Daniela was propped up comfortably on a pack, looking at him in concern as well. He realized how strange he must look, staring at a disappearing portal, shaking his fist in the air. He was basically screaming, "Khan!" into a communicator. This was not a good look. A rueful smile found its way to his face. "I'm fine. The Queen indicated we should take a closer look at the sarcophagus. Give me a hand." Richter and Scion went over the sarcophagus inch by inch. At first, he didn't see anything, but then he looked at the junction where the white stone coffin was bound to the gray slate wall. Stylized filigree adorned the side of the marble casket, and a 1-inch section of the stonework started to glow blue. He would never have seen it if the Queen hadn't told him to specifically look. Richter ran his fingers over the area, looking for a latch or switch. With some manipulation, it depressed at an angle. He pushed until he heard a click. As soon as the mechanism was triggered, dust shot out from every edge of the coffin that was touching the wall. There was a corresponding sound of compressed air being released. Richter and Scion looked at each other, then both grabbed a side of the coffin and pulled. The thing was massively heavy, but Richter braced one foot against the wall to increase the strength of his maneuver. The coffin slowly slid away from the wall. They kept pulling for several minutes, and they were able to move the heavy slab 2 feet away from the wall, revealing a hidden alcove. Try as they might, the coffin didn't move any further. Being the smaller of the two, Scion sidled between the coffin and the wall. He called for light, and Richter sent Futen inside. The sprite started laughing and told Richter to come in. Squeezing into the small space, he followed his companion. With some manipulation, he found himself in a small room. There was still a good deal of dust in the air, which triggered a coughing fit in Richter. It soon passed, though.
When Richter raised his head and saw what was in the room, he started laughing as well. Scion raised his hand in a gesture he had learned from his friend, and Richter slapped palm to palm, giving his bestie a high five. "Yes," Richter shouted. "It's a Festivus miracle." Bags of coins sat on the shelves to the left. Some were cinched tight, while others lay haphazardly on their sides, spilling their contents onto shelves or the floor. The right shelves had jewelry of various types strewn across them. The wealth would go a good way to funding his new building project, Richter thought with a smile. Despite that, it wasn't the gold or jewelry that really captured his attention. It was what lay directly in front of the two companions. An iron shelf was set into the wall. Above and below it were neatly stacked ingots of metal. The largest piles were stacked on the floor. He recognized the first as high steel. It had the same faint blue reflection as his longsword. The next bars of metal were white as cream. Moonstone, his prompt told him. On the shelf were two smaller piles. The first was smoky gray and had faint swirls worked into the metal. The next pile looked like silver, and though the bars were not moving, they had a shimmering appearance as if they might run off the shelf at any moment and pool at his feet. Cobalt and quicksilver, he discovered. At the top of the wall was a final small alcove, and inside were 10 bars of what looked like dark green glass. Each was crystal clear with no impurities. When he examined them, he learned that the metal was something he had never heard of before, elementum. He looked at the treasure of the Tiphonem Queen and understood them better. While gold and jewels were valued by them as much as they were by any race, what took a place of honor was the metal. A race of builders and warriors, the potential of good materials was cherished. Not wasting any more time, he began shoving all of the loot into his bag of holding. He was never so thankful for the weight reduction properties of the bag. Without it, he would have had to leave most of the treasure behind. He poured all of the coins into the bag, letting the bag's auto-sort do its job. Then he scanned all of the jewelry with his wand. None shone white, but they would sell all the same, he thought happily. He took it all. Everything except a gold bracelet beset with amber. That Scion said he would like to keep. Having a good idea who would be receiving it as a gift, Richter agreed with a faint smile. Scion just huffed when he saw his friend's grin and went back to shoving the jewelry into the bag. When they were done with the side shelves, they started loading the ingots. The large piles disappeared into the black bag, which never seemed to get any bigger. To Richter, though, it was clearly getting heavier. When he touched the moonstone pile, a screen filled his vision. Quest update, the right tool for the job. You have found a higher quality metal. Bring this metal back to the dwarves of your village. Once you have picked which metal you will use to create your magic forge, your quest will be finished. Make your forge and collect your prize. My thoughts exactly, Richter thought with a smile. They loaded the rest of the metal and left the treasure room. The bag was extremely heavy now, but it was still well below his max carrying capacity of 290 kilos. Daniela had fallen back asleep and was snoring ever so softly. Yoshi's chest continued to rise and fall regularly, but he still hadn't woken up. The smile slipped from Richter's face when he saw his injured comrades again. Despite having restored their health points as much as he could, some things apparently still took a while to recover from. Whatever toll the Crypt Mistress's last spell had taken, Yoshi would still need more time. As for Daniela and her wan complexion, healing did not replace the blood she had lost. The Smurfette would need to replenish her fluids. Richter looked at Scion, whose own mood had sobered as well. We need to get out of this dungeon. We can't just sit and wait for them to heal, though. Who knows if this disease will ever heal on its own? It might even get worse. I say we open the next hatch and face what comes. Scion nodded, his face firm. The two of us have always been enough in the past. We will be equal to whatever challenge comes our way. Richter nodded and set Scion to gather their things. He moved around the rooms and collected the weapons and armor from the fallen draw. Nothing was left of the crypt mistress but ash. His dagger was laying in the remains. The queen's spell had removed 60 durability, but the impossibly hard glass dagger still had 73 over 250 durability left. He resheathed the weapon at his waist and moved on. The draw had a combination of bronze, iron, and steel weapons, and their armor was iron, leather, or hide. None of it was noteworthy, but waste not, want not was Richter's policy.
His life dagger had not fared so well as its glass counterpart. Only 10% of its original 20 durability remained. He knew he couldn't trust it in a fight again. Not that he would have, even if he could. Both daggers' attack stats had decreased with their drop in durability. He placed the life dagger in his bag nonetheless, in case it could be repaired by his smiths. By the time he was done, Scion had rolled up his bedroll and gathered up Daniela's items, now ready to move. She gave a slight whimper as he picked her up, but otherwise didn't complain. Richter picked Yoshi up in a fireman's carry and started walking back towards the central chamber. Scion followed quickly behind, and Futon hovered above them, illuminating their way. Alma was flying ahead, crooning in delight. When he asked why, she sent him an image of a stunned rat. The dragonling had apparently found something to break her fast of dried tack, and her recent feast had put her in a grand If any enemies emerged from the soon-to-be-open round door, maybe Yoshi and Daniela wouldn't be noticed at first. Every second they went unseen was another second that Richter and Scion could deal with the potential threat. The two friends buffed up and then stood in front of the hatch. Richter also allocated Alma's new points. Staying with the same plan, he increased brain drain by 2 levels, using all 5 of her unused points. You have chosen to increase your familiar's ability, brain drain, to level 3. Successful kills will now give 3% of total experience to both you and your familiar. Drain occurs faster. Stun can occur on enemies level 11 and below. You have chosen to increase your familiar's ability, brain drain, to level 4. Successful kills will now give 4% of total experience to both you and your familiar. Drain occurs faster. Stun can occur on enemies level 16 and below. Richter would have to wait 4 more levels before leveling brain drain again. Luckily, there didn't seem to be a time limit to allocating points for his familiar, like there was for himself. He checked her status page. Name, Alma. Level 7, 7%. Health, 170. Mana, 170. Stamina, 170. Unused level points, 0. Abilities. Psi Bond, level 1. Points to next level, 1. Psi Blast, level 1. Points to next level, 1. Brain Drain, level 4. Points to next level, 4. Can use, air. Magic resistances. Mental, 100%. Air, 50%. Race, Psi Dragonling. He was happy to see her basic stats had increased with her level. Also, she remained disease-free. Either she had been immune to the demon's disease spell, or she had avoided it altogether. She hovered in the air above his head, ready to face whatever danger was about to come. The hatch wheel easily fastened to the indentation set into the round door. Scion stood several steps behind him and to the right. An arrow was nocked and partially drawn. With a last nod to his companion, Richter took a deep breath and twisted the wheel. He yanked the hatch open, ready for battle. There was no one to fight. Taking deep breaths to calm his racing heart, he looked at Scion and laughed shakily. The sprite was clearly relieved as well.
All that the hatch revealed was a narrow tunnel, slightly smaller around than the hatch itself. Brown vines hugged all surfaces of tunnel that Richter could see. Having a high suspicion of what to expect, he immediately shone his wand on any surface it could reach. Words were soon revealed, emblazoned on the stone around the lip of the tunnel. The area had been completely hidden by the edges of the hatch, but it now revealed their next riddle. As we all enter, so do we all leave. Obey this truth or be crushed by your weakness. Richter looked at Scion confused. He was really getting tired of riddles. His companion looked back at him with a sure expression. Alone. What? Richter asked. Alone, Scion repeated. We all enter this world and leave it the same way, by ourselves. The riddle means only one of us can enter at a time. Richter grimaced. He didn't like the idea of splitting up. This dungeon had almost killed them plenty of times, but the fact remained that they had to get out of this place. If there was one thing that had held true so far, though, it was that obeying these riddles would keep them alive. He nodded and began to take off his arms and armor. The tunnel would be too small for him to crawl through wearing what he had on. Scion stopped him. I am the one that should go, the sprite said. Richter shook his head and prepared to argue, but Scion cut him off. You know that in that small space, I'm the better choice. You were already about to remove your weapons. I don't like the idea of us splitting up either, but the idea of going into a new area of this dungeon without protection is insane. I will handle this. You focus on protecting our friends. Scion gave him a cocky smile. This is what we do, brother. Richter couldn't keep the smile from his face, even though he tried. He agreed on the condition that Scion tie a rope around his waist. If he got into trouble, Richter could pull him out quickly. Scion agreed and handed him his pack. Richter gave him 2 health potions just in case. After slipping the potions into a belt pouch, the sprite got into the tunnel and started walking forward at a crouch. The tunnel couldn't have been longer than 50 yards. Richter cast Farlight, anchoring the ball of light halfway down the tunnel. Richter watched his companion move forward, ready to pull him back in an instant. After Scion had crossed the halfway point, though, suddenly, Richter couldn't see him. The sprite hadn't disappeared. Instead, the tunnel now ended in a blank wall, illuminated by a hovering ball of white light. The rope led directly into the rock. Alarmed, Richter shouted and tried to pull the rope. It was like he was trying to rip a piece of a mountain off. There was absolutely no give, no matter how hard he pulled. Dropping the rope, he started to climb into the tunnel. As soon as his hand crossed the threshold, though, a grinding noise ensued. The tunnel started constricting like an iris. It wasn't just the opening, though. Richter could see that the entire length of the shaft was getting smaller. He withdrew his hand quickly. He didn't have more than a fingertip in for more than 2 seconds, but the tunnel had perceptibly shrunk. There was no way he could reach Scion before the tunnel was completely shut, let alone have enough time to bring him back to safety. Richter had no idea how solid stone could flex like a muscle, but he did know that his companion was on his own. Chapter 24. Scion didn't hear anything strange, but he sensed something was amiss. He looked back and saw only a blank wall of brown stone. His heart started slamming painfully inside of his chest. He couldn't be trapped. Not again. His fear threatened to incapacitate him, but then he heard the trilling call of a forest lark. Scion turned his head back forward. He was confused, but was intending to scramble the last distance out of the tunnel, but stopped, shocked by what he was seeing. He was in the forest, on an exceptionally beautiful day. It was autumn, and the beauty of the changing leaves complemented the smells of the changing seasons. There was the sweetness of decay from the fallen leaves, the somehow sharp scent of cooling wind down from the mountains. He didn't understand what was going on, but there was something familiar about the scene. Scion, why didn't you wait for me? I told you I was coming too. When he heard that boyish sprite voice, an even greater feeling of dread rose in his breast. He turned and saw the face of his best childhood friend, Curian. The sprite's youthful cheeks were somewhat ruddy from both the run he had just finished,
and the brisk chill in the air. Cyan now knew what day this was. It was the one day he spent his entire life trying to forget. The events of this day were why he had let Richter be torn apart by wolves. This was the day that he had killed his best friend. The one thing that all sprites learned from an early age was to avoid human lands. It was drilled into them again and again. Cyan had needed to prove himself, though, so he goaded his best friend into coming with him on a horrible misadventure. Seeing Kurian again after so long, Cyan's spirit tried to shout, "Turn back! Don't do this!" But he had no control over his younger body's actions. He was trapped as a spectator, just along for the ride. "Don't take so long next time, Curry," young Cyan said, laughing. "I heard the hunters talking about how they had seen humans at the boundary of the forest. Are you ready?" Despite his earlier protestations, Kurian's face adopted a doubtful expression. "Yeah, of course I am. But maybe we should go tomorrow, or the next day. Elder Yamin is making sprangleberry pie today, and—" Cyan cut him off. "If you are too scared, just stay behind." He turned to go, but waited expectantly before starting to walk again. Kurian immediately hurried to catch up to him, espousing his limitless courage. He fell into line just as he always did when Cyan baited him, just as Cyan knew he would. The two boys ran through the forest. The sprite's racial ability of concealment made it easy to avoid any predators. They were instinctually in tune with the forest around them. They also knew that they would not be missed anytime soon. It was the nature of sprites to wander the woods communing with nature, so their absence for a day would not raise any suspicion. All the elements for their trip were in place. That night, they drank sweetberry juice that Cyan had stolen from his mother's larder. They praised themselves for embarking on such a grand adventure. What brave explorers they were. When it was time to sleep, both climbed into the limbs of a massive oak. Well hidden by the changing leaves, they both let themselves be carried away into dreams of adventure. The next morning, Cyan awoke first and nudged his friend. After performing the necessary functions of every morning, they resumed their great quest to see the humans. They played tricks on each other while they traveled. Kurian would peg the back of Cyan's unsuspecting head with a mud pie. Later, during a noon nap, somehow a newt, wet from the river, would make its way down Kurian's shirt. Cyan looked on with a shocked and innocent expression while his friend shrieked and cursed. They both enjoyed their journey, and nothing seemed to be able to ruin their mood. That was when they found the body of a deer. Both were confused by what they were seeing at first. It had been killed by an arrow, that was clear enough, but the body hadn't been treated in the way they had been taught. Instead, great hunks of meat had been cut off, with no concern towards saving the pelt. Much of the deer had been left to rot as well. It was in opposition of everything they knew. Death was part of life. That truth had never been hidden from the young sprites. Killing another living creature was not to be taken lightly, however. Hunting was both a responsibility and a sacred honor. No part of an animal was ever wasted. What they saw before them was savagery. Their mood now somber, they continued to follow the trail that led from the carcass, ever farther from the hearth tree. Another few hours of travel brought them to the camp of the humans. The smell was what they noticed first. The humans seemed to have just emptied their bowels and bladders in random places, rather than create a proper site to dispose of their waste. They stayed hidden as they walked through the trees. When they were closer, Cyan heard squeals of pain followed by cruel laughter. The smell of cooking meat drifted through the woods, and they caught the first glimpses of the camp through the trees. Another minute of walking, and they saw the most horrible sight of their young lives. There were 5 humans in the camp. 2 wagons were nearby, filled with stacked cages. More than half were filled with some of the more dangerous creatures of the forest. Feline brown fangs, red forest dogs, chittering scree, and even several skeelings. They were all caged separately and seemed furious about their situation. The squeal of pain they heard, though, was from a cave badger.
The humans had made their camp beside a small crevasse that was about 7 feet deep. Both entrances were blocked with rocks, preventing escape. A badger huddled near one entrance. Its body was pressed up against the rocks in an attempt to avoid the other denizen of fissure. The humans had driven a spike into the ground near the other entrance. A heavy length of chain was attached to it. The other end of the chain was tied around the neck of a razorling. 5 feet long, the razorling stood on 4 paws. Each finger was tipped with a curved and wicked talon. The creature's body was thin and clearly built for speed. Its mouth was filled with razor-sharp fangs that were snapping open and shut, only inches away from the badger. Even sprites avoided packs of these sadistic hunters. The razorlings gained their name by the tendency to toy with prey. They never killed quickly if they could avoid it, but instead would disable. Then, to the sound of their cackling laughter, would swipe at the body of their victim, making small, razor-sharp incisions. The sprite hunters had told Scion it could take near an hour for the razorlings to finish their kill. The chain was short enough that the badger was safe, but only so long as it huddled at the far end of the crevasse. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough entertainment for the humans. 4 of the filthy men were standing around the lip of crevice, laughing and hooting. The 5th was down in the crevasse, but on the other side of the stone wall from the badger. The men had left a small hole in the wall, and they used it to poke a spear at the poor creature. Never too deeply, but enough to cause it to shy away from the weapon. That would of course bring it closer to the razorling, who would struggle to reach the badger with renewed vigor. The fear of the predator would overwhelm the pain of the spear, and the badger would huddle against the stone wall again. All of this happened to the cheers and horrible laughter of the men, drinking from jugs and slapping each other on the back. After a minute, one would shout in common tongue, "More!" The man behind the wall would jab the spear forward, and the entire travesty would start again. Scion and Curian watched this with horror. They had never been exposed to wanton cruelty before. They both lost their innocence that night, watching while the men tortured the cave badger for mere amusement. It wasn't long before even the small squeals of pain and terror the men were eliciting weren't enough to quench their appetites. One of the men, with a large scar on his face, took a long pull of whatever they were drinking and said, "Finish it, Rawl." The man stabbed the badger again, but instead of withdrawing this time, he continued to push the animal forward. The badger squealed in panic, but the pain of the spear tip kept it from retreating. With a forceful jab, the badger jumped away from the weapon and into the reach of the razorling. "No!" Curian shouted. Scion clapped his hand over his friend's mouth, afraid to draw the attention of the evil humans. One of the men looked up to locate the source of the noise. Luckily, the other drunkards were too obsessed with their vicious sport to hear. Soon, the one man who had taken heard Curian look back to crevasse to enjoy the dying screams of the forest animal. The 2 boys huddled in the undergrowth, afraid to move, and learned that the sprite hunters had been wrong. The screams of the badger only lasted half an hour. Night was falling by the time the men walked away from their amusement. They walked over to where they had been roasting their meat and settled down with a fresh jug. "Did you see all that blood?" one man with a scraggly red beard asked. "We will get a great price for that thing in the pits." "Ha ha ha ha," another replied. "I say we throw something else in later." The other men cheered and agreed. The man with the scar stood up. "Now listen, you motherless pigs. A bit of fun is one thing, but I won't have you cutting into our profits. Now get some sleep, because we leave in the morning. We have enough in the cages, and I'm tired of these stinking woods. Rawl, you have first watch." 1 or 2 of the men grumbled, but no real dissent was raised. They settled in for the night, except for Rawl. He sat with his back to the fire, looking disinterested in his duties as guard. Once Scion heard the sounds of snoring, he motioned for Curian to follow him away from the camp. They stayed silent until they were several hundred yards away. Then Scion paused and whispered urgently, "Stop, Curian." "What?" his friend hissed back. "Why? We need to get away from here. They are going to torture and kill all of those animals. We have to free them." "No," Curian said, shaking his head. "When we can get back, we can tell the warriors.
They will be able to stop them. Those humans are leaving at dawn, Cyan argued. They might leave the forest before the warriors can catch them. He drew himself up, puffing out his chest. It is our duty to protect the forest and its creatures. He had heard his mother say the same thing many times. Cyan knew full well that she had not meant for two sprite youths to risk death against a band of cutthroats, but he wouldn't let that stand in the way of his youthful bravado. Cyan, Kurian pleaded, fear evident on his face. There are only two of us. Those humans are full grown, and they have weapons. Cyan's expression became condescending and judgmental. I will do my duty as a sprite. You can leave if you are afraid. He turned and started walking back to the camp. Kurian fell into line just as he always did when Cyan baited him, just as Cyan knew he would. Watching this memory unfold, Cyan's spirit struggled with renewed fury to take control of his younger self. He didn't want to see what was about to happen. Living through it once was more than anyone should ever have to endure. Despite his efforts, though, he remained only a spectator. The two sprites walked back towards the camp. When they got closer, they circled around to come at the wagon from the opposite direction. Cyan's plan was simple. They would sneak up to the cages, keeping the wagon between themselves and the men as cover. All of the cages on one side were locked with the same chain. Cyan would break the lock, and Kurian would pull the chain. They might not free all of the animals, but they would free most. In the chaos afterwards, the two boys would fade back into the forest, and then go back to the hearth tree to warn their people. At first, it looked like Cyan's plan would work. The two boys made their way to the wagon undetected. The lock did not seem too large, and Cyan was already wearing strength-enhancing armor, a perk of being the son of the Hearth Mother. He thought one blow from a rock would break it. With a last look at Kurian to see that he was ready to pull the chain, Cyan raised the stone in his hand. That was when Kurian screamed. The cage that Cyan's friend was standing in front of apparently contained a nettler. The overlarge spider was named after the spikes sticking randomly from its body. It had reached through the cage and stuck one of its spikes into Kurian. It quickly injected venom, and he fell to the ground, paralyzed. Cyan bashed the nettler with his rock, making it withdraw back into the cage, but the damage was done. He was reaching down to carry his friend away when he heard a sound behind him. Looking back, all he saw was something falling towards his face, and then blackness. When Cyan came to, he was bound in front of the fire. Kurian was tied up on the ground next to him. The boy was awake. Nettler venom, while potent, was also short-lived. His friend was struggling to shout, but was gagged as well. Kurian's face was bloodied, and one eye was swelling shut. "Look, the other one is up!" The face of the scarred man came into Cyan's view.
"Well, hello, little guy," the man said with false kindness. "Now, we haven't been introduced. I am Broyen, and these are my men," he said with the mockery of a flourished bow. He loosened Cyan's gag. "What is your name?" Cyan looked up at the man, defiantly not speaking. Broyen smiled happily and slapped Cyan soundly across the face. The sprite saw stars and tasted blood in his mouth. He blinked his vision clear and focused back on the man's face. He steeled his expression and looked back into Broyen's eyes with his lips pressed firmly together. The man laughed loudly and was joined by his men. "Well, you have some fire in you, I'll give you that." He slapped Cyan again, harder this time. The sprite's head fell back and bounced off the ground. He might have lost consciousness for a short period. When he was able to focus, he realized that he was gagged again. He looked about and saw that Broyen was standing over Kurian. "There you are. Thought I might have hit you too hard, little guy. Now, Cyan." The sprite's eyes widened. "Yes, I know your name. Kurian here was much more cooperative than you were. He told us your name, about the hearth tree, and he told us something else. It was your idea to come and try to steal the results of our hard-earned labor." Kurian was staring at Cyan,
tears running down his face. His eyes silently begged for his friend's forgiveness. Scion tried to communicate with his facial expressions that there was no need to even ask. It was clear that the men had been abusive. "Now that makes you the leader," Broyan said. "The boss, the shot caller, him that lays down the law." The man laughed. "Now as one boss to another, let me take this opportunity to teach you something. It is important for a boss to consider all of the angles. You need to expect the unexpected. You didn't expect the spiked spider to be in that crate, which is why Kurian here was paralyzed, which is why Rawl was able to slam his truncheon into your face. Do you understand?" Broyan looked at Scion's angry face and smiled. "Good. I'm glad you're listening. Now the next thing you need to know as a boss is that it is important to keep your men happy. My man Tick over here," Broyan indicated one of the other men. "Wave to Scion, Tick. That's nice. As my mam used to say, good manners cost nothing, but bad manners might cost you your balls." Now where was I? Oh yes, as I was saying, Tick here wanted another show tonight. Earlier, I said no, because I thought it might be wasteful. These animals we caught are precious cargo. But Broyan walked back over to Scion and stooped down. His voice lowered, and his smile turned evil. "We have more options now, don't we?" Standing quickly, the man clapped his hands together, walking back over to Scion's friend. His voice was magnanimous once again. "Now the next thing I want you to learn isn't a boss-to-boss lesson. It's more of a man-to-boy type of lesson." He picked Kurian up by the throat and removed his gag. The boy struggled to breathe, but still couldn't catch his breath in with Broyan's hand tight on his neck. This lesson is called, "If you make a mistake, sometimes others pay the price." And with that, he dragged Kurian across the camp and dumped him into the crevasse. There was a moment of stillness, as if the land itself was taking notice of the atrocity being committed. Then there was a low growl. After that, the night filled with screams. 4 of the men ran over with torches to watch the show, hooting and hollering. Not Broyan, though. He just stared at Scion the whole time, that evil smile on his face. He watched the sprite struggling to get free, screaming against his gag, threatening muffled curses with one breath, and tearfully begging for his friend's life the next. Through it all, Broyan just watched, unmoved and still smiling. Through it all, Kurian screamed Scion's name, begging his friend to save him. The razorling wasn't starving anymore, so it didn't rush. Kurian didn't stop screaming for a full hour. At least, that is the way it seemed to Scion. It was hard to tell, though. He reached his emotional limit before it was done, like a rag completely wrung of water. Though Scion didn't have the word for it at the time, he later realized he had fallen into a glassy-eyed form of shock. Blessedly, the pleading screams of his best friend being eaten alive stopped searing his soul after a time. After the Kurian was dead, Broyan came up to him and started talking again. None of it registered to Scion, but several hard slaps later, he was forcefully brought back from the stupor he had retreated to. "Stay with me, boy," the man said. The pleasant tone was still in his voice. "It's time for your final lesson. Are you ready?" "Good." He loosened Scion's gag again. Then he picked the boy up by the throat, holding a torch in the other hand. "Now pay attention, because this is the last thing you will ever learn. No one messes with Gak." Broyan's hand loosened its tight hold on the young sprite's neck. Scion looked at him confused and realized Broyan's last words had cut off because of the arrival of the arrow that was now protruding through his neck. Broyan's grip slackened further, and they fell apart. Blue streaks struck the other 4 men in quick succession. Barely any of the men had time to do more than start begging for mercy before a second, then a third volley hit, claiming their lives. The only one left alive was Broyan. Face stuck in a half-snarl, half-bloody grin, he reached his hand towards Scion's face. In the flickering light of the dropped torch, Sion could see a small tattoo at the juncture of the man's index and middle finger. It was a hexagon, with 3 circles in the center. He couldn't look away from that small tattoo, while the killer's hand grew steadily larger in his vision. Sion still felt fear, but more than that, he felt a hate that would fester in his soul for many years to come. Past Broin, he saw a sprite warrior walk up with her weapon raised. Sion screamed, "No!" Her blade plunged down, and Broin's hand fell limp to the ground. His eyes stayed open, staring at Sion and at eternity. His mouth kept that same insane, bloody rictus. In the days and years following the incident, the story came up from time to time. Some mused that Sion had screamed "no" because he was begging for the man's life, despite what the human had done. Others wondered if he was mad with grief and had thought the sprite warrior was coming to kill him and not Broyan. He never told anyone that he screamed "no" for one simple reason. He had been hoping the razorling was still hungry. Sion didn't hear anything strange, but he sensed something was amiss. He looked back and saw only a blank wall of brown stone. His heart started slamming painfully inside of his chest. He couldn't be trapped. Not again. His fear threatened to incapacitate him, but then he heard the trilling call of a forest lark. Sion turned his head back forward. He was confused, but was intending to scramble the last distance out of the tunnel, but stopped, shocked by what he was seeing. He was in the forest on an exceptionally beautiful day. It was autumn, and the beauty of the changing leaves complemented the smells of the changing seasons. There was the sweetness of decay from the fallen leaves, the somehow sharp scent of cooling wind down from the mountains. He didn't understand what was going on, but there was something familiar about the scene. "Sion, why didn't you wait for me? I told you I was coming too." When he heard that boyish sprite voice, an even greater feeling of dread rose in his breast. He turned and saw the face of his best childhood friend, Kurian. The sprite's youthful cheeks were somewhat ruddy from both the run he had just finished and the brisk chill in the air. Sion now knew what day this was. It was the one day he spent his entire life trying to forget. The events of this day were why he had let Richter be torn apart by wolves. This was the day that he had killed his best friend. The one thing that all sprites learned from an early age was to avoid human lands. It was drilled into them again and again. Sion had needed to prove himself, though, so he goaded his best friend into coming with him on a horrible misadventure. Seeing Kurian again after so long, Sion's spirit tried to shout, "Turn back! Don't do this!" But he had no control over his younger body's actions. He was trapped as a spectator, just along for the ride. "Don't take so long next time, Curry," young Sion said, laughing. "I heard the hunters talking about how they had seen humans at the boundary of the forest. Are you ready?" Despite his earlier protestations, Kurian's face adopted a doubtful expression. "Yeah, of course I am. But maybe we should go tomorrow or the next day. Elder Yamin is making sprangleberry pie today and—" Sion cut him off. "If you are too scared, just stay behind." He turned to go, but waited expectantly before starting to walk again. Kurian immediately hurried to catch up to him, espousing his limitless courage. He fell into line just as he always did when Sion baited him, just as Sion knew he would. The two boys ran through the forest. The sprite's racial ability of concealment made it easy to avoid any predators. They were instinctually in tune with the forest around them. They also knew that they would not be missed anytime soon. It was the nature of sprites to wander the woods communing with nature, so their absence for a day would not raise any suspicion. All the elements for their trip were in place. That night, they drank sweetberry juice that Sion had stolen from his mother's larder. They praised themselves for embarking on such a grand adventure. What brave explorers they were. When it was time to sleep, both climbed into the limbs of a massive oak. Well hidden by the changing leaves, they both let themselves be carried away into dreams of adventure.
The next morning, Sion awoke first and nudged his friend. After performing the necessary functions of every morning, they resumed their great quest to see the humans. They played tricks on each other while they traveled. Kurian would peg the back of Sion's unsuspecting head with a mud pie. Later, during a noon nap, somehow a newt wet from the river would make its way down Kurian's shirt. Sion looked on with a shocked and innocent expression while his friend shrieked and cursed. They both enjoyed their journey, and nothing seemed to be able to ruin their mood. That was when they found the body of a deer. Both were confused by what they were seeing at first. It had been killed by an arrow, that was clear enough, but the body hadn't been treated in the way they had been taught. Instead, great hunks of meat had been cut off with no concern towards saving the pelt. Much of the deer had been left to rot as well. It was in opposition of everything they knew. Death was part of life. That truth had never been hidden from the young sprites. Killing another living creature was not to be taken lightly, however. Hunting was both a responsibility and a sacred honor. No part of an animal was ever wasted. What they saw before them was savagery. Their mood now somber, they continued to follow the trail that led from the carcass ever farther from the hearth tree. Another few hours of travel brought them to the camp of the humans. The smell was what they noticed first. The humans seemed to have just emptied their bowels and bladders in random places, rather than create a proper site to dispose of their waste. They stayed hidden as they walked through the trees. When they were closer, Sion heard squeals of pain, followed by cruel laughter. The smell of cooking meat drifted through the woods, and they caught the first glimpses of the camp through the trees. Another minute of walking, and they saw the most horrible sight of their young lives. There were 5 humans in the camp. 2 wagons were nearby, filled with stacked cages. More than half were filled with some of the more dangerous creatures of the forest. Feline brown fangs, red forest dogs, chittering scree, and even several skeelings. They were all caged separately and seemed furious about their situation. The squeal of pain they heard, though, was from a cave badger. The humans had made their camp beside a small crevasse that was about 7 feet deep. Both entrances were blocked with rocks, preventing escape. A badger huddled near one entrance. Its body was pressed up against the rocks in an attempt to avoid the other denizen of fissure. The humans had driven a spike into the ground near the other entrance. A heavy length of chain was attached to it. The other end of the chain was tied around the neck of a razorling. 5 feet long, the razorling stood on 4 paws. Each finger was tipped with a curved and wicked talon. The creature's body was thin and clearly built for speed. Its mouth was filled with razor-sharp fangs that were snapping open and shut, only inches away from the badger. Even sprites avoided packs of these sadistic hunters. The razorlings gained their name by the tendency to toy with prey. They never killed quickly if they could avoid it, but instead would disable. Then, to the sound of their cackling laughter, would swipe at the body of their victim, making small, razor-sharp incisions. The sprite hunters had told Sion it could take near an hour for the razorlings to finish their kill. The chain was short enough that the badger was safe, but only so long as it huddled at the far end of the crevasse. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough entertainment for the humans. 4 of the filthy men were standing around the lip of the crevice, laughing and hooting. The 5th was down in the crevasse, but on the other side of the stone wall from the badger. The men had left a small hole in the wall, and they used it to poke a spear at the poor creature. Never too deeply, but enough to cause it to shy away from the weapon. That would of course bring it closer to the razorling, who would struggle to reach the badger with renewed vigor. The fear of the predator would overwhelm the pain of the spear, and the badger would huddle against the stone wall again. All of this happened to the cheers and horrible laughter of the men, drinking from jugs and slapping each other on the back. After a minute, one would shout in common tongue, "More!" The man behind the wall would jab the spear forward, and the entire travesty would start again. Sion and Kurian watched this with horror. They had never been exposed to wanton cruelty before. They both lost their innocence that night, watching while the men tortured the cave badger for mere amusement. It wasn't long before even the small squeals of pain and terror the men were eliciting weren't enough to quench their appetites. One of the men, with a large scar on his face, took a long pull of whatever they were drinking and said, "Finish it, Rawl." The man stabbed the badger again, but instead of withdrawing this time, he continued to push the animal forward. The badger squealed in panic, but the pain of the spear tip kept it from retreating. With a forceful jab, the badger jumped away from the weapon and into the reach of the razorling. "No!" Kurian shouted.
Cyan clapped his hand over his friend's mouth, afraid to draw the attention of the evil humans. One of the men looked up to locate the source of the noise. Luckily, the other drunkards were too obsessed with their vicious sport to hear. Soon the one man who had taken heard Kurian look back to the crevasse to enjoy the dying screams the forest animal. The two boys huddled in the undergrowth afraid to move, and learned that the sprite hunters had been wrong. The screams of the badger only lasted half an hour. Night was falling by the time the men walked away from their amusement. They walked over to where they had been roasting their meat and settled down with a fresh jug. "Did you see all that blood?" one man with a scraggly red beard asked. "We will get a great price for that thing in the pits." "Ha ha ha," another replied. "I say we throw something else in later." The other men cheered and agreed. The man with the scar stood up. "Now listen, you motherless pigs. A bit of fun is one thing, but I won't have you cutting into our profits. Now get some sleep, because we leave in the morning. We have enough in the cages, and I'm tired of these stinking woods. Rawl, you have first watch." One or two of the men grumbled, but no real dissent was raised. They settled in for the night, except for Rawl. He sat with his back to the fire, looking disinterested in his duties as guard. Once Cyan heard the sounds of snoring, he motioned for Kurian to follow him away from the camp. They stayed silent until they were several hundred yards away. Then Cyan paused and whispered urgently, "Stop, Kurian." "What?" his friend hissed back. "Why? We need to get away from here. They are going to torture and kill all of those animals. We have to free them." "No," Kurian said, shaking his head. "When we can get back, we can tell the warriors. They will be able to stop them." "Those humans are leaving at dawn," Cyan argued. "They might leave the forest before the warriors can catch them." He drew himself up, puffing out his chest. "It is our duty to protect the forest and its creatures." He had heard his mother say the same thing many times. Cyan knew full well that she had not meant for two sprite youths to risk death against a band of cutthroats, but he wouldn't let that stand in the way of his youthful bravado. "Cyan," Kurian pleaded, fear evident on his face, "there are only two of us. Those humans are full grown, and they have weapons." Cyan's expression became condescending and judgmental. "I will do my duty as a sprite. You can leave if you are afraid." He turned and started walking back to the camp. Kurian fell into line just as he always did when Cyan baited him, just as Cyan knew he would. Watching this memory unfold, Cyan's spirit struggled with renewed fury to take control of his younger self. He didn't want to see what was about to happen. Living through it once was more than anyone should ever have to endure. Despite his efforts, though, he remained only a spectator. The two sprites walked back towards the camp. When they got closer, they circled around to come at the wagon from the opposite direction. Cyan's plan was simple. They would sneak up to the cages, keeping the wagon between themselves and the men as cover. All of the cages on one side were locked with the same chain. Cyan would break the lock, and Kurian would pull the chain. They might not free all of the animals, but they would free most. In the chaos afterwards, the two boys would fade back into the forest and then go back to the hearth tree to warn their people. At first, it looked like Cyan's plan would work. The two boys made their way to the wagon undetected. The lock did not seem too large, and Cyan was already wearing strength-enhancing armor, a perk of being the son of the hearth mother. He thought one blow from a rock would break it. With a last look at Kurian to see that he was ready to pull the chain, Cyan raised the stone in his hand. That was when Kurian screamed. The cage that Cyan's friend was standing in front of apparently contained a nettler.
The overlarge spider was named after the spikes sticking randomly from its body. It had reached through the cage and stuck one of its spikes into Kurian. It quickly injected venom, and he fell to the ground, paralyzed. Scion bashed the nettler with his rock, making it withdraw back into the cage, but the damage was done. He was reaching down to carry his friend away when he heard a sound behind him. Looking back, all he saw was something falling towards his face, and then blackness. When Scion came to, he was bound in front of the fire. Kurian was tied up on the ground next to him. The boy was awake. Nettler venom, while potent, was also short-lived. His friend was struggling to shout, but was gagged as well. Kurian's face was bloodied, and one eye was swelling shut. "Look, the other one is up." The face of the scarred man came into Scion's view. "Well, hello, little guy," the man said with false kindness. "Now, we haven't been introduced. I am Broyan, and these are my men," he said with the mockery of a flourished bow. He loosened Scion's gag. "What is your name?" Scion looked up at the man, defiantly not speaking. Broyan smiled happily and slapped Scion soundly across the face. The sprite saw stars and tasted blood in his mouth. He blinked his vision clear and focused back on the man's face. He steeled his expression and looked back into Broyan's eyes with his lips pressed firmly together. The man laughed loudly and was joined by his men. "Well, you have some fire in you, I'll give you that." He slapped Scion again, harder this time. The sprite's head fell back and bounced off the ground. He might have lost consciousness for a short period. When he was able to focus, he realized that he was gagged again. He looked about and saw that Broyan was standing over Kurian. "There you are. Thought I might have hit you too hard, little guy." "Now, Scion." The sprite's eyes widened. "Yes, I know your name. Kurian here was much more cooperative than you were. He told us your name, about the hearth tree, and he told us something else. It was your idea to come and try to steal the results of our hard-earned labor." Kurian was staring at Scion, tears running down his face. His eyes silently begged for his friend's forgiveness. Scion tried to communicate with his facial expressions that there was no need to even ask. It was clear that the men had been abusive. "Now that makes you the leader," Broyan said. "The boss, the shot caller, him that lays down the law." The man laughed. "Now as one boss to another, let me take this opportunity to teach you something. It is important for a boss to consider all of the angles. You need to expect the unexpected. You didn't expect the spiked spider to be in that crate, which is why Kurian here was paralyzed, which is why Rawl was able to slam his truncheon into your face. Do you understand?" Broyan looked at Scion's angry face and smiled. "Good. I'm glad you're listening. Now the next thing you need to know as a boss is that it is important to keep your men happy. My man Tick over here," Broyan indicated one of the other men. "Wave to Scion, Tick. That's nice. As my mam used to say, good manners cost nothing, but bad manners might cost you your balls." Now where was I? Oh yes. As I was saying, Tick here wanted another show tonight. Earlier, I said no because I thought it might be wasteful. These animals we caught are precious cargo. But Broyan walked back over to Scion and stooped down. His voice lowered and his smile turned evil. "We have more options now, don't we?" Standing quickly, the man clapped his hands together, walking back over to Scion's friend. His voice was magnanimous once again. "Now the next thing I want you to learn isn't a boss-to-boss lesson. It's more of a man-to-boy type of lesson." He picked Kurian up by the throat and removed his gag. The boy struggled to breathe, but still couldn't catch his breath in with Broyan's hand tight on his neck. This lesson is called, "If you make a mistake, sometimes others pay the price." And with that, he dragged Kurian across the camp and dumped him into the crevasse. There was a moment of stillness,
as if the land itself was taking notice of the atrocity being committed. Then there was a low growl. After that, the night filled with screams. 4 of the men ran over with torches to watch the show, hooting and hollering. Not Broyan, though. He just stared at Scion the whole time, that evil smile on his face. He watched the sprite struggling to get free, screaming against his gag, threatening muffled curses with one breath, and tearfully begging for his friend's life the next. Through it all, Broyan just watched, unmoved and still smiling. Through it all, Kurian screamed Scion's name, begging his friend to save him. The razorling wasn't starving anymore, so it didn't rush. Kurian didn't stop screaming for a full hour. At least that is the way it seemed to Scion. It was hard to tell, though. He reached his emotional limit before it was done, like a rag completely wrung of water. Though Scion didn't have the word for it at the time, he later realized he had fallen into a glassy-eyed form of shock. Blessedly, the pleading screams of his best friend being eaten alive stopped searing his soul after a time. After the Kurian was dead, Broyan came up to him and started talking again. None of it registered to Scion, but several hard slaps later, he was forcefully brought back from the stupor he had retreated to. "Stay with me, boy," the man said. The pleasant tone was still in his voice. "It's time for your final lesson. Are you ready?" "Good." He loosened Scion's gag again. Then he picked the boy up by the throat, holding a torch in the other hand. "Now pay attention, because this is the last thing you will ever learn. No one messes with—" "Gak!" Broyan's hand loosened its tight hold on the young sprite's neck. Scion looked at him confused, and realized Broyan's last words had cut off because of the arrival of the arrow that was now protruding through his neck. Broyan's grip slackened further, and they fell apart. Blue streaks struck the other 4 men in quick succession. Barely any of the men had time to do more than start begging for mercy before a second, then a third volley hit, claiming their lives. The only one left alive was Broyan, face stuck in a half-snarl, half-bloody grin. He reached his hand towards Scion's face. In the flickering light of the dropped torch, Scion could see a small tattoo at the juncture of the man's index and middle finger. It was a hexagon, with 3 circles in the center. He couldn't look away from that small tattoo, while the killer's hand grew steadily larger in his vision. Scion still felt fear, but more than that, he felt a hate that would fester in his soul for many years to come. Past Broyan, he saw a sprite warrior walk up with her weapon raised. Scion screamed, "No!" Her blade plunged down, and Broyan's hand fell limp to the ground. His eyes stayed open, staring at Scion and at eternity. His mouth kept that same insane, bloody rictus. In the days and years following the incident, the story came up from time to time. Some mused that Scion had screamed "no" because he was begging for the man's life, despite what the human had done. Others wondered if he was mad with grief and had thought the sprite warrior was coming to kill him and not Broyan. He never told anyone that he screamed "no" for one simple reason. He had been hoping the razorling was still hungry. Scion didn't hear anything strange, but he sensed something was amiss. He looked back and saw only a blank wall of brown stone. His heart started slamming painfully inside of his chest. He couldn't be trapped. Not again. His fear threatened to incapacitate him. But then he heard the trilling call of a forest lark. Scion turned his head back forward. He was confused but was intending to scramble the last distance out of the tunnel, but stopped, shocked by what he was seeing. He was in the forest on an exceptionally beautiful day. It was autumn, and the beauty of the changing leaves complemented the smells of the changing seasons. There was the sweetness of decay from the fallen leaves, the somehow sharp scent of cooling wind down from the mountains. He didn't understand what was going on, but there was something familiar about the scene. "Scion, why didn't you wait for me? I told you I was coming too." When he heard that boyish sprite voice, an even greater feeling of dread rose in his breast. He turned and saw the face of his best childhood friend, Kurian. The sprite's youthful cheeks were somewhat ruddy from both the run he had just finished
and the brisk chill in the air. Sion now knew what day this was. It was the one day he spent his entire life trying to forget. The events of this day were why he had let Richter be torn apart by wolves. This was the day that he had killed his best friend. The one thing that all sprites learned from an early age was to avoid human lands. It was drilled into them again and again. Sion had needed to prove himself, though. So he goaded his best friend into coming with him on a horrible misadventure. Seeing Kurian again after so long, Sion's spirit tried to shout, "Turn back! Don't do this!" But he had no control over his younger body's actions. He was trapped as a spectator, just along for the ride. "Don't take so long next time, Curry," young Sion said, laughing. "I heard the hunters talking about how they had seen humans at the boundary of the forest."
Are you ready? Despite his earlier protestations, Kurian's face adopted a doubtful expression. "Yeah, of course I am. But maybe we should go tomorrow, or the next day. Elder Yaman is making sprangleberry pie today and—" Sion cut him off. "If you are too scared, just stay behind." He turned to go, but waited expectantly before starting to walk again. Kurian immediately hurried to catch up to him, espousing his limitless courage. He fell into line just as he always did when Sion baited him, just as Sion knew he would. The two boys ran through the forest. The sprite's racial ability of concealment made it easy to avoid any predators. They were instinctually in tune with the forest around them. They also knew that they would not be missed anytime soon. It was the nature of sprites to wander the woods communing with nature, so their absence for a day would not raise any suspicion. All the elements for their trip were in place. That night, they drank sweetberry juice that Sion had stolen from his mother's larder. They praised themselves for embarking on such a grand adventure. What brave explorers they were. When it was time to sleep, both climbed into the limbs of a massive oak. Well hidden by the changing leaves, they both let themselves be carried away into dreams of adventure. The next morning, Sion awoke first and nudged his friend. After performing the necessary functions of every morning, they resumed their great quest to see the humans. They played tricks on each other while they traveled. Kurian would peg the back of Sion's unsuspecting head with a mud pie. Later, during a noon nap, somehow a newt, wet from the river, would make its way down Kurian's shirt. Sion looked on with a shocked and innocent expression, while his friend shrieked and cursed. They both enjoyed their journey, and nothing seemed to be able to ruin their mood. That was when they found the body of a deer. Both were confused by what they were seeing at first. It had been killed by an arrow, that was clear enough, but the body hadn't been treated in the way they had been taught. Instead, great hunks of meat had been cut off, with no concern towards saving the pelt. Much of the deer had been left to rot as well. It was in opposition of everything they knew. Death was part of life. That truth had never been hidden from the young sprites. Killing another living creature was not to be taken lightly, however. Hunting was both a responsibility and a sacred honor. No part of an animal was ever wasted. What they saw before them was savagery. Their mood now somber, they continued to follow the trail that led from the carcass, ever farther from the hearth tree. Another few hours of travel brought them to the camp of the humans. The smell was what they noticed first. The humans seemed to have just emptied their bowels and bladders in random places, rather than create a proper site to dispose of their waste. They stayed hidden as they walked through the trees. When they were closer, Sion heard squeals of pain followed by cruel laughter. The smell of cooking meat drifted through the woods, and they caught the first glimpses of the camp through the trees. Another minute of walking, and they saw the most horrible sight of their young lives. There were 5 humans in the camp. 2 wagons were nearby, filled with stacked cages. More than half were filled with some of the more dangerous creatures of the forest. Feline brown fangs, red forest dogs, chittering scree, and even several skeelings. They were all caged separately and seemed furious about their situation. The squeal of pain they heard, though, was from a cave badger. The humans had made their camp beside a small crevasse that was about 7 feet deep.
Both entrances were blocked with rocks, preventing escape. A badger huddled near one entrance. Its body was pressed up against the rocks in an attempt to avoid the other denizen of fissure. The humans had driven a spike into the ground near the other entrance. A heavy length of chain was attached to it. The other end of the chain was tied around the neck of a razorling. 5 feet long, the razorling stood on 4 paws. Each finger was tipped with a curved and wicked talon. The creature's body was thin and clearly built for speed. Its mouth was filled with razor-sharp fangs that were snapping open and shut only inches away from the badger. Even sprites avoided packs of these sadistic hunters. The razorlings gained their name by the tendency to toy with prey. They never killed quickly if they could avoid it, but instead would disable. Then, to the sound of their cackling laughter, would swipe at the body of their victim, making small, razor-sharp incisions. The sprite hunters had told Scion it could take near an hour for the razorlings to finish their kill. The chain was short enough that the badger was safe, but only so long as it huddled at the far end of the crevasse. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough entertainment for the humans. 4 of the filthy men were standing around the lip of the crevice, laughing and hooting. The 5th was down in the crevasse, but on the other side of the stone wall from the badger. The men had left a small hole in the wall, and they used it to poke a spear at the poor creature. Never too deeply, but enough to cause it to shy away from the weapon. That would of course bring it closer to the razorling, who would struggle to reach the badger with renewed vigor. The fear of the predator would overwhelm the pain of the spear, and the badger would huddle against the stone wall again. All of this happened to the cheers and horrible laughter of the men, drinking from jugs and slapping each other on the back. After a minute, one would shout in common tongue, "More!" The man behind the wall would jab the spear forward, and the entire travesty would start again. Scion and Curian watched this with horror. They had never been exposed to wanton cruelty before. They both lost their innocence that night, watching while the men tortured the cave badger for mere amusement. It wasn't long before even the small squeals of pain and terror the men were eliciting weren't enough to quench their appetites. One of the men, with a large scar on his face, took a long pull of whatever they were drinking and said, "Finish it, Rawl." The man stabbed the badger again, but instead of withdrawing this time, he continued to push the animal forward. The badger squealed in panic, but the pain of the spear tip kept it from retreating. With a forceful jab, the badger jumped away from the weapon and into the reach of the razorling. "No!" Curian shouted. Scion clapped his hand over his friend's mouth, afraid to draw the attention of the evil humans. One of the men looked up to locate the source of the noise. Luckily, the other drunkards were too obsessed with their vicious sport to hear. Soon the one man who had taken heard Curian looked back to crevasse to enjoy the dying screams the forest animal. The 2 boys huddled in the undergrowth afraid to move and learned that the sprite hunters had been wrong. The screams of the badger only lasted half an hour. Night was falling by the time the men walked away from their amusement. They walked over to where they had been roasting their meat and settled down with a fresh jug. "Did you see all that blood?" one man with a scraggly red beard asked. "We will get a great price for that thing in the pits." "Ha ha ha ha," another replied. "I say we throw something else in later." The other men cheered and agreed. The man with the scar stood up. "Now listen, you motherless pigs. A bit of fun is one thing, but I won't have you cutting into our profits. Now get some sleep, because we leave in the morning. We have enough in the cages, and I'm tired of these stinking woods. Rawl, you have first watch." 1 or 2 of the men grumbled, but no real dissent was raised. They settled in for the night, except for Rawl. He sat with his back to the fire, looking disinterested in his duties as guard. Once Scion heard the sounds of snoring, he motioned for Curian to follow him away from the camp. They stayed silent until they were several hundred yards away. Then Scion paused and whispered urgently, "Stop, Curian." "What?" his friend hissed back. "Why? We need to get away from here. They are going to torture and kill all of those animals. We have to free them." "No," Curian said, shaking his head.
When we can get back, we can tell the warriors. They will be able to stop them. Those humans are leaving at dawn, Cyan argued. They might leave the forest before the warriors can catch them. He drew himself up, puffing out his chest. It is our duty to protect the forest and its creatures. He had heard his mother say the same thing many times. Cyan knew full well that she had not meant for two sprite youths to risk death against a band of cutthroats, but he wouldn't let that stand in the way of his youthful bravado. Cyan, Kurian pleaded, fear evident on his face. There are only two of us. Those humans are full grown, and they have weapons. Cyan's expression became condescending and judgmental. I will do my duty as a sprite. You can leave if you are afraid. He turned and started walking back to the camp. Kurian fell into line just as he always did when Cyan baited him, just as Cyan knew he would. Watching this memory unfold, Cyan's spirit struggled with renewed fury to take control of his younger self. He didn't want to see what was about to happen. Living through it once was more than anyone should ever have to endure. Despite his efforts, though, he remained only a spectator. The two sprites walked back towards the camp. When they got closer, they circled around to come at the wagon from the opposite direction. Cyan's plan was simple. They would sneak up to the cages, keeping the wagon between themselves and the men as cover. All of the cages on one side were locked with the same chain. Cyan would break the lock, and Kurian would pull the chain. They might not free all of the animals, but they would free most. In the chaos afterwards, the two boys would fade back into the forest, and then go back to the hearth tree to warn their people. At first, it looked like Cyan's plan would work. The two boys made their way to the wagon undetected. The lock did not seem too large, and Cyan was already wearing strength-enhancing armor, a perk of being the son of the Hearth Mother. He thought one blow from a rock would break it. With a last look at Kurian to see that he was ready to pull the chain, Cyan raised the stone in his hand. That was when Kurian screamed. The cage that Cyan's friend was standing in front of apparently contained a nettler. The overlarge spider was named after the spikes sticking randomly from its body. It had reached through the cage and stuck one of its spikes into Kurian. It quickly injected venom, and he fell to the ground, paralyzed. Cyan bashed the nettler with his rock, making it withdraw back into the cage, but the damage was done. He was reaching down to carry his friend away when he heard a sound behind him. Looking back, all he saw was something falling towards his face, and then blackness. When Cyan came to, he was bound in front of the fire. Kurian was tied up on the ground next to him. The boy was awake. Nettler venom, while potent, was also short-lived. His friend was struggling to shout, but was gagged as well. Kurian's face was bloodied, and one eye was swelling shut. "Look, the other one is up!" The face of the scarred man came into Cyan's view. "Well, hello, little guy," the man said with false kindness. "Now we haven't been introduced." "I am Broyan, and these are my men," he said with the mockery of a flourished bow. He loosened Cyan's gag. "What is your name?" Cyan looked up at the man, defiantly not speaking. Broyan smiled happily and slapped Cyan soundly across the face. The sprite saw stars and tasted blood in his mouth. He blinked his vision clear and focused back on the man's face. He steeled his expression and looked back into Broyan's eyes with his lips pressed firmly together. The man laughed loudly and was joined by his men. "Well, you have some fire in you. I'll give you that." He slapped Cyan again, harder this time. The sprite's head fell back and bounced off the ground. He might have lost consciousness for a short period. When he was able to focus, he realized that he was gagged again. He looked about and saw that Broyan was standing over Kurian. "There you are. Thought I might have hit you too hard, little guy." "Now, Cyan." The sprite's eyes widened. "Yes, I know your name. Kurian here was much more cooperative than you were. He told us your name, about the hearth tree, and he told us something else. It was your idea to come and try to steal the results of our hard-earned labor." Kurian was staring at Cyan, tears running down his face. His eyes silently begged for his friend's forgiveness.
Scion tried to communicate with his facial expressions that there was no need to even ask. It was clear that the men had been abusive. "Now that makes you the leader," Broyan said. "The boss, the shot caller, him that lays down the law." The man laughed. "Now, as one boss to another, let me take this opportunity to teach you something. It is important for a boss to consider all of the angles. You need to expect the unexpected. You didn't expect the spiked spider to be in that crate, which is why Kurian here was paralyzed, which is why Rawl was able to slam his truncheon into your face. Do you understand?" Broyan looked at Scion's angry face and smiled. "Good. I'm glad you're listening. Now, the next thing you need to know as a boss is that it is important to keep your men happy. My man Tick over here," Broyan indicated one of the other men. "Wave to Scion, Tick. That's nice. As my mam used to say, good manners cost nothing, but bad manners might cost you your balls." Now, where was I? Oh yes, as I was saying, Tick here wanted another show tonight. Earlier, I said no because I thought it might be wasteful. These animals we caught are precious cargo. But Broyan walked back over to Scion and stooped down. His voice lowered and his smile turned evil. "We have more options now, don't we?" Standing quickly, the man clapped his hands together, walking back over to Scion's friend. His voice was magnanimous once again. "Now, the next thing I want you to learn isn't a boss-to-boss lesson. It's more of a man-to-boy type of lesson." He picked Kurian up by the throat and removed his gag. The boy struggled to breathe, but still couldn't catch his breath in with Broyan's hand tight on his neck. This lesson is called, "If you make a mistake, sometimes others pay the price." And with that, he dragged Kurian across the camp and dumped him into the crevasse. There was a moment of stillness, as if the land itself was taking notice of the atrocity being committed. Then there was a low growl. After that, the night filled with screams. 4 of the men ran over with torches to watch the show, hooting and hollering. Not Broyan, though. He just stared at Scion the whole time, that evil smile on his face. He watched the sprite struggling to get free, screaming against his gag, threatening muffled curses with one breath, and tearfully begging for his friend's life the next. Through it all, Broyan just watched, unmoved and still smiling. Through it all, Kurian screamed Scion's name, begging his friend to save him. The razorling wasn't starving anymore, so it didn't rush. Kurian didn't stop screaming for a full hour. At least, that is the way it seemed to Scion. It was hard to tell, though. He reached his emotional limit before it was done, like a rag completely wrung of water. Though Scion didn't have the word for it at the time, he later realized he had fallen into a glassy-eyed form of shock. Blessedly, the pleading screams of his best friend being eaten alive stopped searing his soul after a time. After the Kurian was dead, Broyan came up to him and started talking again. None of it registered to Scion, but several hard slaps later, he was forcefully brought back from the stupor he had retreated to. "Stay with me, boy," the man said. The pleasant tone was still in his voice. "It's time for your final lesson. Are you ready?" "Good." He loosened Scion's gag again. Then he picked the boy up by the throat, holding a torch in the other hand. "Now pay attention, because this is the last thing you will ever learn. No one messes with Gak." Broyan's hand loosened its tight hold on the young sprite's neck. Scion looked at him confused and realized Broyan's last words had cut off because of the arrival of the arrow that was now protruding through his neck. Broyan's grip slackened further and they fell apart. Blue streaks struck the other 4 men in quick succession. Barely any of the men had time to do more than start begging for mercy before a second, then a third volley hit, claiming their lives. The only one left alive was Broyan. Face stuck in a half-snarl, half-bloody grin, he reached his hand towards Scion's face. In the flickering light of the dropped torch, Scion could see a small tattoo at the juncture of the man's index and middle finger. It was a hexagon with 3 circles in the center. He couldn't look away from that small tattoo, while the killer's hand grew steadily larger in his vision. Sion still felt fear, but more than that, he felt a hate that would fester in his soul for many years to come. Past Broin, he saw a sprite warrior walk up with her weapon raised. Sion screamed, "No!" Her blade plunged down, and Broin's hand fell limp to the ground. His eyes stayed open, staring at Sion and at eternity. His mouth kept that same insane, bloody rictus. In the days and years following the incident, the story came up from time to time. Some mused that Sion had screamed "no" because he was begging for the man's life, despite what the human had done. Others wondered if he was mad with grief and had thought the sprite warrior was coming to kill him and not Broin. He never told anyone that he screamed "no" for one simple reason. He had been hoping the razorling was still hungry. Sion didn't hear anything strange, but he sensed something was amiss. He looked back and saw only a blank wall of brown stone. His heart started slamming painfully inside of his chest. He couldn't be trapped. Not again. His fear threatened to incapacitate him, but then he heard the trilling call of a forest lark. Sion turned his head back forward. He was confused, but was intending to scramble the last distance out of the tunnel, but stopped, shocked by what he was seeing. He was in the forest, on an exceptionally beautiful day. It was autumn, and the beauty of the changing leaves complemented the smells of the changing seasons. There was the sweetness of decay from the fallen leaves, the somehow sharp scent of cooling wind down from the mountains. He didn't understand what was going on, but there was something familiar about the scene. "Sion, why didn't you wait for me? I told you I was coming too." When he heard that boyish sprite voice, an even greater feeling of dread rose in his breast. He turned and saw the face of his best childhood friend, Kurian. The sprite's youthful cheeks were somewhat ruddy from both the run he had just finished and the brisk chill in the air. Sion now knew what day this was. It was the one day he spent his entire life trying to forget. The events of this day were why he had let Richter be torn apart by wolves. This was the day that he had killed his best friend. The one thing that all sprites learned from an early age was to avoid human lands. It was drilled into them again and again. Sion had needed to prove himself, though, so he goaded his best friend into coming with him on a horrible misadventure. Seeing Kurian again after so long, Sion's spirit tried to shout, "Turn back! Don't do this!" But he had no control over his younger body's actions. He was trapped as a spectator, just along for the ride. "Don't take so long next time, Curry," young Sion said, laughing. "I heard the hunters talking about how they had seen humans at the boundary of the forest. Are you ready?" Despite his earlier protestations, Kurian's face adopted a doubtful expression. "Yeah, of course I am. But maybe we should go tomorrow, or the next day. Elder Yamin is making sprangleberry pie today, and—" Sion cut him off. "If you are too scared, just stay behind." He turned to go, but waited expectantly before starting to walk again. Kurian immediately hurried to catch up to him, espousing his limitless courage. He fell into line, just as he always did when Sion baited him, just as Sion knew he would. The two boys ran through the forest. The sprite's racial ability of concealment made it easy to avoid any predators. They were instinctually in tune with the forest around them. They also knew that they would not be missed anytime soon. It was the nature of sprites to wander the woods communing with nature, so their absence for a day would not raise any suspicion. All the elements for their trip were in place. That night they drank sweetberry juice that Sion had stolen from his mother's larder. They praised themselves for embarking on such a grand adventure. What brave explorers they were! When it was time to sleep, both climbed into the limbs of a massive oak. Well hidden by the changing leaves, they both let themselves be carried away into dreams of adventure. The next morning, Sion awoke first and nudged his friend. After performing the necessary functions of every morning, they resumed their great quest to see the humans. They played tricks on each other while they traveled. Kurian would peg the back of Sion's unsuspecting head with a mud pie. Later, during a noon nap, somehow a newt wet from the river would make its way down Kurian's shirt. Sion looked on with a shocked and innocent expression while his friend shrieked and cursed. They both enjoyed their journey, and nothing seemed to be able to ruin their mood. That was when they found the body of a deer. Both were confused by what they were seeing at first. It had been killed by an arrow, that was clear enough, but the body hadn't been treated in the way they had been taught. Instead, great hunks of meat had been cut off with no concern towards saving the pelt. Much of the deer had been left to rot as well. It was in opposition of everything they knew. Death was part of life. That truth had never been hidden from the young sprites. Killing another living creature was not to be taken lightly, however. Hunting was both a responsibility and a sacred honor. No part of an animal was ever wasted. What they saw before them was savagery. Their mood now somber, they continued to follow the trail that led from the carcass, ever farther from the hearth tree. Another few hours of travel brought them to the camp of the humans. The smell was what they noticed first. The humans seemed to have just emptied their bowels and bladders in random places rather than create a proper site to dispose of their waste. They stayed hidden as they walked through the trees. When they were closer, Sion heard squeals of pain followed by cruel laughter. The smell of cooking meat drifted through the woods, and they caught the first glimpses of the camp through the trees. Another minute of walking, and they saw the most horrible sight of their young lives. There were 5 humans in the camp. 2 wagons were nearby, filled with stacked cages. More than half were filled with some of the more dangerous creatures of the forest. Feline brown fangs, red forest dogs, chittering scree, and even several skeelings. They were all caged separately and seemed furious about their situation. The squeal of pain they heard, though, was from a cave badger. The humans had made their camp beside a small crevasse that was about 7 feet deep. Both entrances were blocked with rocks preventing escape. A badger huddled near one entrance. Its body was pressed up against the rocks in an attempt to avoid the other denizen of fissure. The humans had driven a spike into the ground near the other entrance. A heavy length of chain was attached to it. The other end of the chain was tied around the neck of a razorling. 5 feet long, the razorling stood on 4 paws. Each finger was tipped with a curved and wicked talon. The creature's body was thin and clearly built for speed. Its mouth was filled with razor-sharp fangs that were snapping open and shut, only inches away from the badger. Even sprites avoided packs of these sadistic hunters. The razorlings gained their name by the tendency to toy with prey. They never killed quickly if they could avoid it, but instead would disable. Then, to the sound of their cackling laughter, would swipe at the body of their victim, making small, razor-sharp incisions. The sprite hunters had told Sion it could take near an hour for the razorlings to finish their kill. The chain was short enough that the badger was safe, but only so long as it huddled at the far end of the crevasse. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough entertainment for the humans. 4 of the filthy men were standing around the lip of the crevice, laughing and hooting. The 5th was down in the crevasse, but on the other side of the stone wall from the badger. The men had left a small hole in the wall, and they used it to poke a spear at the poor creature. Never too deeply, but enough to cause it to shy away from the weapon. That would, of course, bring it closer to the razorling, who would struggle to reach the badger with renewed vigor. The fear of the predator would overwhelm the pain of the spear, and the badger would huddle against the stone wall again. All of this happened to the cheers and horrible laughter of the men, drinking from jugs and slapping each other on the back. After a minute, one would shout in common tongue, "More!" The man behind the wall would jab the spear forward, and the entire travesty would start again. Sion and Kurian watched this with horror. They had never been exposed to wanton cruelty before. They both lost their innocence that night, watching while the men tortured the cave badger for mere amusement. It wasn't long before even the small squeals of pain and terror the men were eliciting weren't enough to quench their appetites. One of the men, with a large scar on his face, took a long pull of whatever they were drinking and said, "Finish it, Rawl." The man stabbed the badger again, but instead of withdrawing this time, he continued to push the animal forward. The badger squealed in panic, but the pain of the spear tip kept it from retreating. With a forceful jab, the badger jumped away from the weapon and into the reach of the razorling. "No!" Kurian shouted. Cyan clapped his hand over his friend's mouth, afraid to draw the attention of the evil humans. One of the men looked up to locate the source of the noise. Luckily, the other drunkards were too obsessed with their vicious sport to hear. Soon, the one man who had taken herd Kurian looked back to the crevasse to enjoy the dying screams of the forest animal. The two boys huddled in the undergrowth, afraid to move, and learned that the sprite hunters had been wrong. The screams of the badger only lasted half an hour. Night was falling by the time the men walked away from their amusement. They walked over to where they had been roasting their meat and settled down with a fresh jug. "Did you see all that blood?" one man with a scraggly red beard asked. "We will get a great price for that thing in the pits." "Ha ha ha," another replied. "I say we throw something else in later." The other men cheered and agreed. The man with the scar stood up. "Now listen, you motherless pigs. A bit of fun is one thing, but I won't have you cutting into our profits. Now get some sleep, because we leave in the morning. We have enough in the cages, and I'm tired of these stinking woods. Rawl, you have first watch." One or two of the men grumbled, but no real dissent was raised. They settled in for the night, except for Rawl. He sat with his back to the fire, looking disinterested in his duties as guard. Once Cyan heard the sounds of snoring, he motioned for Kurian to follow him away from the camp. They stayed silent until they were several hundred yards away. Then Cyan paused and whispered urgently, "Stop, Kurian." "What?" his friend hissed back. "Why? We need to get away from here. They are going to torture and kill all of those animals. We have to free them." "No," Kurian said, shaking his head. "When we can get back, we can tell the warriors. They will be able to stop them. Those humans are leaving at dawn," Cyan argued. "They might leave the forest before the warriors can catch them." He drew himself up, puffing out his chest. "It is our duty to protect the forest and its creatures." He had heard his mother say the same time many times. Cyan knew full well that she had not meant for two sprite youths to risk death against a band of cutthroats, but he wouldn't let that stand in the way of his youthful bravado. "Cyan," Kurian pleaded, fear evident on his face. "There are only two of us. Those humans are full grown, and they have weapons." Cyan's expression became condescending and judgmental. "I will do my duty as a sprite. You can leave if you are afraid." He turned and started walking back to the camp. Kurian fell into line just as he always did when Cyan baited him, just as Cyan knew he would. Watching this memory unfold, Cyan's spirit struggled with renewed fury to take control of his younger self. He didn't want to see what was about to happen. Living through it once was more than anyone should ever have to endure. Despite his efforts, though, he remained only a spectator. The two sprites walked back towards the camp. When they got closer, they circled around to come at the wagon from the opposite direction. Cyan's plan was simple. They would sneak up to the cages, keeping the wagon between themselves and the men as cover. All of the cages on one side were locked with the same chain. Cyan would break the lock, and Kurian would pull the chain. They might not free all of the animals, but they would free most. In the chaos afterwards, the two boys would fade back into the forest, and then go back to the hearth tree to warn their people. At first, it looked like Cyan's plan would work. The two boys made their way to the wagon undetected. The lock did not seem too large, and Cyan was already wearing strength-enhancing armor, a perk of being the son of the Hearth Mother. He thought one blow from a rock would break it. With a last look at Kurian to see that he was ready to pull the chain, Cyan raised the stone in his hand. That was when Kurian screamed. The cage that Cyan's friend was standing in front of apparently contained a nettler.
The overlarge spider was named after the spikes sticking randomly from its body. It had reached through the cage and stuck one of its spikes into Curian. It quickly injected venom, and he fell to the ground, paralyzed. Scion bashed the nettler with his rock, making it withdraw back into the cage, but the damage was done. He was reaching down to carry his friend away when he heard a sound behind him. Looking back, all he saw was something falling towards his face, and then blackness. When Scion came to, he was bound in front of the fire. Curian was tied up on the ground next to him. The boy was awake. Nettler venom, while potent, was also short-lived. His friend was struggling to shout, but was gagged as well. Curian's face was bloodied, and one eye was swelling shut. "Look, the other one is up!" The face of the scarred man came into Scion's view. "Well, hello, little guy," the man said with false kindness. "Now, we haven't been introduced. I am Broyan, and these are my men," he said with the mockery of a flourished bow. He loosened Scion's gag. "What is your name?" Scion looked up at the man, defiantly not speaking. Broyan smiled happily and slapped Scion soundly across the face. The sprite saw stars and tasted blood in his mouth. He blinked his vision clear and focused back on the man's face. He steeled his expression and looked back into Broyan's eyes with his lips pressed firmly together. The man laughed loudly and was joined by his men. "Well, you have some fire in you, I'll give you that." He slapped Scion again, harder this time. The sprite's head fell back and bounced off the ground. He might have lost consciousness for a short period. When he was able to focus, he realized that he was gagged again. He looked about and saw that Broyan was standing over Curian. "There you are. Thought I might have hit you too hard, little guy." "Now, Scion," the sprite's eyes widened. "Yes, I know your name. Curian here was much more cooperative than you were. He told us your name, about the hearth tree, and he told us something else. It was your idea to come and try to steal the results of our hard-earned labor." Curian was staring at Scion, tears running down his face. His eyes silently begged for his friend's forgiveness. Scion tried to communicate with his facial expressions that there was no need to even ask. It was clear that the men had been abusive. "Now that makes you the leader," Broyan said. "The boss, the shot caller, him that lays down the law," the man laughed. "Now as one boss to another, let me take this opportunity to teach you something. It is important for a boss to consider all of the angles. You need to expect the unexpected. You didn't expect the spiked spider to be in that crate, which is why Curian here was paralyzed, which is why Rawl was able to slam his truncheon into your face. Do you understand?" Broyan looked at Scion's angry face and smiled. "Good. I'm glad you're listening. Now the next thing you need to know as a boss is that it is important to keep your men happy. My man Tick over here," Broyan indicated one of the other men. "Wave to Scion, Tick. That's nice. As my mam used to say, good manners cost nothing, but bad manners might cost you your balls." Now where was I? Oh yes. As I was saying, Tick here wanted another show tonight. Earlier, I said no, because I thought it might be wasteful. These animals we caught are precious cargo. But Broyan walked back over to Scion and stooped down. His voice lowered and his smile turned evil. "We have more options now, don't we?" Standing quickly, the man clapped his hands together, walking back over to Scion's friend. His voice was magnanimous once again. "Now the next thing I want you to learn isn't a boss-to-boss lesson. It's more of a man-to-boy type of lesson." He picked Curian up by the throat and removed his gag. The boy struggled to breathe, but still couldn't catch his breath in with Broyan's hand tight on his neck. This lesson is called, "If you make a mistake, sometimes others pay the price." And with that, he dragged Curian across the camp and dumped him into the crevasse. There was a moment of stillness
as if the land itself was taking notice of the atrocity being committed. Then there was a low growl. After that, the night filled with screams. 4 of the men ran over with torches to watch the show, hooting and hollering. Not Broyan, though. He just stared at Scion the whole time, that evil smile on his face. He watched the sprite struggling to get free, screaming against his gag, threatening muffled curses with one breath, and tearfully begging for his friend's life the next. Through it all, Broyan just watched, unmoved and still smiling. Through it all, Kurian screamed Scion's name, begging his friend to save him. The Razorling wasn't starving anymore, so it didn't rush. Kurian didn't stop screaming for a full hour. At least, that is the way it seemed to Scion. It was hard to tell, though. He reached his emotional limit before it was done, like a rag completely wrung of water. Though Scion didn't have the word for it at the time, he later realized he had fallen into a glassy-eyed form of shock. Blessedly, the pleading screams of his best friend being eaten alive stopped searing his soul after a time. After the Kurian was dead, Broyan came up to him and started talking again. None of it registered to Scion, but several hard slaps later, he was forcefully brought back from the stupor he had retreated to. "Stay with me, boy," the man said. The pleasant tone was still in his voice. "It's time for your final lesson. Are you ready?" "Good." He loosened Scion's gag again. Then he picked the boy up by the throat, holding a torch in the other hand. "Now pay attention, because this is the last thing you will ever learn. No one messes with—" Gack! Broyan's hand loosened its tight hold on the young sprite's neck. Scion looked at him confused and realized Broyan's last words had cut off because of the arrival of the arrow that was now protruding through his neck. Broyan's grip slackened further, and they fell apart. Blue streaks struck the other 4 men in quick succession. Barely any of the men had time to do more than start begging for mercy before a second, then a third volley hit, claiming their lives. The only one left alive was Broyan. Face stuck in a half-snarl, half-bloody grin, he reached his hand toward Scion's face. In the flickering light of the dropped torch, Scion could see a small tattoo at the juncture of the man's index and middle finger. It was a hexagon, with 3 circles in the center. He couldn't look away from that small tattoo, while the killer's hand grew steadily larger in his vision. Scion still felt fear, but more than that, he felt a hate that would fester in his soul for many years to come. Past Broyan, he saw a sprite warrior walk up with her weapon raised. Scion screamed, "No!" Her blade plunged down, and Broyan's hand fell limp to the ground. His eyes stayed open, staring at Scion and at eternity. His mouth kept that same insane, bloody rictus. In the days and years following the incident, the story came up from time to time. Some mused that Scion had screamed no because he was begging for the man's life despite what the human had done. Others wondered if he was mad with grief and had thought the sprite warrior was coming to kill him and not Broyan. He never told anyone that he screamed no for one simple reason. He had been hoping the Razorling was still hungry. Chapter 25. Scion's mind was back in the present day. The weight of what he had just lived through caused his shoulders to droop, and tears fell down his face. He curled up onto the floor of the tunnel. Alone he wept for remembered pain and forgotten guilt. Behind him, there was still only a blank wall. In front of him was a tangle of roots. They writhed across the entire shaft, stopping any possibility of forward movement. The random motions steadied into the form of an expressive face. He would not have been able to see anything if not for the moss attached to the roots. They gave off a soft green illumination. It was more than enough for him to see his immediate surroundings, but the end of the tunnel disappeared into darkness. "Why did Kurian die?" the face asked in a rich, deep voice. The words echoed quietly,
fading into a distant rumble. As it spoke, some of the words of the surrounding banded door appeared in front of him. The glowing blue letters hung in midair. The passage of birth is the loss of the womb. The safety of illusion is shattered by the truth of pain. Any being would be crushed to carry the world on his shoulders. Know thy limitations to transcend them. Sion didn't answer at first. This can't be happening. This can't be happening, he thought over and over. Why did Kurian die? The voice repeated. What do you want me to say? Sion asked in a quiet voice. Why did Kurian die? I don't know. I didn't mean for it to happen, he cried out. The face just stared at him, and he heard a forest lark. Sion, why didn't you wait for me? I told you I was coming too. Not again, not again, he thought, over and over. Sion's spirit struggled and fought, but had no more control this iteration of memory than he had the last. He was forced to watch his long-lost friend through young eyes again. He relived their halcyon days spent in search of adventure. He sat through the horrors that can come from men's dark desires. He felt hate again take root in his soul at the agonizing death of innocent Kurian. He was back in the tunnel. The blue words hung in front of him. Why did Kurian die? Sion looked up, his tears making streaks in the dirt that caked his face. I killed him, he screamed in anger. My best friend is dead because of me. Is that what you want to hear? The face took on a regretful expression. A forest lark sang. Sion's eyes grew wide in panic. He raised his hand in protest and entreaty, a shout on his lips. Suddenly, though, he was in a forest. Sion, why didn't you wait for me? I told you I was coming too. Don't take so long next time, Curry, Sion said, laughing. I heard the hunters say they had seen the humans at the boundary of the territory. Are you ready? Sion's spirit began to fray as he had to sit through this cruel farce yet again. As he sat vigil over his younger self for a third time, he wondered if he was losing his mind. Was that the point of this latest test? Was it actually a trap meant to wear down the mind and spirit of anyone who dared to try and conquer this dungeon? Broyan's hand fell limp into the dirt, a bloody sneer on his face. A deep voice asked, Why did Kurian die? Sion could barely summon the strength to reply. He knew that he had to try, though. Opening and closing his mouth to moisten it, he spoke. I'll give you anything you want. Just tell me what to say, Sion cried softly. Please, please, just stop. He tried to put strength into his last words, but it came off as exactly what it was, begging. The face stared at him, blue words hovering in the air. Was that a sympathetic expression on its face? He smelled decaying leaves. Mud hit the back of his neck. They found a slain deer. Kurian screamed his name until the sounds he was making turned into wet burbles, which then turned into nothing. Why did Kurian die? Sion's shoulders slumped, defeated. Did repeating that painful day cause measurable damage to him? Or did he feel like this just because of the strain of what he was going? In either case, he had nothing left. Sometime during the last cycle of events, he had soiled his real body. Even that didn't merit an emotional reaction, though. He had lived through Kurian's death 4 times, 5 if you counted the time it had originally happened in real life. The second time had not been easier. The third time was just as wretched. But the fourth removed any hope he had of escape. He felt the emotions just deeply as he had all of those years ago. Kurian's screams tore at his soul just as painfully, every time. I can't tell you, but one should have to endure this, Sion breathed. He didn't even bother looking at the face. He knew that nothing would stop this, so he quietly asked, Please, just let me die. A bird called. Sion waited to hear Kurian speak. He thought about an eternity trapped, reliving the worst day of his life in an endless loop. Then he decided to not play this sick game anymore. He couldn't control what his younger body would do, but he could control how it affected him. If he had to spend time with his best childhood friend, then he would enjoy the experience as much as possible. "Cyan, why didn't you wait for me? I told you I was coming too." Cyan finally let himself feel joy at seeing his old friend. "It's good to see you, Curry," he said with a smile. What? That wasn't what he had said. After reliving the events 4 times in a row, he knew every word, every nuance and inflection. That was definitely not what he had said. "Okay," Currian said with a confused expression. "I just saw you an hour ago." Cyan lost his focus, confused by what was happening. "Don't take so long next time, Curry," his younger self said, laughing. "I heard the hunters say they had seen the humans at the boundary of the territory. Are you ready?" Currian looked doubtful. "Yeah, of course I am. But maybe we should go tomorrow or the next day. Elder Yamin is making sprangleberry pie today and—" Cyan committed to the moment again. "You might be right." He paused a moment. "I think that I have to go, but you could stay." He gave a small laugh. "Maybe just save me a slice of pie." Cyan didn't know what was happening, but maybe, just maybe, he could save his friend this time. Currian stared at him for a moment, confused that his friend was being so gracious, but also delighted that for once he might avoid being caught in one of Cyan's harebrained schemes. After thinking it over, though, he just gave Cyan a roguish smile. "Nah, her pie isn't that great anyway. Let's go see some humans. Haha." Cyan's spirit took a back seat again, and events unfolded the way they always had. As the two boys were walking, Cyan wondered how he had forgotten what a troublemaker Currian had been. At least half of the trouble the two boys had gotten into had been because of something Currian himself had come up with. Mentally shaking his head, he held true to his decision to stay in the moment. He laughed with his friend, telling funny stories and lame jokes. Unlike the last 4 times he had relived these days, Cyan's spirit fully committed to sharing the joy of his younger self. He didn't let the events he knew were coming tomorrow ruin his proverbial today. The two boys came upon the human camp and had to listen to the badger's violent death. Cyan just felt sympathy for his younger self and friend. He stood witness with them as they waited for the men to fall asleep. They ran from the camp, and his younger self grabbed the other sprite. "Stop, Currian!" "What?" his friend hissed back. "Why? We need to get away from here." Every other time, Son's spirit had tried to force his younger self's body into actions that would have been unnatural at that age. Cyan decided not to make the same mistake again. He thought he finally understood. This time, he immersed his spirit in the moment. He embraced the feeling of fear that was making his younger self's heart hammer almost audibly. He admitted to himself that he was ashamed that he had just sat by while that badger had been tortured. By surrendering to the pull of events, he found the strength to change them slightly. "I feel horrible about what those men are doing," young Cyan said. "I do too," Currian said, panting. "I can't just let it happen. I'm going to sneak back and try to free the animals." Cyan paused. "Those men need to be stopped, though. Maybe you should run back to the hearth tree and alert the warriors." Cyan's spirit held its virtual breath. Was he really about to save his friend? Currian's face was torn with indecision. He looked in the direction of the sprite community, and then looked back towards the humans' encampment. He was clearly wrestling with what he should do, but then his face firmed. He looked Cyan directly in the eye. "No," Currian said, shaking his head. "I was feeling the same way. Honestly, if you hadn't said something, I was probably going to speak up in a few minutes. Like the Hearth Mother always says, it is our duty to protect the forest and its creatures. I'm going back with you." "You don't have to," young Cyan said. His spirit was silently pleading for Currian to just keep walking away. He literally couldn't say any more, though. "Of course I do," Currian said with his rakish grin. "We meet every danger together till death. Or have you forgotten the oath we swore under the hearth tree?" Cyan's spirit reeled with shock. He had forgotten. There was no oath more serious for their people.
Years before the events Scion's spirit was being forced to relive, the two boys had drawn blood from their fingers and mixed it with the dirt beneath the hearth tree. Then they had sworn eternal friendship and allegiance, with the earnestness that only children can produce. Their mothers had tanned their hides when they found out they were making oaths at such a young age, but it hadn't deterred them. That was why Kurian always followed Scion on his adventures, and why Scion did the same when the situation was reversed. The two boys started walking towards the camp. The following events played out as scripted. They were still captured, Kurian was still tortured before death, and hate still wormed its way into Scion's young heart. A hate that would ultimately lead him to let a good man be eaten alive while he stood by and did nothing. The outcome had not changed. For the first time, though, Scion realized that maybe changing history wasn't the point of whatever this was. Perhaps the point was to change who he was in the present. Why did Kurian die? Scion was laying on the floor of the tunnel. He couldn't seem to scrounge up the will to move. Or maybe he lacked the strength. The distinction didn't seem important right now. His lips were sore, and when he ran his tongue over them, they felt like dried meat. When he first tried to respond, only a squeak came out. The face made of roots seemed to understand that he was trying and didn't repeat itself. It merely waited. Scion was in a daze, and nothing seemed quite real. He became aware that both his health and stamina bars were perilously low. There was an icon that looked like a pile of salt next to each of them. He mustered the strength to drink one of the healing potions Richter had given him. He barely had any rise in his health bar. The portion of the bars that weren't filled with color weren't just empty. They looked grayed out like nothing could fill them. When he examined the pile of salt icon, he learned what it meant. He was dehydrated. He was literally dying of thirst. Scion knew he wouldn't survive another cycle of memories, but he accepted that. Even though he was still impossibly weak, he tried to sit himself up. That did not work out well. When he regained consciousness, he realized that he must have passed out from the strain. After that, he decided that he could give his answer lying down. He raised his head slightly and saw that the face was still looking at him. The health potion had at least served to moisten his mouth. "Why did Kurian die?" Scion repeated. "He died because he and I were too dumb to listen to our elders. He died because we put ourselves in a dangerous situation. And he died because we were unlucky enough to stumble across evil men. My best friend died because of who I was, and because of who he was, and because sometimes things just fall apart. It doesn't matter why he died. What matters is that I will remember him." He mustered his remaining strength for what could be his last words. "So you do whatever you need to do. It does not matter why my friend died. It matters how he lived." With those last words, Scion's head dropped back down to the floor of the tunnel. He kept his eyes on the face made of roots, but he was completely exhausted. The face just smiled, though, and then the roots unraveled, leaving the way to the next chamber open. A prompt filled his vision. "You have just completed the secret quest, the wisdom to tell the difference. You have delved deep into your worst pain. This trial by fire did not destroy you, however. It tempered you into a better version of yourself. In every life, there will be sorrow. Some choose to run from it. Others assume responsibility for that which was always out of their control. Many hide behind excuses, and still more try to force an outcome that is beyond their ability. You have taken a finer path. You accepted both the good and ill that you have committed. You have proven that you have the ability to face the truth. May your insight serve you well. Reward: 5,000 experience. Personal reward: wisdom plus 10. Personal reward: a new ability. You have received the ability, Know Thyself. You faced your internal demons and controlled them. As such, you will be much more resilient against spells or effects dealing with the enchantment school of magic, i.e. charm, daze, compulsion. He had barely finished reading when he heard, "Scion? Scion? Scion! Yoshi! Daniela!
I can see him! Come quick!
Then he was moving backwards. He would move and then stop, move and then stop. He realized he was being pulled by the forgotten rope Richter had tied around his waist. He also realized for the first time that he was not about to die. The emotional drain of his ordeal had let him ignore the demands of his body. Now that he again had hope, though, that separation from reality dissolved. He began to feel every ache that his prolonged immobility had caused. Also, the dry parchment that comprised his throat felt like daggers sliding against each other when he swallowed. In no time at all, Richter had pulled his companion free of the tunnel. In no time at all after that, he was peppering the sprite with questions. Where have you been? What happened? What's with this secret quest? Are you all right? Why aren't you talking? Scion just stared up at his giant of a friend. Richter was sitting on the ground, half cradling his friend. The sprite's legs sprawled across the floor while his back leaned against Richter's chest. The support was welcomed because otherwise he would probably just be lying helpless and flat on the floor. Despite that, after everything he had just gone through, Richter's exuberance was a complete overload of the senses. Not having the strength to curse his friend's attentive but irritating behavior, he just let the twitch in his left eye communicate that for him. He also decided to succinctly verbalize his most heartfelt desire. "Water," he croaked. Richter immediately reached into his bag and brought out a water skin. Placing it to Scion's lips, he let a slow trickle of water flow out. Scion hacked and coughed up that first sip. It made the pain in his throat increase exponentially. A few scant drops were swallowed, though, and some was even greedily absorbed by the tissue of his pharynx. The small amount of moisture he retained let him swallow more of the next sip, though he still coughed some up. It was as if his body refused to believe in a world that he wasn't dying of thirst. By the third sip, he was able to keep from coughing, and a few precious drops slid down his throat. When he drank a fourth time, he swallowed a whole mouthful, and a sensation that could only be called bliss permeated his every cell. He closed his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. When he opened his eyes, he saw his three comrades staring down at him anxiously. For their benefit, he gave a weak smile. They all visibly relaxed. He closed his eyes again, and Richter put the water skin back to his lips. For a while, that's all he did. Slowly sip water and enjoy the sensation of bringing his body back from the brink of death. When he had his fill, he looked at the rest of his party and said, "I have been on a journey, several in fact, and while I will eventually tell you everything that happened, I can't right now. The experience is too fresh, and sharing it might break my heart." Daniela reached out and held his hand, squeezing lightly. "Besides," Scion continued, "I seem to be lying in my own feces. Would you help me?" he asked Richter, somewhat embarrassed. "Of course," his friend said. Moving slowly so as not to jostle his companion, Richter stood and cradled Scion, carrying him to the pool of water. With a wry smile, Richter said, "I was trying to be polite and not mention the smell." "Oh, is that why you look like that? I thought you were just constipated," Scion replied. Richter gave a small chuckle and started walking toward the underground lake. Scion looked up at his best friend and thought how lucky he was that in only one lifetime he had found two men who were like brothers to him. Then another thought occurred, and he said, "If you tell anyone you carried me like this, I will literally cut your balls off." Richter just laughing and kept walking. Chapter 26. After Scion was cleaned, he promptly fell asleep. He drifted in and out of consciousness over the next day or two. While he was awake, he told his group about how he had been reliving the past. He didn't include every minor detail, but he did share the salient points. He answered their questions as best he could, but much of what he had experienced was indescribable. When he was done speaking, he further explained how the events of those long-lost days had contributed to his initial animosity towards Richter for being a human. He asked for forgiveness. Richter, of course, said it wasn't necessary, but thanked him for the apology and looked away. Sion saw a faint glisten in his friend's eye before he turned his face. Daniela was feeling much improved and had more color in her face. Yoshi still looked wan, but at least was able to walk and talk. He wouldn't discuss exactly what the demoness's last spell had done to him, simply saying he would be fine. Sion also explained the secret quest. Apparently, all of the party members had been notified that the quest had been completed and gotten the experience, but not the personal reward. Richter complained jokingly that next time Sion finished a secret quest, to let him drink a potion of clarity first next time. Right after that, though, he shared with a big smile that the quest had let him reach level 17. Sion received a shock when he was told that he had been in the tunnel for almost 3 days. It was no wonder he had almost died of thirst. Daniela told him that through the entire first day, Richter had barely looked away in hopes that he would reappear and he could be pulled to safety. Daniela had tried to convince him to leave the hole the next day by saying she would watch. Yoshi had awoken, so he offered to help too. Richter still wouldn't agree until Yoshi pointed out that standing around wasn't helping his friend. That reasoning apparently worked, because against both Daniela and Yoshi's protests, he had walked up to the sigil-inscribed door and walked in. Yoshi was mustering the strength to go in after him when, surprising both sprites, he walked back out 5 minutes later with a key in one hand and a tube in the other. "What happened?" Sion asked. "How did you beat the last door so quickly?" Richter smiled. "It was a riddle. When I walked through the first door, it shut behind me and vanished. All that was left behind me was a blank wall." Sion nodded in sympathy, knowing exactly what that was like. "In front of me were 2 more doors. Each door had a sculpture attached to the front. The one on the left was a blonde-haired angel dressed in white. The door on the left was a red-headed succubus, dressed in nothing." He gave Sion a wink. Daniela sniffed in the background. "Well, they both started talking in sync. The gist of it was that one door led to safety and the other led to certain death. No matter what question was asked, one statue would always tell the truth and the other would always lie. Trick was, I didn't know which statue was the liar." "So?" Sion asked, drawing the word out. "How did you figure it out?" he asked impatiently. "Well," Richter exclaimed, clearly enjoying torturing his friend a little bit by drawing the story out, "I just asked one what the other would say if I asked what the right door was. Then I went through the door opposite to what she said." Richter's tone was offhand as he relayed the solution, as if such logical leaps were commonplace. Sion's face screwed up as he tried to work his way through his companion's reasoning. It had obviously worked, or he wouldn't be here. But thinking through the various permutations was starting to make his head hurt. "How did you figure that out so quickly?" Sion asked. Richter laughed loudly, then extended 2 fingers on both hands in what he told Sion were called peace signs. He slapped his fingers together twice quickly and said in a gruff voice, "Hashtag David Bow Labyrinth, bitch." He reached into his bag and pulled out the pipe he had found, showing it to Sion. It had 4 grooves cut into it, and the handles of each, the 3 keys they had collected, fit perfectly into one of the grooves. One end of the pipe had a lens, and the other end had a stylized eye etched into it. When he had gone through the door, the succubus one, Richter added with another wink, there had been a small room with just the key and the pipe. He had then walked back the way he had come. The door back to the central chamber had reappeared by the time he tried to leave. "So you just sat around waiting for me to come back? I guess you missed me," Sion said with a little grin on his face. "Well, I did finish my first lore book, and I gained the skill. I also, took the time to do some training," Richter said, examining his nails. "He's been casting non-stop. Light spells, his grease spell, moving around hasted. The worst has been that damn fire spell," Yoshi snapped. "He would shoot one of those icicles and then melt it, over and over. It's not like the smell in here was that great to begin with." "So that's why it's so muggy in here," Sion said with a laugh. "What else was I supposed to do with time to kill and an entire village mana pool to play with?"
Richter said, laughing too. Then he sat down next to Sion, and the levity left his face. That just leaves your key. After we pulled you out, I tried to crawl into the tunnel to get to the chamber on the other side. When I put so much as a hand inside, though, the tunnel starts closing shut. I looked at the writing around the hole again, and it had changed. Now it says, "Only the proven may pass."
He looked earnestly at his friend. I know you have been through a lot, but will you try to get the key again? Sion nodded. I don't think there is anything left to fear. Let me try now. His health and stamina were back to full strength. The pile of salt icon had disappeared after the first day. Sion walked over to the open hatch and climbed into the shaft. He couldn't lie and say that his heart didn't start pounding harder when he reached the halfway point, and he couldn't help but steal a glance backwards. The tunnel remained open, though, and the roots remained in place. He made it to the end of the shaft and saw a brown key hanging from the wall. There was nothing else in the room. He climbed back into the tunnel and was soon standing with his party again. Richter took the key and put it with its brothers in the pipe. When the last key was in place, all four moved of their own accord and locked into position perpendicular to the pipe. 2 keys stuck out from each side. They all walked up to the banded door, Alma draped over Richter's shoulders. He held one end of the pipe up to his eye as indicated and looked down the length, through all 4 keys holes. Richter gave a surprised grunt and walked up to the right side of the door. Choosing a spot somewhere in the high middle, he raised one hand, the other still holding the pipe up to his eye. After moving his hand back and forth slightly, as if looking for the exact right spot, he pushed his bare palm against the door. Both Daniela and Sion reached forward in protest. Clearly, Richter had forgotten about the deadly shriek venom. He didn't fall to the ground screaming, though. In fact, his hand seemed to disappear into the metal of the door up to his mid-forearm. Richter strained for a second and then gave a grunt, turning his wrist slowly the right. He kept up the slow rotation until his wrist had turned 90 degrees, then pulled his arm back out. Immediately, a large clanging could be heard. Richter quickly stepped back. The bands of metal vibrated, and then the entire door started turning to the left. The grinding sound of metal continued. The movement of the door acquired an upward component, and it became clear that what they were seeing was a giant sphere. After minutes of watching the slow rotation change direction several times, it finally stopped. A doorway was set into the part of the sphere they were finally presented with. 4 keyholes were present in the door. Each one followed the next, making a diagonal. The keyholes were distinct colors, making it easy to see which key went where. After removing them from the pipe, Richter placed each key in the correct slot. When all of them had been turned, there was a loud thunk, like a bolt drawing back, and the door swung open. Congratulations, you have finished the quest. Unlock your power 2. As you have already mastered air magic, you may now choose another of the powers that comprise your domain. Your options are life, dark, or water. Which path will you choose? Reward: 11,250, base 9,000 experience. Choosing a power will give you a plus 50% effectiveness increase to spells of that branch. You will also have plus 50% resistance to spells of that power. Unique to being a master of a place of power, however, is your access to each power's specialized ability. Life ability: Bounty of Life, plus 30% growth for the physical manifestation of your place of power. Dark ability: Hidden Treasures, plus 30% yield from treasure. Water ability: Tranquil Soul, minus 30% mana cost for spells. Richter had already made his choice before he started the quest. Tranquil Soul was obviously tempting. He wouldn't always be able to rely on his village's mana pool. In the upcoming fights with the bugbears, it would be a real boon to be able to cast more spells. Water magic was not his choice, though. Similarly, Hidden Treasures was a hard offer to pass up. What mattered, though, was preparing his village and the people in it for the future. He chose life. You have chosen Mastery of Life. Congratulations! You have obtained the ability Bounty of Life.
plus 30% growth for the physical manifestation of your place of power. Congratulations! You are a master of life magic. All life spells cast by you are 50% stronger. You have 50% resistance to life magic. You can teach the skill Life Magic to anyone with over a 50% affinity for the skill. You can teach specific life spells to anyone with the appropriate skill level to learn them. Congratulations! You have learned the spell Courage. Improves your fighting spirit by plus 50. This is a spell of life. Cost 25 mana. Duration 15 minutes. Range Self. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 15 minutes. Congratulations, you have learned the spell Minor Life Armor. Defense of all armor pieces increased by +1, +4 versus death attacks. Cost 40 mana. Duration 30 minutes. Range Self. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown now. You have been awarded 12,500, base 10,000, experience for your new mastery. Congratulations! You have unlocked the quest, Unlock Your Power 3. Your village will increase your power, but you must care for it in turn. Currently, there is a local dungeon that needs to be cleared out. Reward, unlock one of the powers. Yes or no? Tring! You have reached level 18. Through hard work, you have moved forward along your path. As a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute to characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. You have either characteristic points or skill percentage points to allocate from the previous level. Now that you have progressed again, you must allocate your points within the next week or they will randomly be assigned for you. Richter didn't know what was more exciting. The boost his village was about to get, all of the new points he had to allocate, or the fact that they were finally getting out of this dungeon. Freedom! The idea of it almost made him giddy. All of the party was ready to see blue skies again. He quickly chose yes to accept his new quest and got moving. He would ask Futin about it later. They wasted no time and started walking down the narrow hall. Richter was pulling up the rear and was about to enter when Futin spoke. "Are you sure that you wish to leave the column behind, my lord?" Richter looked at the remnant from the doorway. "You mean I can take it with me?" That thing would pay for the portal construction all by itself if he melted it down. "Hold on, guys," he called out. He walked over to the column and lowered his center of gravity by bending at the knees. His dad had warned him early and often of the dangers of lifting with your back. He wrapped his arms around the column and then heaved. "My lord," Futin began. "I got this," Richter wheezed. He stopped his pull and reset his body. Taking a deep breath, he tried to pull the column out of the ground again. Veins stood out in his neck and his face turned red. The other members of his party delayed their exit to watch. Richter tried one more time. If this didn't work, he would invest his 12 free characteristic points into strength. "Come on!" He pulled with everything he had. He felt like he was squeezing the column so hard that something was going to shoot out of it. Turns out, he had it backwards. He straightened quickly, just hoping no one had heard. "Futin, how am I supposed to take this thing? It weighs a ton. It's like when you asked me to grab the altar." Richter's lips pressed together in an embarrassed moo. "Never mind, I've got it." He simply placed his hand on the column and willed its interface to come up. Now that they had defeated the dungeon, at least this level, he should be able to give it commands. At least, that was how it had worked with a dark altar from the first quest to unlock his power. Sure enough, when he focused, he could now access the column's prompt. He chose Remove Core from the available options. A hole appeared at the top of the column. The core rose out of it and hovered 6 inches above the column. When he picked it up, the column lost its gold color, becoming nothing more than the same gray stone of the walls. For the first time in days, the central chamber wasn't bathed in golden light. None of that mattered to Richter, though, because of what he now held. You have found Magic Core. Durability, 15,000 over 15,000. Item class, Epic. Quality, Masterwork. Weight, 12.7 kilograms. Magical cores can be used to power any number of devices. Richter held the clockwork sphere above his head, its red and white internal light painting the walls. He aimed a huge smile at Scion. Scion smiled back and said, "I heard you, Stinky." Richter's grin slipped into an expression of mild irritation. "Let's just get out of here." "Whatever you say, Captain Toots," Scion said happily. He tried to brush past the sprite, but Scion stopped him, an aggrieved expression on his face. "What are you thinking?" he asked Richter. "Don't walk. Try to walk past me while you're trailing fire." Scion took point, and the other sprites followed, leaving Richter to pull up the rear. When he arrived at the other side, he saw a second staircase leading down that hadn't been visible from the central room. Scion and Daniela hadn't even paused and were already climbing the stairs to get out. Yoshi had stopped, though, and staring down the dark staircase. His hand was slowly opening and closing into a fist. The adept didn't seem aware of the motion. Richter walked up beside him. "I know what you're thinking.
I haven't forgotten about the eaters either, but we are beat all to hell. We need to have our disease cured. And," Richter pulled Yoshi's shoulder to make the man look at him, "I know that whatever spell you got hit with at the end of the fight took a serious toll on you." Yoshi looked back at the stairs again, still unconvinced. Richter tried another tack. "Someone once told me there was no honor in pushing through a bad position. The faster we leave this dungeon, the faster we can mobilize both of our peoples to deal with this threat." Yoshi stared at the stairs a while longer, then nodded. "You are right, Lord Richter." Richter raised an eyebrow. "Lord?" he asked. "I didn't know what to make of you when we first met, but we have fought side by side. I now know you are a man of honor, strength, and courage. I call you Lord Richter because you deserve it." Richter was taken aback by the sword adept's praise. He reached out his hand, and Yoshi extended his own, both men gripping the other's wrist. They gave a small squeeze, then Yoshi said, "But don't think this gets you out of sword practice." Richter struggled to keep a grin off of his face. "Of course not. Tomorrow morning, bright and early, you, me, and our cankers." Yoshi nodded and released his grip. He walked past to the stairs, but not before Richter saw him crack a faint smile. Richter followed after. The stairway wound like a corkscrew going ever upwards. They also moved somewhat at an angle, however, so the ascent took longer than it otherwise would have. After walking for almost an hour, Scion called out, "I see a door!" "Yes!" Richter shouted. His enthusiasm made his voice echo loudly in the confined space of the stairwell, but everyone was so excited to be outside again that no one complained. "I'm ready for bright blue skies and sunshine. Now who's with me?" Daniela and Scion cheered, and even Yoshi had a bit of pep in his step. They hurried to open the door and rushed outside, and it was nighttime, and it was raining. Richter looked up at the sky and said, "Universe, you're a dick." Chapter 27. Despite the fact that it was raining, they still decided to make their way back. With Futen hovering above, there was more than enough light. They all had reasons to hasten back to the Mist Village. Richter was somewhat concerned about running into something big and bad at night, but Alma flew over watch. He felt better knowing that she should be able to detect the psychic emanations of most predators or humanoids, and there weren't any flying predators that should be a threat to her. That's what Richter hoped, anyway. After an hour, the sky was a slightly lighter shade of black, which Richter took to mean daybreak was near. It was tough to tell, though, because the rain had started to fall even harder. All of them were completely drenched by that time. They slogged along in silence. Even though none of them were comfortable,
They were still in fine spirits because every step they took was a step closer to healing and shelter. The rain did provide an excellent opportunity for Richter to train his skills. He maintained stealth almost the entire time. With his improved herb lore, the world was also alive with slightly glowing leaves, flowers, and roots. Richter realized that this was the first time he had been out in the forest at night since planting the quickening. It was true that useful plants would glow in the day as well, but they were so much easier to see at night. He plucked a good many while they traveled. Remembering his difficulty with retrieving dark moss when he first came to the land, he was delighted that the herbs seemed to basically leap into his hands at this point. The gain in his herb lore skill was minimal, unfortunately. Leveling the skill now that it was level 39 was exponentially harder than it had been at the early levels. Men, Alma thought. She sent him an image of a man in a green cloak hiding in the limbs of a tree. Another was hidden in the bushes at the base of the tree. How far? He thought back. She sent an image of the forest from a higher elevation. All he could see was trees, however. The ability to communicate psychically with his familiar was amazing, but clearly it was not without its limits. The Psy Dragonling didn't seem to be able to grasp the idea of precise distance. Couldn't be too easy for a flying creature to relate distance to someone that walked everywhere, Richter thought. Luckily, Alma wasn't their only option. Come back, he thought. He raised his hand for everyone to stop. Futon, kill the light and go invisible. The remnant disappeared. Richter hunched low and hid behind a tree, the rest of the party spreading out and doing the same. After a minute, the flapping of wings heralded the Alma's return. She landed on his shoulder. Which way? He asked softly. Her body straightened like a bloodhound, indicating about 30 degrees to the right of the direction they had been heading. Futon. Yes, my lord. Futon's disembodied voice was no more than a foot in front of his face. The remnant spoke at a low volume. Apparently, he was learning. Go in that direction, Richter said. Stay invisible and scout until you find a man in a green cloak or you reach the end of your range. If you find someone, scout around the immediate area to see if there is anyone else. After that, come back and let me know how far away they are. If you don't find anyone, just come back. We will move forward and start again. Yes, my lord. Richter walked to each of his comrades and explained the situation. All readied their weapons. The only sound was the rain falling around them like a dull roar. 5 minutes passed, and then 10. Richter was starting to think the man was beyond Futon's range of travel when a low, monotone voice spoke right in front of him. I found a figure in the green cloak, my lord. It appears to one man alone. I did not locate anyone else in the surrounding area. He is in the low branches of a tree, approximately 120 yards in the direction you indicated. Was he looking in this direction? Richter asked. Futon answered in the affirmative. Richter nodded. The man must have seen the light Futon had been shining. Made sense. He would have had to be blind to miss a moving spotlight in the middle of a dark forest. When the light went out, one of the men must have run off for help, while the other kept watch. Richter waved everyone over and shared the information, then made a plan of attack. We need to move quickly before it gets any lighter. Sion and Daniela, I want you to fan out in opposite directions. Go about 70 yards forward. Yoshi and I will move forward until we go the same distance. Then I'll send Futon. When he is hovering in front of the man's face, he will emit a bright light and loud sound. Then we move in while he is disoriented. Capture him if you can. I need to know who he is and where the other one went. Everyone nodded and moved to follow Richter's directions. 2 minutes later, there was a loud bang, and the night filled with light. Stark shadows were cast by the trees, even through the downpour. There was a loud exclamation of, "Gah!" Then the sound of snapping tree limbs, followed by a thud. All 4 of the party members were running as soon as the light flared. They crossed the remaining distance in only a few seconds, and soon had weapons pointed at the man's throat. Richter threw back the man's hood and stared down at a somewhat familiar face. He couldn't quite place him, though. He used Analyze. Name, Jital, Wood Elf, Level 9. Health 150 over 190. Mana 230. Stamina 180. Disposition, Friendly. A friendly disposition? It all clicked. This was one of the hunters from the Mist Village. Richter realized he should have deduced the truth when the other man ran off into the mist. Either these men had strong magic to counteract the mist, or the two men were hunters that Richter himself had given immunity to. He looked down at the man who was groaning at their feet. Then he looked at Jital's leg, which was curving at a point that it was never supposed to bend.
Dude, this is so my bad.
Jital just groaned again. It was clear they couldn't just leave the man, but at the same time, they would need to set his leg before they started moving. Cyan and Daniela held him down, while Yoshi positioned himself at the man's leg. It was possible that they could infect a man with their disease, but it was a chance they had to take. Either way, even if he was infected, he should have enough health to survive until they got him back to Sumiko or Hisako. Once everything was set, Richter gave a nod, and Yoshi straightened the bones with a sure and strong yank. Jital screamed and then passed out. Cyan and Daniela started tying the elf's leg into a splint. Richter cast Slow Heal. It wouldn't fix the break, but it would restore some of the man's lost health. Daniela had explained that it required a specific spell to heal bones, and it was well beyond her abilities. When the sprites cinched the split tight on Jital's leg, he groaned deeply again, but didn't regain consciousness. Man, Richter thought, I owe this guy like at least a fruit basket when we get back. They spent some time making a stretcher. They found 2 stout branches, and Richter donated his cloak as the final piece. They loaded the elf, trying not to jostle him too much. Then they started walking again. Richter had Futen shine his brightest light above them. He knew that reinforcements would be coming from the village soon, and he didn't want to be shot by mistake. Sure enough, less than an hour later, Alma sent him an image of a large number of armed people walking in their direction. Richter called her back to him. He didn't want an elf with an itchy trigger finger shooting his familiar. He called a stop and again told Futen to make his light as bright as possible. The wait wasn't too long. Identify yourself, a voice called out of the dark. This is Lord Richter, Adept Yoshi, and Sprites Cyan and Daniela, he said in a strong voice. We have Jital with us. He needs medical aid. We are with Futen. You should be able to see him. It was quiet for a few moments, and then a man came into the light. Richter recognized him as well, and his name was Janosch. As soon as Janosch saw his face, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's Lord Richter, he called out. Jital is hurt. Everyone come help. A motley crowd of about 20 people came into the radius of Futen's light. Dwarves in chainmail stood by wood elf archers. Men carrying clubs and axes stood in front of high elves in hide and leather armor. These were his people. There were looks of uncertainty or fear on the faces of more than a few, but that didn't matter. They had come to fight. No, to protect their homes, even though they didn't know what they would face. Richter's heart swelled with pride. He heard his name on the lips of many of the men and women. It began as a scattered whisper, but it soon became a chant. Lord Richter! Lord Richter! Lord Richter! He raised his hand and said, I missed all of you as well. Now who brought me an ale? There were laughs all around, and everyone came closer to clasp hands, but Richter waved them back. We were successful, but it wasn't without cost. We have been infected by a spell. I need everyone to stay back until we are healed. He turned to Janosch. Who is the fastest runner? That would be me, my lord, he replied.
I'm assuming there are still people standing guard despite all of you being here. Most definitely, my lord, Janos said with pride. We won't let anyone sneak up on us again. I need you to run ahead. Don't go into the village. When you are close, shout out to one of the guards and tell him to bring either Sumiko or Hisako. When they come close, tell them about the infection, but do not touch them. Tell them quietly. I don't want to start a panic. Respectfully ask them to meet us. I won't risk coming into the village before we are cured. And I'm sorry to ask this of all of you, but everyone here will need to be checked before entering the village. Some of the men and women started to shuffle restlessly. I know that must be concerning, but rest assured I think any danger is minimal. I will not, however, allow any possibility of sickness into our community. Think of your friends and families that are behind the walls, and you will know I'm right. Everyone nodded and spoke silently to each other. Richter had a feeling that would be the case. Fear was a natural response in anyone, but given the chance to protect the people they loved, many would find their courage. Janos ran off, and everyone else moved away into the mists. Richter and his friends continued behind with Jital, who thankfully remained unconscious. Chapter 28. The rain had stopped while the party carried Jital. Soon, the walls of the village came into view. They weren't just earthworks anymore. The sections of wall that stood to either side of the gate were now marbled quartz. It wasn't much, but it made Richter happy to see that the defenses were improving. They were met well outside of walls by both Hisako, Sumiko, and what looked to be all of the sprite warriors. Richter caught a look of apprehension on her face. She scanned the faces of every member of the village rescue party. When she saw Richter and the sprites pulling up the rear, her face relaxed into a smile. She ran forward, evidently surprising her sprite guards, who scurried to keep up. The old girl still had some pep in her step. She met them before they had crossed half the remaining distance, and she ran up to Sion, embracing him despite his protests. The stretcher tipped, and Jital woke up with a cry when he almost fell. With a chagrined look, the normally zen Hisako let go of Sion, and with a wave of her hand, gold light surrounded the wounded wood elf's leg. His cry cut off, and was replaced by a sigh of relief. Richter looked at him, and saw that Jital had closed his eyes, and was happily laying back to enjoy a pain-free moment. A moment was all he got. You do realize 4 sick people are carrying a healthy person now, right? Yoshi asked tersely. What? Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies, Lord Richter. The wood elf started flailing around, trying to stand up. His movements were so awkward that he threatened to knock over the 4 people carrying him. Yoshi solved that problem by just dropping his corner of the stretcher and walking around to Hisako. Intentionally helpful or not, it did let Jital slide off to the ground. He tested his new leg and was apparently satisfied because he stood on his own 2 feet with no difficulty. The whole time he kept up a running stream of apologies and thanks. Richter clapped him on the shoulder, laughing. Don't worry about it. Let's just call it even. Even for what, my lord? The elf asked. Nothing, Richter said with a too wide smile. Just say we're even. We're even, Jital asked with an unsure tone in his voice. Great, Richter said, feeling better about the whole leg-breaky near-death thing. What's that, Karma? I'm squeaking by on a technicality? He said we were even. You just don't get it. Richter brought his mind back to more important things. Hisako, he said, it is good to see you. I find myself in need of your help. I see that, she responded wryly. Just how did you get infected with cankerous rot? Well, there was a crypt mistress and— Say no more, she said, holding up her hand. Just remember in the future that if you lay down with dogs, then you get up with fleas. What? Richter asked in a surprised tone. No, it was nothing like that. She cut him off again, raising her hand up to stop him. She closed her eyes, pursed her lips, and gently shook her head side to side. Tut-tut. I'm not one to judge.
Let's just fix you." Richter looked at Scion incredulously. Scion just stared back as if to say, "What do you want me to do?" Hisako arranged the 4 adventurers around her. Then she began chanting. The air began to glow with a diffuse golden light which infused the space around her for 5 feet. A disk of solid gold light then appeared at their feet and began moving upward. Once it had risen above all of their heads, she stopped casting. Richter rechecked his status page and smiled.
Name, Richter. Age, 24. Level, 18, 36%. Health, 430. Mana, 420. Stamina, 210. Strength, 29. Agility, 24. Dexterity, 34. Constitution, 25. Endurance, 21. Intelligence, 35. Wisdom, 21. Charisma, 24. Luck, 15. Abilities, limitless. Gift of tongues, fast learner. Bounty of life, Bond. Skills, herb lore. Level 39, 22% to next level. Alchemy, level 1, 0% to next level. Analyze, level 6, 7% to next level. Pierce the Veil, level 23, 45% to next level. Stealth, level 6, 14% to next level. Traps, level 21, 87% to next level. Trap Disarm, level 21, 99% to next level. Archery, level 10, 24% to next level. Imbue Arrow, level 5, 18% to next level. Focus, level 3, 78% to next level. Double Shot, level 3, 31% to next level. Drill Shot, level 2, 40% to next level. Swordsmanship, level 2, 15% to next level. Small Blades, level 4, 43% to next level. Unarmed Combat, level 1, 10% to next level. Pressure Points, level 1, 15% to next level. Light Armor, level 8, 18% to next level. Grace in Combat, level 5, 38% to next level. Air Magic, level 6, 37% to next level. Life Magic, level 5, 82% to next level. Earth Magic, level 4, 92% to next level. Water Magic, level 5, 47% to next level. Dark Magic, level 5, 22% to next level. Light Magic, level 4, 48% to next level. Fire Magic, level 5, 9% to next level. Map Making, level Max Trade, level 14, 86% to next level. War Leader, level 2, 43% to next level. Enchantment, level 1, 44% to next level. Portal Construction Apprentice, Lore, level 1. Marks, Master of Mist Village, Blood Oath. Resistances, Air, 50%. Earth, 20%. Life, 50%. Mental, 15%. Spiritual, 15%. Race, Human, Chaos Seed. Reputation, level 3. You seem like someone worthy of my attention. Alignment, Neutral. Language, All. He felt stronger as soon as the light finished scanning him. A quick check of Scion's page showed he had been cured as well.
Name, Scion.
Age, 44. Level, 12. 32% to next level. Health, 230. Mana, 240. Stamina,
140. Strength, 18. Agility, 18. Dexterity, 54. Constitution, 18. Endurance, 14. Intelligence, 24. Wisdom, 13. Charisma, 10. Luck, 12. Abilities: woodcraft, concealment, know thyself. Skills: herb lore, level 11, 51% to next level, 96% affinity alchemy. Level 6, 17% to next level, 9% for affinity archery. Level 12, 59% to next level, 96% affinity imbue arrow. Level 8, 12% to next level, 87% affinity double shot. Level 3, 32% to next level, 98% affinity drill shot. Level 2, 45% to next level, 98% affinity stun shot. Level 3, 17% to next level, 99% affinity tracking. Level 5, 62% to next level, 98% affinity swordsmanship. Level 9, 82% to next level, 91% affinity air magic. Level 7, 61% to next level, 95% affinity marks, none. Resistances: types of magic. Life, 10%. Earth, 10%. Light, 10%. Schools of magic. Enchantment, 50%. Race, wood sprite. Reputation, level 1. Who are you again? Alignment, +2. Language, sprite, common tongue. Sumiko walked up. I have checked everyone else. They are disease-free. It is safe to return to the village. It is good that you have come back, Hisako said. There is much to discuss. We have found one of the bugbear's camps. We need to get ready to move against them. There have also been more monsters seen in the vicinity of your village. I take that to mean you were successful in unlocking another of your powers. I was, Richter said. But what does that have to do with monsters? I told you before, your growing power will not go unnoticed. Your place of power is awakening. You will find the lands surrounding your village to be more dangerous than before. Though you can directly access your power, all of the surrounding lands will be impacted by the reawakening of your place of power. Stronger monsters will be drawn to your settlement, and even existing creatures may grow more powerful. That is why we need to remove the danger of the bugbears as soon as possible. You may be facing enemies on different fronts soon. But your settlement is a much higher level than mine, Richter protested. Why are there high-level monsters near the hearth tree? He didn't need more enemies to fight at the moment. Leveling opportunities were great and all, but enough was enough. She laughed without any real humor. Oh, there are. We just constantly patrol to keep the lands around us relatively safe. If you remember, that is how you met Scion. From what you have told me, you were brought to the land very close to the hearth tree. If you had started farther away, well, then you would have had a very different experience. Richter thought again about his fortuitous starting point. It was becoming clear to him that the advantages he had been provided, the safe haven of the glade, Juatrix's advice, the pool of clarity, none of them had been small things. Put all together, well, he just might owe a large debt to someone out there. What would he do when they came to collect? The situation is worse than you know, Hearthmother, Yoshi said. We were attacked by eaters. A colorful sequence of profanity spewed from Hisako's mouth. Richter stared at her. Not just in shock, you understand, but also because he was thoroughly impressed. When the bile stopped flowing, she just stood there for a few moments. When she spoke again, there was no uncertainty in her voice. If the scourge has indeed returned, then it must take precedence. She started walking, and they all fell in step with her. She looked at Richter. I had hoped that our two peoples could deal with the threat of the bugbears, but if eaters are now involved, we will need more allies. I will send an emissary to reach out to the wood elves of the northern forest. We have a long relationship of mutual protection. I need you to try and broker aid from some of the dwarf tribes of the serrated mountains. Can you do that?
Richter nodded. It was time he got to know the neighbors anyway.
Good, she said, a serious expression on her face. The dwarves have never been enemies of my people, but neither have they been friends. They will not often involve themselves in the affairs of others unless there is a direct benefit to them.
Do you mean I will need to bribe them? He asked.
She just arched an eyebrow at him and then turned forward and kept walking. Richter shook his head. Why did it always come down to money? No, that's not the real problem, he thought. It was that it always seemed to come down to his money. Alma flew off as they got closer, no doubt in search of game. She had hunted constantly since they had been back above ground. Richter was sure that a squirrel hole or bird's nest would have a vacancy soon. When they crossed into the boundaries of the village, Hisako spoke to Yoshi. You need further healing. Sumiko, go with Yoshi and heal him. He has internal injuries. Forestalling any argument, Hisako also said, I won't hear any argument. We have many enemies. I need you to be at top form. Now go. Yoshi bowed slightly and walked off with Sumiko. Richter, I am going to send some of my warriors to the site where you found the eaters. Hopefully the nest hasn't grown too large yet. Scion, Daniela, are you ready to travel? Yes, Hearthmother, she said. Yes, Hearthmother, Scion repeated. Then restock and be ready to leave in an hour. I need you to lead us back, she said. Randolphus would like you to see him as soon as you can, she said to Richter. I have preparations to make. Please excuse me. She walked away then, with the stride of a determined woman who planned to do serious things. The other sprites walked on in tow. Richter sent Futen along to check in with the various craftsmen. He was sure the lack of mist workers had slowed things down. It sounded like there was no time to waste. The progress on the wall that initially had so pleased Richter now just seemed like too little, too late. He walked through the village and saw that work on the new longhouse was progressing well. Like he had requested, the basic structure of the smithy was done as well. It had 4 walls and a roof anyway, and Richter took that as a good sign. Work had been started on several other buildings as well. Like he requested, they were being made out of stone. These would not be so easy to burn, and, worst comes to worst, they could hold off attackers much more effectively than wood. Curiously, there were 2 small wooden shacks set in the center of the village, and there appeared to be guards outside of them. Richter would have walked over to figure out what was happening, but it was in the opposite direction of the Great Seal. He was fairly certain that was where he would find his chamberlain, and Hisako had implied there was some urgency. He walked into the Great Seal and just stood for a moment with a smile on his face. When he had first claimed mastery of the Mist Village, the Great Seal had only been a chipped and faded mosaic. After claiming his first power, the clear tiles representing air had changed to a solid disk of crystal. Looking into that clear circle was like looking down into a swirling maelstrom. Now a second change had occurred. The spiral of yellow tile had been replaced. In its place was a work of art. Laid into the floor was a shining representation of a tree, created from pure gold. Each leaf was detailed, showing the smallest veins. The tree was backlit by an unseen sun and moved in an unfelt wind. There was no glaring light when he stared down at the newly awakened section of the Great Seal, but when he looked up at the ceiling, he could see dapples of light that shifted with the limbs of the tree. After a time, he walked past the Great Seal into one of the side rooms. Sure enough, Randolphus was in his office, hunched over a stack of papers. You need to get more sun, Randy. My lord! He stood up quickly and bowed. No one told me that you were back. Sit down, Richter said. That's certainly what I plan to do. He plopped into one of the chairs in front of the desk. There is a lot that I need to tell you. It looks like we are at war. In addition, Hisako tells me we can start expecting more monster attacks. And last but not least, there is a plague of giant insects called the Scourge that we need to eliminate. ASAP.
Before we get into all of that, though, Hisako said there are some things you needed to tell me. Randolphus's eyes grew wider, and his expression grew more incredulous as Richter had continued to speak. The last seemed to take the wind out of him, though, and he dropped back into his chair. The Chamberlain opened his mouth and closed it several times before speaking. These eaters certainly are well known and widely feared, Richter thought to himself. When Randolphus had composed himself, he said, "You are correct, my lord. There are several things we need to discuss. The first, however, is what you want to do about the prisoners. We can't just continue to keep them under lock and key." Richter just looked at Randy with a befuddled expression. What prisoners?"